Section 1 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. Title page. Ladies' Museum by the author of The Female Quixote, Volume 1, London. Printed for J. Newberry in St. Paul's Churchyard and J. Coote in Pater Noster Row. End of Section 1. Section 2 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The Ladies' Museum. The Ladies' Museum by the author of The Female Quixote. As I do not set out with great promises to the public of the wit, humor, and morality which this pamphlet is to contain, so I expect no reproaches to fall on me if I should happen to fail in any or all of these articles. My readers may depend upon it. I will always be as witty as I can, and as humorous as I can, as moral as I can, and upon the whole as entertaining as I can. However, as I have but too much reason to distrust my own powers of pleasing, I shall usher in my pamphlet with the performance of a lady, who possibly would never have suffered it to appear in print if this opportunity had not offered. If her sprightly paper meets with encouragement enough to dispel the diffidence natural to a young writer, she will be prevailed upon, I hope, to continue it in this museum. I shall therefore, without any farther preface, present it to my readers. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The TRIFLER, Number 1. Cast your eyes upon paper, madam. There you may lock innocently, said a polite old gentleman of my acquaintance to me one day, in the words of a wit to a fine lady. A compliment is no unpleasing way of conveying advice to a young woman, and when that advice may be so construed as to become perfectly agreeable to her own inclinations, it is certain to be well received and quickly complied with. It is indeed very clear to me that my friend in this borrowed admonition recommended reading to eyes which he probably thought were too intent upon pleasing. But I, with a small deviation from the sense, applied it to what is, I freely own, my own predominant passion, and therefore resolved to write, still pursuing the same darling end, though by different means. So frankly to acknowledge the desire of pleasing to be my predominant passion is, in other words, to confess myself one of that ridiculous species of beings called a coquette. This will be said by some and thought by others, for all do not say what they think on such occasions. Yet to that laudable principle in women mistaken for coquetry, we owe the thunder of eloquence in the Senate as well as the glitter of dress in the drawing-room. An animated speech and a well-chosen silk are equally the effects of a desire to please, both in the patriot and the beauty. And if the one is ever observed to be silent and the other without ornaments, It is because he is persuaded that silence is most expressive, and she that negligence is most becoming. But for this active principle, the statesman would be no politician, and the general no warrior. The desire of fame, or the desire of pleasing, which in my opinion are synonymous terms, produces application in one and courage in the other. It is the poet's inspiration, the patriot's zeal, the courtier's loyalty, and the orator's eloquence. All are coquettes, if that be coquetry, and those grave personages and the fine lady are alike liable to be charged with it. But it will be objected that the distinguishing characteristic of a coquette is to use her powers of pleasing to the ungenerous purpose of giving pain. The same may be said of each of the others. All human excellence, as well as human happiness, is comparative. We are admired but in proportion as we excel others, and whoever excels is sure to give pain to his inferiors in merit, either from envy or emulation, passions which produce sensations nearly alike, although their consequences are very different. I hope I have now proved that I, though a woman, young, single, gay, and ambitious of pleasing, deserve not the odious appellation of coquette. I say I hope I have proved it, for I am but 18 and not used to be contradicted in an argument. If seldom your opinions err, your eyes are always in the right, says the gallant prior. Hence it follows that we always triumph in a dispute, though I cannot help allowing that we often triumph without victory. Universally as I could wish to please in this paper, yet I shall be contented if it finds only a favorable acceptance with my own sex, to whose amusement it is chiefly designed to contribute. To introduce it to them under the denomination of a trifle may be thought an affront to their understandings. But in the choice of my title, I remembered the fable of the mountain that brought forth a mouse. That I have promised little is my security from censure. If I give more, it will be my best claim to praise. I should indeed have thought some apology necessary for an undertaking of this kind, had I not been persuaded it was a mighty easy one, from its being so frequently attempted and by persons too of my own sex. The subjects I propose to treat of will be such as reading and observation shall furnish me with. For with a strong passion for intellectual pleasures, I have likewise a taste for many of the fashionable amusements, and in the disposition of my time, I have contrived to gratify both these inclinations. One I thought too laudable to be restrained, the other I found too pleasing to be wholly subdued. I am already aware that I have talked too much of myself. It is indeed a subject one cannot easily quit, and perhaps I am not sorry that in introductory papers of this sort the writers have generally given some account of themselves. Everyone knows that long custom has the force of a law, and in obedience to this I shall fill up my first paper with a short history of myself. I am the daughter of a gentleman remarkable only in this, that during the course of a pretty long life he never lost a friend or made an enemy, from which singular circumstance I leave the reader to collect his character. My mother was generally allowed to be a well-bred woman and an excellent economist. In her youth she was extremely indulged by her parents, who, on account of a slight disorder in her eyes, would not suffer her to use her needle or look into a book, except on Sundays or holidays, when she was permitted to read 2 or 3 verses of a chapter in the Bible. My mother, therefore, grew up not only without any taste, but with a high contempt for reading, and those of her female acquaintance who had made any proficiency that way were sure to be distinguished by her with an opprobrious term of being book-learned, which my mother always pronounced with a look and accent of ineffable scorn. My sister, who is a year younger than myself, so entirely engrossed her affection that I was wholly neglected by her. My fondness for reading, which I discovered very early, increased her dislike of me. As she seldom chose to have me in her sight, I had opportunities sufficient to indulge myself in this favorite amusement, for I had taken possession of all the books my brother left behind him when he went to the university. But having great sensibility of soul, I was so affected with my mother's partial fondness for my sister and neglect of me, that young as I then was, I often passed whole nights in tears, lamenting my misfortune. But this sensibility entirely ruined me with my mother. For being one day excessively shocked at some new instance of her partiality, I went up sobbing to the nursery, and had recourse to a book for my relief. It happened to be Aesop's Fables. I opened it at the following one, which, striking my imagination, then full of the preference given by my mother to my sister, I followed a sudden impulse, and sent it to my mother, desiring she would be pleased to read it, for I did not doubt but she would make a proper application of it. An ape had twins. She doted upon one of them, and did not much care for the other. She took a sudden fright one day, and in a hurry whips up her darling under her arm, and took no heed of the other, which therefore leapt astride upon her shoulders. In this haste, down she comes, and beats out her favourite's brains upon a stone, while that which she had on her back came off safe and sound. My mother, surprised at the novelty of the request, read the fable, and immediately afterwards came up to the nursery in great wrath, and corrected me severely for calling her an ape, prophetically declaring that a girl who at 9 years old could be so wicked as to compare her mother to an ape would never come to good. Everyone who came to the house was told the horrid crime I had been guilty of. The servants held me in the utmost detestation for comparing my mother to an ape, never mentioning it without lifted up hands and eyes in abhorrence of such early undutifulness. My father, who had loved me with great tenderness, was dead when this incident happened, and the most effectual way of paying court to my mamma being to caress my sister and take no notice of me, I met with very few friends, either at home or abroad. In this state of humiliation and disgrace my brother found me at his return from the university. When my sister and I were presented to him, my mother did not fail to relate the crime for which I had suffered so much, shewing him the book, which she had kept carefully ever after with the leaf doubled down at the fatal fable, declaring she thought herself very unhappy in having given birth to a child who was likely to prove so great an affliction to her, for may not everything that is bad, said she, be expected from a girl who at her years could compare her mother to an ape? My brother read the fable, and my mother leaving the room to give some necessary orders, he ran eagerly to me, snatched me up in his arms, and gave me 100 kisses. My little heart was so sensibly affected with a tenderness to which I had not been accustomed that I burst into tears. My mother at her return found me sobbing with the violence of my emotions, and did not doubt but my brother had been chiding me. He told her gravely that since I was so fond of reading, he would regulate my studies himself, and take care I should read no books which might teach me to be undutiful. To this dear brother I owe the advantage of a right education, which I had like to have missed. After my mother's death, he took me entirely under his own care. My sister chose to reside with an aunt whose heir she expects to be, and while she is a slave to the caprices of an old woman, I have the pleasure of being the mistress of a well-ordered family, for I keep my brother's house, and by endeavoring to make him an useful as well as agreeable companion, enjoy the sweet satisfaction of shewing every day my gratitude for obligations it can never be in my power to return.
End of section 3. Read by Jenny Factor in Marblehead, Massachusetts.
Section 4, The Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox of the studies proper for women. To prohibit women entirely from learning is treating them with the same indignity that Mohammed did, who, to render them voluptuous, denied them souls. And indeed, the greatest part of women act as if they had really adopted a tenet, so injurious to the sex, and to appear to set no value upon that lively imagination, that sprightly wit, which makes them more admired than beauty itself. When we consider the happy talents which women, in general, possess, and how successfully some have cultivated them, we cannot without indignation observe the little esteem they have for the endowments of their minds, which it is so easy for them to improve. They are, as Montaigne says, flowers of quick growth, and by the delicacy of their conception catch readily and without trouble the relation of things to each other. It is a melancholy consideration that the most precious gifts of nature should be stifled or obscured by a shameful neglect. The charms of their persons, how powerful soever, may attract but cannot fix us. Something more than beauty is necessary to rivet the lover's chain. By often beholding a beautiful face, the impression it first made on us soon wears away. When the woman whose person we admire is incapable of pleasing us by her conversation, languor and satiety soon triumph over the taste we had for her charms. Hence arises the inconstancy with which we are so often reproached. It is that barrenness of ideas which we find in women that renders men unfaithful. The ladies may judge of the difference there is among them, but that which they themselves make between a fool who teases them with his impertinence and a man of letters who entertains them agreeably. A very little labor would equal them to the last, and perhaps give them the advantage. This is a kind of victory which we wish to yield them. We would, without envy, see them dividing with us a good, whose value is always greater than the labor by which it is acquired. The more they shall enlarge their notions, the more subjects of conversation will be found between them and us, and the more sprightly and affecting will their conversation be. How many delicate sentiments, how many nice sensibilities are lost by not being communicable, and in which we should feel an increase of satisfaction could we meet with women disposed to taste them. But what are the studies to which women may with propriety apply themselves? This question I take upon myself to answer, and I entreat the ladies to pardon me, if among all the sciences which exercise the wonderful activity of the human mind, I pronounce that only some are fit to be cultivated by them. I would particularly recommend to them to avoid all abstract learning, all thorny researches, which may blunt the finer edge of their wit, and change the delicacy in which they excel into pedantic coarseness. If their sex has produced Daciers and Chatelets, these are examples rarely found, and fitter to be admired than imitated. For who would wish to see assemblies made up of doctors in petticoats, who will regale us with Greek and the systems of Leibniz? The learning proper for women is such as best suits the soft elegance of their form. such as may add to their natural beauties and qualify them for the several duties of life. There is nothing more disgustful than those female theologians who, adopting all the animosity of the party they have thought fit to join, assemble ridiculous synods in their houses and form extravagant sects. A Bourguignon, a Virgin of Venice, a Madame Guyon are characters more detestable than libertines, like Ninon. It is in such parts of learning only as afford the highest improvement that we invite women to share with us. All that may awaken curiosity and lend graces to the imagination suits them still better than us. This is a vast field where we may together exercise the mind, and here they may even excel us without mortifying our pride. History and natural philosophy are alone sufficient to furnish women with an agreeable kind of study, the latter in a series of useful observations and interesting experiments offers a spectacle well worthy the consideration of a reasonable being. But in vain does nature present her miracles to the generality of women, who have no attention but to trifles. She is dumb to those who know not how to interrogate her. Yet surely it requires but a small degree of attention to be struck with that wonderful harmony which reigns throughout the universe, and to be ambitious of investigating its secret springs. This is a large volume which is open to all. Here a pair of beautiful eyes may employ themselves without being fatigued. This amiable study will banish languor from the sober amusements of the country, and repair that waste of intellect which is caused by the dissipations of the town. Women cannot be too much excited to raise their eyes to objects like these, which they but too often debase to such as are unworthy of them. The sex is more capable of attention than we imagine. What they chiefly want is a well-directed application. There is scarcely a young girl who has not read with eagerness a great number of idle romances and puerile tales, sufficient to corrupt her imagination and cloud her understanding. If she had devoted the same time to the study of history, she would, in those varied scenes which the world offers to view, have found facts more interesting and instruction which only truth can give. Those striking pictures that are displayed in the annals of the human race are highly proper to direct the judgment and form the heart. Women have at all times had so great a share in events, and have acted so many different parts, that they may with reason consider our archives as their own. Nay, there are many of them who have written memoirs of the several events, of which they have eye-witnesses. Mademoiselle de Montpensier, Madame de Nemours, Madame de Motteville are of this number. Christina Epison, daughter to the astronomer, patronized by the Emperor Charles V, has given us the life of that prince, and long before her, the Princess Anna Comnenus wrote the history of her own times. We call upon the ladies to assert their rights, and from the study of history to extract useful lessons for the conduct of life. This study, alike pleasing and instructive, will naturally lead to that of the fine arts, which it is fit the ladies should have a less superficial knowledge of. The arts are in themselves too amiable to need any recommendation to the sex. All the objects they offer to their view have some analogy with women, and are like them, adorned with the brightest colors. The mind is agreeably soothed by those images which poetry, painting, and music trace out to it, especially if they are found to agree with purity of manners. It was these three charming arts which, in the last reign, rendered Mademoiselle Chiron so celebrated, a lady in whom the talents of Sappho, of M, and of Rosalba were united. To familiarize ourselves with the arts is in some degree to create a new sense, so agreeably have they imitated nature. Nay, So often have they embellished it, that whoever cultivates them will in them always find a fruitful source of new pleasures. We ought to provide against the encroachments of languor and weariness by this addition to our natural riches, and surely when we may so easily transfer to ourselves the possession of that multitude of pleasing ideas which they have created, it would be the highest stupidity to neglect such an advantage. There is no reason to fear that the ladies, by applying themselves to these studies, will throw a shade over the natural graces of their wit. No, on the contrary, those graces will be placed in a more conspicuous point of view. What can equal the pleasure we receive from the conversation of a woman who is more solicitous to adorn her mind than her person? In the company of such women, there can be no satiety. Everything becomes interesting and has a secret charm which only they can give. The delightful art of saying the most ingenious things with a graceful simplicity is peculiar to them. It is they who call forth the powers of wit in men and communicate to them that easy elegance which is never to be acquired in the closet. But what preservative is there against weariness and disgust in the society of women of weak and unimproved understanding? In vain do they endeavor to fill the void of their conversation with insipid gaiety. They soon exhaust the barren funds of fashionable trifles, the news of the day, and hackneyed compliments. They are at length obliged to have recourse to scandal, and it is well if they stop there. A commerce in which there is nothing solid must be either mean or criminal. There is but one way to make it more varied and more interesting. If ladies of the first rank would condescend to form their taste upon our best authors and collect ideas from their useful writings, conversation would take another cast. Their acknowledged merit would banish that swarm of noisy impertinents who flutter about them, and who endeavor to render them as contemptible as themselves. Men of sense of learning would then frequent their assemblies and form a circle more worthy of the name of good company. In this new circle, gaiety would not be banished, but refined by delicacy and wit. Merit is not austere in its nature. There is a calm and uniform cheerfulness that runs through the conversation of persons of real understanding, which is far preferable to the noisy mirth of ignorance and folly. Those societies formed by the Selwyns, the Fayettes, the Sabiers, with the Vivons, the Lefebvres, and the Rochefoucaults, were surely more pleasing than the assemblies of our days. Among them learning was not pedantic, nor wisdom severe, and subjects of the highest importance were treated with all the sprightliness of wit. The ladies must allow me once more to repeat to them that the only means of charming and of charming long is to improve their minds. Good sense gives beauties which are not subject to fade like the lilies and roses of their cheeks, but will prolong the power of an agreeable woman to the autumn of her life. If the sex would not have their influence confined to the short triumph of a day, they must endeavor to improve their natural talents by study and the conversation of men of letters. Neglect will not then steal upon them in proportion as their bloom decays, but they will unite in themselves all the advantages of both sexes. We live no longer in an age when prejudice condemned women, as well as the nobility, to a shameful ignorance. The ridicule with which pedantry was treated had so much discredited every kind of knowledge that there were many ladies who thought it graceful to murder the words of their native language. But some were still found who, shaking off the yoke of fashion, ventured to think justly and speak with propriety. And even at this time there are a small number who are not ashamed of being more learned than the idle man of fashion and the fluttering courtier. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ronell. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The History of Harriot and Sophia. Harriot and Sophia were the daughters of a gentleman who, having spent a good paternal inheritance before he was 35, was reduced to live upon the moderate salary of a place at court, which his friends procured him to get rid of his importunities. The same imprudence by which he had been governed in affairs of lesser importance directed him likewise in the choice of a wife. The woman he married had no merit but beauty, and brought with her to the house of a man whose fortune was already ruined nothing but a taste for luxury and expense, without the means of gratifying it. Harriet, the eldest daughter of this couple, was, like her mother, a beauty, and upon that account, as well as the conformity of her temper and inclinations to hers, engrossed all her affection. Sophia she affected to despise, because she wanted in an equal degree those personal attractions, which in her opinion constituted the whole of female perfection. Mere common judges, however, allowed her person to be agreeable. People of discernment and taste pronounced her something more. The striking sensibility of her countenance, the soft elegance of her shape and motion, a melodious voice in speaking, whose varied accents enforced the sensible things she always said, were beauties not capable of striking vulgar minds, and which were sure to be eclipsed by the dazzling luster of her sister's complexion, and the fire of 2 bright eyes whose motions were as quick and unsettled as her thoughts. While Harriet was receiving the improvement of a polite education, Sophia was left to form herself as well as she could. Happily for her, a just taste and solid judgment supplied the place of teachers, precept, and example. The hours that Harriet wasted in dress, company, and gay amusements were by Sophia devoted to reading. A good old gentleman who was nearly related to her father, perceiving this taste in her, encouraged it by his praises, and furnished her with the means of gratifying it, by constantly supplying her with such books as were best calculated to improve her morals and understanding. His admiration increasing in proportion as he had opportunities of observing her merit, he undertook to teach her the French and Italian languages, in which she soon made a surprising progress, and by the time she had reached her 15th year, she had read all the best authors in them as well as in her own. By this unwearied application to reading, her mind became a beautiful storehouse of ideas. Hence, she derived the power and the habit of constant reflection, which at once enlarged her understanding and confirmed her in the principles of piety and virtue. As she grew older, the management of the family entirely devolved upon her, for her mother had no taste for anything but pleasure, and her sister was taught to consider herself as a fine lady whose beauty could not fail to make her fortune, and whose sole care it ought to be to dress to the greatest advantage, and make her appearance in every place where she might increase the number of her admirers. Sophia, in acquitting herself of the duties of a housekeeper to her mother, showed that the highest intellectual improvements were not incompatible with the humbler cares of domestic life. Everything that went through her hands received the grace and propriety from the good sense by which she was directed, nor did her attention to family affairs break in upon her darling amusement reading. People who know how to employ their time well are always good economists of it. Sophia laid out hers in such exact proportions that she had always sufficient for the several employments she was engaged in. The business of her life, like that of nature, was performed without noise, hurry, or confusion. The death of Mr. Darnley threw this little family into a deplorable state of indigence, which was felt the more severely as they had hitherto lived in an affluence of all things, and the debts which an expense so ill proportioned to their income had obliged Mr. Darnley to contract left the unhappy widow and her children without any resource. The plate, furniture, and everything valuable were seized by the creditors. Mrs. Darnley and her daughters retired to a private lodging, where the first days were passed in weak despondence on the part of the mother, in passionate repinings on that of the eldest daughter, and by Sophia in decent sorrow and pious resignation. Mrs. Darnley, however, by a natural consequence of her thoughtless temper, soon recovered her former gaiety. Present evils only were capable of affecting her. Reflection and forecast never disturbed the settled calm of her mind. If the wants of one day were supplied, she did not consider what inconveniences the next might produce. As for Harriet, she found resources of comfort in the exalted idea she had of her own charms, and having already laid it down as a maxim that poverty was the most shameful thing in the world, She formed her resolutions accordingly. Sophia, as soon as her grief for the loss of her father had subsided, began to consider of some plan for their future subsistence. She forbore, however, to communicate her thoughts on this subject to her mother and sister, who had always affected to treat everything she said with contempt, the mean disguise which envy had assumed to hide their consciousness of her superior merit. But she opened her mind to the good old gentleman, to whom she had been obliged for many of her improvements. She told him that being by his generous cares qualified to undertake the education of a young lady, she was desirous of being received into the family of some person of distinction in the quality of governess to the daughters of it, that she might at once secure to herself a decent establishment and be enabled to assist her mother. She hinted that if her sister could be also prevailed upon to enter into the service of a lady of quality, they might jointly contribute their endeavors to make their mother's life comfortable. Mr. Herbert praised her design and promised to mention it to Mrs. Darnley, to whom he conceived he might speak with a greater freedom, as his near relation to her husband and the long friendship which had subsisted between them gave him a right to interest himself in their affairs. The first words he uttered produced such an emotion in Mrs. Darnley's countenance as convinced him that what he had farther to say would not be favorably received. She colored, drew herself up with an air of dignity, looking at the same time at her eldest daughter with a scornful smile. Mr. Herbert, however, continued his discourse, when Harriet, with a pertness which she took for wit, interrupted him with a loud laugh, and asked him if going to service was the best provision he could think of for Mr. Darnley's daughters. Mr. Herbert, turning hastily to her, replied with a look of great gravity, and in a calm accent, "Have you, miss, thought of anything better?" Harriet, without being disconcerted, retorted very briskly, "People who have nothing but advice to offer their friends in distress ought to be silent till they are asked for it." "Good advice, miss," replied the old gentleman with the same composure, "is what everybody cannot and many will not give. And it is at least an instance of friendship to hazard it, where one may be almost sure of its giving offense. But," continued he, turning to Sophia, "my young pupil here has, I hope, not profited so little by her reading as not to know the value of good counsel, and I promise her she shall not only command the best that I am capable of giving, but every other assistance she may stand in need of." Saying this, he bowed and went away, without any attempts from Mrs. Darnley to detain him. Poor Sophia, who was supposed by her silence to have acquiesced in the old gentleman's proposal, was exposed to 1,000 reproaches for her meanness of spirit. She attempted to show the utility and even the necessity of following his advice, but she found on this occasion, as she had on many others, that with some persons it is not safe to be too reasonable. Her arguments were answered with rage and invective, which soon silenced her and increased the triumph of her imperious sister. Mr. Herbert, apprehensive of the ill treatment she was likely to be exposed to, offered to place her in the family of a country clergyman, and to pay for her board till such a settlement as she desired could be procured for her. But the tender Sophia, not willing to leave her mother while she could be of any use to her, gratefully declined this offer, still expecting that the increasing perplexity of their circumstances might bring her to relish his reasonable counsels, and that she might have the sanction of her consent to a step which prudence made necessary to be taken. A legacy of £100 being left her by a young lady who tenderly loved her and who died in her arms, she immediately presented it to her mother, by whom it was received with a transport of joy, but without any reflection upon the filial piety of her who gave it. Sophia's good friend, though he did not absolutely approve of this exalted strain of tenderness, yet did not fail to place the merit of it in the fullest light, but Harriet, who never heard any praises of her sister without a visible emotion, interrupted him, by saying that Sophia had only done what she ought, and that she herself would have acted in the same manner if the sum had been 20 times larger. The same delicacy which induced Sophia to divest herself of any particular right to this small legacy made her see the misapplication of it without discovering the least mark of dislike. Harriet, who governed her mother absolutely, having represented to her that the obscurity in which they lived was not the means to preserve their old friends or to acquire new ones, and that it was their business to appear again in the world and put themselves in the way of fortune, which could not be done without making a decent appearance at least, Mrs. Darnley, who thought this reasoning unanswerable, consented to their changing their present lodgings for others more genteel, and to whatever expenses her eldest daughter judged necessary to secure the success of her scheme. Sophia lamented in secret this excess of imprudence, and to avoid being a witness of it, as well as to free her mother from the expense of her maintenance, She resolved to accept of the first genteel place that offered. But the natural softness and timidity of her temper made her delay as long as possible mentioning this design to her mother and sister, lest it should be construed into a tacit reproach of them for a conduct so very different. Indeed, her condition was greatly altered for the worse, since the present she had made of her legacy. Her mother and sister had never loved her much, and their tenderness for her was now entirely lost in the uneasy consciousness of having owed an obligation to her, for which they could not resolve to be grateful. They no longer considered her as an insignificant person whose approbation or dislike was of no sort of consequence, but as a saucy censor of their actions who assumed to herself a superiority on account of the paltry assistance she had offered them. Everything she said was construed into upbraidings of the benefit she had conferred upon them. If she offered her opinion upon any occasion, Harriot would say to her with a malicious snare, "To be sure you think you have a right to give us laws, because we have had the misfortune to be obliged to you." And Mrs. Darnley, working herself up to an agony of grief and resentment for the fancied insult, would lift up her eyes and cry, "How much is that mother be pitied who lives to receive alms from her child!" Poor Sophia used to answer no otherwise than by tears, but this was sure to aggravate her fault, for it was supposed that she wept and appeared afflicted only to show people what ungrateful returns she met with for her goodness. Thus did the unhappy Sophia, with the softest sensibility of heart and tender affections, see herself excluded from the endearing expressions of a mother's fondness, only by being too worthy of it and exposed to shocking suspicions of undutifulness for an action that showed the highest filial affection. So true it is that great virtues cannot be understood by mean and little minds, and with such, not only lose all their luster, but are too often mistaken for the contrary vices. While Sophia passed her time in melancholy reflections, Harriot, being by her generous gift enabled to make as showy an appearance as her morning habit would permit, again mixed in company and laid base for admiration. Her beauty soon procured her a great number of lovers, her poverty made their approaches easy, and the weakness of her understanding, her insipid gaiety, and pert affection of wit, encouraged the most licentious hopes and exposed her to the most impertinent addresses. Among those who, looking upon her as a conquest of no great difficulty, formed the mortifying design of making a mistress of her, was Sir Charles Stanley, a young baronet of a large estate, a most agreeable person and an engaging address. His fine qualities made him the delight of all who knew him, and even envy itself allowed him to be a man of the strictest honor and unblemished integrity. Persons who connect the idea of virtue and goodness with such a character would find it hard to conceive how a man who lives in a constant course of dissimulation with one part of his species, and who abuses the advantages he has received from nature and fortune, in subduing chastity and ensnaring innocence, can possibly deserve and establish a reputation for honor. But such are the illusions of prejudice and such the tyranny of custom that he who is called a man of gallantry shall be at the same time esteemed a man of honor, though gallantry comprehends the worst kind of fraud, cruelty, and injustice. Sir Charles Stanley had been but too successful in his attempts upon beauty to fear being rejected by Miss Darnley, and knowing her situation, he resolved to engage her gratitude at least before he declared his designs. He had interest enough to procure the place her father enjoyed for a gentleman who thought himself happy in obtaining it, though charged with an annuity of £80 a year for the widow of his predecessor. Sir Charles, in acquainting Miss Darnley with what he had done in favor of her mother, found himself under no necessity of insinuating his motive for the extraordinary interest he took in the affairs of the distressed family. Harriet's vanity anticipated any declaration of the sort, and the thanks she gave him were accompanied with such an apparent consciousness of the power of her charms as convinced him his work was already more than half done. He was now received at Mrs. Darnley in the quality of a declared lover of Harriet's, and although amidst all his assiduities he never mentioned marriage, either the mother and daughter did not penetrate into his real designs, or were but too much disposed to favor them. The innocent heart of Sophia was at first overwhelmed with joy for the happy provision that had been made for her mother, and the prospect of such an advantageous match for her sister, when Mr. Herbert, who knew the world too well to be imposed upon these fine appearances, gently hinted to his young favorite his apprehensions of the baronet's dishonorable views. Her delicacy was so shocked by this suspicion that she could scarce forbear expressing some little resentment of it. By reflecting that this ardent lover of Harriet's had not yet made any proposals of marriage, her good sense immediately suggested to her that such affected delays in a man who was absolutely independent and with a woman whose situation made it a point of delicacy to be early explicit on that head could only proceed from intentions which he had not yet dared to own. Chance had so ordered it that hitherto she had never seen Sir Charles Stanley. Whenever he came, she was either employed in the family affairs or engaged with her books, which it was no easy matter to make her quit. Besides, as she had no share in his visits, and as her sister never showed any inclination to introduce her to him, she thought it did not become her to intrude herself upon his acquaintance. Sir Charles, indeed, knowing that Mrs. Darnley had another daughter, used sometimes to inquire for her, but was neither surprised nor disappointed that she never made her appearance. Sophia, however, was determined to be in the way when he came next, that she might have an opportunity of observing his behavior to her sister, and fondly flattered herself that she should discover nothing to the disadvantage of a person whom her grateful heart had taught itself to love and esteem as their common benefactor. Sir Charles at the next visit found Sophia in the room with her sister. He instantly saw something in her looks and person which inspired him with more respect than he had been used to feel for Mrs. Darnley and Harriot, a dignity which she derived from innate virtue and an exalted understanding. Struck with the uncommon sensibility of her countenance, he began to consider her with an attention which greatly disgusted Harriet, who could not conceive that where she was present any other object was worthy notice. Sophia herself was a little disconcerted by the young baronet so earnestly gazing on her, and in order to divert his looks, opened a conversation in which her sister might bear a part. Then it was that without designing it, she displayed her whole power of charming, that flow of wit which was so natural to her, the elegant propriety of her language, the delicacy of her sentiments, the animated look which gave them new force and sent them directly to the heart, and the moving graces of the most harmonious voice in the world, were attractions which, though generally lost on fools, seldom fail of their effect on the heart of a man of sense. Sir Charles was wrapped in wonder and delight. He had no eyes, no ears before Sophia. He scarce perceived that Harriet was in the room. The insolent beauty, astonished at such unusual neglect, varied her attitude and her charms 1,000 different ways to draw his attention, but found all was to no purpose. Had she been capable of serious reflection, she might now have discovered what advantages her sister, though far inferior to her in beauty, gained over her. By the force of her understanding, she might now have seen how beauty is excelled by modest grace, and wisdom which alone is truly fair. But too ignorant to know her own wants, and too conceited to imagine she had any, she was strangely perplexed how to account for so sudden an alteration in Sir Charles. Her uneasiness, however, grew so great that she was not able to conceal it. She shifted her seat 2 or 3 times in a minute, bit her lips almost through, and frowned so intelligibly that Sophia, at last perceiving her agitation, suddenly recollected herself and quitted the room upon pretence of business. When she was gone, Harriet, drawing herself up and assuming a look which expressed her confidence in the irresistible power of her charms, seemed resolved to make her lover repent the little notice he had taken of her in this visit by playing off 1,000 scornful airs upon him. But she was more mortified than ever when, upon turning her eyes towards him, in full expectation of finding his fixed upon her, she saw them bent upon the ground, and such a pensiveness in his countenance as all her rigours could never yet occasion. She was considering what to say to him to draw him out of this reverie, when Sir Charles, on a sudden raising his eyes, turned them towards the door with a look of mingled anxiety and impatience, and then, as if disappointed, sighed and addressed some indifferent conversation to Harriet. The lady, now quite provoked, had recourse to an artifice which her shallow understanding suggested to her as an infallible method of awakening his tenderness, and this was to make him jealous. Without any preparation, therefore, she introduced the name of Lord L., a young nobleman who was just returned from his travels, and lavishing 1,000 encomiums upon his person and his elegant taste in dress, added, that he was the best bred man in the world, and had entertained her so agreeably one night at the play, when happening to come into a box where she was with a lady of her acquaintance, that they did not mind a word the player said, he was so diverting. Sir Charles coldly answered that Lord L. was a very pretty youth, and that he was intimately acquainted with him. "Oh, then," cried Harriet, with a great deal of affected joy, "I vow and protest you shall bring him to see me." "Indeed, you must excuse me, madam," said Sir Charles with some quickness. Harriet, concluding her stratagem had taken effect, was quite transported, and renewed her attacks, determined to make him suffer as much as possible. But the young baronet, whose thoughts were full of Sophia, and whose emotion at the request Harriet had made him was occasioned by fears very different from those she suspected, took no further notice of what she said, but interrupted her to ask how old her sister Sophia was. "I dare engage," replied Harriet. "You would never have supposed her to be younger than I am." The baronet smiled, and looking at his watch, seemed surprised that it was so late, and took his leave. Miss Darnley, following him to the door of the room, cried, "Remember, I lay my commands upon you to bring my Lord L to see me." Sir Charles answered her no otherwise than by a low bow, and she returned, delighted at the parting pang which she supposed she had given him. Vanity is extremely ingenious in procuring gratifications for itself. Harriet did not doubt but that she had tormented Sir Charles sufficiently, and it was the unshaken confidence which she had in the power of her charms that hindered her from discovering the true cause of the new disgust she had conceived for her sister. However, it was so great that she could scarcely speak to her civilly, or endure her in her sight. Yet she found an increase of pleasure in talking to her mother when she was present of the violent passion Sir Charles Stanley had for her, and in giving an exaggerated account of the professions he made her. Sophia did not listen to this sort of discourse with her usual complacence. Her mind became insensibly more disposed to suspect the sincerity of the baronet's passion for her sister. She grew pensive and melancholy, sought solitude more than ever, and loved reading less. This change, which her own innocence hid from herself, was quickly perceived by Mr. Herbert, who loved her with a parent's fondness, and thought nothing indifferent which concerned her. He took the occasion one day to mention Sir Charles Stanley to her, and asked her opinion of his person and understanding, keeping his eyes fixed upon her at the same time, which disconcerted her so much that she blushed, and though she commended him greatly, yet it was easy to discover that she forbore to say all the good she thought of him, for fear of saying too much. Mr. Herbert no longer doubted but this dangerous youth had made an impression on the innocent heart of Sophia, which was still ignorant of its own emotions. He had perceived for some time that Sir Charles had changed the object of his pursuits. His visits now were always short unless Sophia was in the way. He brought her all the new books and pamphlets that came out which were worth her reading. He adopted the purity and delicacy of her sentiments, declared himself always of the side she espoused. He talked of virtue like a man who loved and practiced it, and set all of his good qualities in the fairest light. He presented Harriet from time to time with fashionable trifles, and sent Sophia books enough to furnish out a little library, consisting of the best authors in English, French, and Italian, all elegantly bound with proper cases for their reception. He praised whatever she approved, and appeared to have great respect and consideration for Mr. Herbert, because he observed she loved and esteemed him. That faithful friend of the virtuous Sophia trembled for her danger, when he considered that by this artful management the baronet was strengthening himself every day in her good opinion, and seducing her affections under the appearance of meriting her friendship. Yet he did not think it proper to give her even a hint of her situation. A young maid has passed over the first bounds of reservedness who allows herself to think she is in love. Mr. Herbert would not familiarize her with so dangerous an idea. He knew her extreme modesty, her solid virtue. He was under no apprehensions that she would ever act unworthy of her character, but a heart so nicely sensible, so delicately tender as hers, he knew must suffer greatly from a disappointed passion, and this was what he wanted to prevent, not by wounding her delicacy with suggesting to her that she was in love, but by preserving her from the encroachments of that passion. He reminded her of the design she had formerly mentioned to him of entering into the service of a lady, and was rejoiced to find that she still continued her resolution. Harriet's natural insolence and ill temper, irritated by the change she now plainly saw in Sir Charles, made home so disagreeable to Sophia that she wished impatiently for an opportunity of providing for herself, that she might no longer live upon the bounty of her sister, who often insinuated that their mother's annuity was her gift. Mr. Herbert, who had other reasons besides those she urged, from freeing her from so uneasy a dependence, promised to be diligent in his inquiries for something that would suit her. Neither Mrs. Darnley nor Harriet opposed his design, which soon came to the knowledge of Sir Charles, who had bribed the servant of the family to give him intelligence of everything that passed in it. Impatient to prevent the execution of it, and tortured by the bare apprehension of Sophia's absence, he resolved to break through that constraint he had so long laid upon himself, and acquaint her with his passion. But it was not easy to find an opportunity of speaking to her alone. At length, having contrived to get Harriet engaged to a play, and prevailed upon a maiden kinswoman of his to invite Mrs. Darnley to a party of wits, he went to the house at his usual hour of visiting this little family, and found Sophia at home without any company. Not all the confidence he derived from his rank and fortune, his fine understanding, and those personal graces which gave him but too much merit in the eyes of many women, can hinder him from trembling at the thought of the declaration that he was about to make. As soon as he came into Sophia's presence, he was awed, disconcerted, and unable to speak. Such was the power of virtue, and such the force of a real passion. 2 or 3 times he resolved to begin, but when he looked upon Sophia and saw in her charming eyes that sparkling intelligence which displayed the treasures of the soul that animated them, when he observed the sweet severity of her modest countenance, the composed dignity of her behavior, he durst not own a passion which had views less pure than the perfect creature that inspired it. His conversation for near an hour was so confused, so disjointed, and interrupted by such frequent musings, that Sophia was amazed, and thought it so disagreeable and unlike what it used to be, that she was not sorry when he seemed disposed to put an end to his visit. Sir Charles indeed rose up to be gone, but with so deep a concern in his eyes as increased Sophia's perplexity. She attended him respectfully to the door of the room, when he suddenly turning back and taking her hand, "Do not hate me," said he, "nor think ill of me, if I tell you that I love and adore you." Sophia, in the utmost confusion at such a speech, disengaged her hand from his, and retiring a few steps back, bent her eyes on the ground, and continued silent. Sir Charles, emboldened by her confusion, made a tender and at the same time respectful declaration of the passion he had long felt for her. Sophia, not willing to hear him enlarge upon the subject, raised her eyes from the ground. Her cheeks were indeed overspread with blushes, but there was a grave composure in her looks that seemed a bad omen to Sir Charles. "I have hitherto flattered myself, sir," said she, "that you have entertained a favorable opinion of me. How happens it, then, that I see myself today exposed to your raillery?" The baronet was beginning 1,000 protestations, but Sophia stopped him short. "If your professions to me are sincere," said she, "what am I to think of those you made to my sister?" Sir Charles expected this retort, and was the less perplexed by it, as he needed only to follow the dictates of truth to form such an answer as proper was to be given. "I acknowledge," said he, "that I admired your sister, and her beauty made as strong an impression upon me as mere beauty can make upon a man who has a taste for higher excellencies. I sought Miss Darnley's acquaintance. I was so happy as to do her some little service. I wished to find her in those qualities that were necessary to fix my heart. Pardon my freedom, Miss Sophia. The occasion to speak requires that I should speak freely. Miss Darnley, upon a nearer acquaintance, did not answer the idea I had formed to myself of a woman who I can love for life, and the professions I made her, as you are pleased to call them, were no more than expressions of gallantry, a sort of homage which beauty, even when it does not touch the heart, exacts from the tongue. My heart was not so easy a conquest. Tell me not of raillery, when I declare that none but yourself was ever capable of inspiring me with real passion." The arrival of Mr. Herbert proved the grateful interruption to Sophia, in whose innocent breast the tenderness and apparent sincerity of this declaration raised emotions which she knew not how to disguise. Sir Charles, though grieved at this unseasonable visit, yet withdrew, not wholly despairing of success. He had heedfully observed the changes in Sophia's face while he was speaking, and thought he had reason to hope that he was not indifferent to her. Loving her as he did with excessive tenderness, what pure and unmixed satisfaction would this thought have given him, had he not been conscious that his designs were unworthy of her? The secret upbraidings of his conscience disquieted him amidst all his flattering hopes of success. But custom, prejudice, the insolence of fortune, and the force of example all conspired to suppress the pleadings of honor and justice in favor of the amiable Sophia, and fixed him in the barbarous resolution of attempting to corrupt that virtue which made her so worthy of his love. Mr. Herbert, having, as has been already mentioned, interrupted the conversation between Sir Charles and Sophia, was not surprised at the young baronet's abrupt departure, as he seemed preparing to go when he came in. But upon looking at Sophia, he perceived so many signs of confusion and perplexity in her countenance, that he did not doubt but the discourse which his entrance had put an end to was a very interesting one. He waited a moment in expectation that she would open herself to him, but finding that she continued silent and abashed, he gently took her hand, and looking tenderly upon her, "Tell me, my child," said he, "has not something extraordinary happened, which occasions this confusion I see you in?" "Sir Charles has indeed been talking to me," replied Sophia, blushing, "in a very extraordinary manner, and such as I little expected." Mr. Herbert pressed her to explain herself, and she gave him an exact account of Sir Charles's discourse to her, without losing a word, so faithful had her memory been to all he said. Mr. Herbert listened to her attentively, and found something so like candor and sincerity in the baronet's declaration, that he could not help being pleased with it, He had never indeed judged favorably of his views upon Harriot, but here the case was very different. Harriet's ignorance, vanity, and eager desire of being admired exposed her to the attacks of libertinism, and excited presumptuous hopes. Sophia's good sense, modesty, and virtue placed her out of the reach of temptation. No one can think it surprising that a man of sense should make the fortune of a woman who would do honor to his choice, and where there was such exalted merit as in Sophia, overlook the disparity of circumstances. But justly it might be called infatuation and folly, to raise to rank and affluence a woman of Harriet's despicable turn, to make a companion for life of a handsome idiot, who thought the highest excellencies of the female character were to know how to dress, to dance, to sing, to flutter in a drawing room, or coquette at a play, who mistook pertness for wit, confidence for knowledge, and insolence for dignity. While he was revolving these thoughts in his mind, Sophia looked earnestly at him, pleased to observe that what the baronet had said seemed worthy his consideration. Mr. Herbert, who read in her looks that she wished to have this advice on this occasion, but would not ask it, lest she should seem to lay any stress upon Sir Charles's declaration, told her it was very possible the baronet was sincere in what he had said to her, that his manner of accounting for his quitting her sister was both sensible and candid, that she ought not to be surprised at the preference he gave her over Miss Darnley, since she deserved it by the care she had taken to improve her mind, and to acquire qualities which might procure her the esteem of all wise and virtuous persons. He warned her, however, not to trust too much to favorable appearances, nor to suffer her inclinations to be so far engaged by the agreeable person and specious behavior of Sir Charles Stanley, as to find it painful to renounce him, if he should hereafter show himself unworthy of her good opinion. He advised her, when he talked to her in the same strain again, to refer him to her mother and to him for an answer, and told her that he would save her the confusion and perplexity of acquainting her mother and sister with what had happened, by taking that task upon himself. You will no doubt, added he, be exposed to some sallies of ill temper from Miss Darnley, for robbing her of a lover, for envy is more irreconcilable than hatred, but let not your sensibilities suffer much on her account. If you deprive her of a lover, you do not deprive her of one she loves. She is too vain, too volatile, and too greedy of general admiration to be affected with the loss of Sir Charles, any farther than as her pride is wounded by it. And one would imagine she had foreseen this desertion by the pains she has taken about a new conquest lately. Mr. Herbert was going on, when Mrs. Darnley knocked at the door. Sophia, in extreme agitation, begged him to say nothing concerning Sir Charles that evening. He promised her he would not, and they all three conversed upon indifferent things, till Harriet returned from the play. Mr. Herbert then took leave of them, after inviting himself to breakfast the next morning, which threw Sophia into such terror and confusion that she retired hastily to her own room, to conceal her disorder. Mr. Herbert came the next morning, according to his promise, and Sophia, all trembling with her apprehensions, retired immediately after breakfast. He entered upon the business that had brought him thither, but sensible that what he had to say would prove extremely mortifying to Miss Harriet, he thought it not amiss to sweeten the bitter pill he was preparing for her, by sacrificing a little flattery to her pride. You fine ladies, said he, addressing himself to her with a smile, are never weary of extending your conquests, but you use your power with so much tyranny that it is not surprising some of your slaves should assume courage at last to break your chains. Do you know, my pretty cousin, that you have lost Sir Charles Stanley, and that he has offered that heart which you no doubt have despised to your sister Sophia? Miss Darnley, who had bridled up at the beginning of this speech, lost all her assumed dignity towards the end of it. Her face grew pale and red by turns. She fixed her eyes on the ground, her bosom heaved with the violence of her agitations, and tears in spite of her were ready to force their way. Sir Charles had indeed for a long time discontinued his addresses to her, and had suffered his inclination for her sister to appear plainly enough, but still her vanity suggested to her that this might be all a feint, and acted only with a view to alarm her fears, and oblige her to sacrifice all her other admirers to him. What Mr. Herbert had said, therefore, struck her at first with astonishment and grief, but solicitous to maintain the fancied superiority of her character, she endeavored to repress her emotions, and taking the hint which he had designedly thrown out to her to save her confusion. Sir Charles has acted very wisely, said she, putting on a scornful look, to quit me who always despised him, for one who has been so little used to have lovers that she will be ready to run mad with joy at the thought of such a conquest. But after all, she has only my leavings. Mr. Herbert, though a little shocked at the grossness of her language, replied gravely, However that may be, miss, it is certain that he has made a very open and to all appearance sincere declaration of love to Miss Sophia, who, not knowing how to mention this affair to her mother herself, commissioned me to acquaint her with it, that she may have her directions how to behave to Sir Charles and what to say to him. One would have imagined, interrupted Miss Darling eagerly, that she who sets up for so much wit and reads so many books might have known what to say to him. Pray, miss, said Mr. Herbert, what would you have had her say to Sir Charles? Why, truly, replied she, I thought she ought to have told him that he was very impertinent and have shown him the door. Sure, Harriet, said Mrs. Darnley, who had been silent all this time, you forget that Sir Charles is our benefactor, and I am obliged to him for all the little support I have. It is not likely I should forget it, retorted Miss Darnley, since I am the person who am most obliged to him for what he has done. If I mistake not, it was upon my account that he interested himself in our affairs. Well, well, Harriet, replied Mrs. Darnley, I have been told this often enough, but why should you be angry at this prospect of your sister's advancement? I angry at her advancement, madam? Exclaimed Miss Harriet. Not I, really. I wish the girl was provided for by a suitable match with all my heart. But as for Sir Charles, I would not have her set her foolish heart upon him. He is only laughing at her. It may be so, said Mr. Herbert, though I think Miss Sophia the last woman in the world whom a man should choose to laugh at. However, this affair is worth a little consideration. Miss Sophia, madam, pursued he, addressing him to Mrs. Darnley, intends to refer Sir Charles entirely to you. You will be the best judge whether the passion he professes is sincere, and his intentions honorable. And I can answer for my young cousin that she will be wholly governed by your advice, since it is impossible that you can give her any but what is most advantageous to her honor and happiness. Harriet, no longer able to suppress her rage and envy, was thrown so far off her guard as to burst into tears. I cannot bear to be thus insulted, cried she, and I declare if Sir Charles is permitted to go on with his foolery with that vain girl, I will quit this house. Was there anyone so unreasonable as you are, miss? Said Mr. Herbert. Have you not owned that you despise Sir Charles, and if your sister is a vain girl, will she not be sufficiently mortified by accepting your leavings, as you said just now? I am speaking to my mother, sir, replied Harriet with a contemptuous frown. Depend upon it, madam, pursued she, that I will not stay to be sacrificed to Mr. Herbert's favourite. Either she shall forbid to give Sir Charles any encouragement, who after all is only laughing at her, or I will leave this house. Saying this, she flung out of the room, leaving her mother divided between anger and grief, and Mr. Herbert motionless with astonishment. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. A Song in Philander. A dramatic pastoral. Set by Mr. Oswald. Think of what the hapless virgin proves, who loves in vain, yet fondly loves, while modesty and female pride the slighted passion seek to hide. 2. For oh, in vain the sighs repressed, that struggling heaves her anxious breast. In vain the falling tears withheld, the conscious wish in vain repelled. 3. Her faded cheeks and air forlorn, coarse jests invite and cruel scorn. To hopeless love she falls a prey, and wastes in silent grief away. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. On reading a poem written by a lady of quality, afraid to be pleased and with envy half fired, still wishing to blame while by force I admired, new beauties appearing as farther I read, at last in a rage to Apollo I said, O thou whom the lean tribe of authors adore, and proud of thy gifts, are content to be poor. Say, why must a peerless thus put in her claim for the poet's poor airy inheritance fame? Needs that brow with a coronet circles be bound, with the wreath that your glorious starved favorites have crowned. Why should she who at ease in gilt chariots may ride, our tired Pegasus mount and so skilfully guide? With Gallia's rich vintage her thirst she may slake, then why such large draughts from our Helicon take? And blessed here with cornfields and meadows and pastures, has she need of grants in the realm of Parnassus? Thus I nor to answer Apollo disdained, my Stella from fortune those trifles obtained. In wit I decreed her supremely to shine, when were titles and riches supposed gifts of mine? But your clamors to stop and your anger to tame, she shall smile on your works, and her praise shall be fame. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. An Ode. 1. How long from thy enchanting sway shall I my freedom, love, maintain? The young, the beauteous, and the gay still spread the pleasing snare in vain. 2. The studied air, the borrowed grace, all affectations' numerous wiles, send blunted darts from every face, concealed in blushes, sighs, and smiles. 3. For these my heart feels no alarms, whose honest wish is but to prove the genuine force of artless charms, the soft simplicity of love. 4. The heaving bosoms fall and rise, compassion only should display. The glance that can my soul surprise, to wit must owe the pointed ray. 5. The smile that would my soul inflame, good nature only must bestow. Sweet modesty, ingenious shame, must give the kindly cheek to glow. 6. Mere outward charms the mind delude to own a short compulsive reign. By wit and virtue when subdued, she forges for herself her chain. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. To Death, an Irregular Ode. 1. O Death, thou gentle end of human pain, why is thy stroke so long delayed? Why, to a wretch who breathes but to complain, dost thou refuse thy welcome aid? Still wilt thou fly the plaintive voice of woe, and where thou art dreaded, only aim the blow? 2. Oh, leave, fantastic tyrant, leave, the young, the gay, the happy, and the free, on them bestow a short reprieve, and bend thy fatal shafts at me. The beauteous bride or blooming heir, let thy resistless power spare, and aim at this grief-wounded heart that springs half-way to meet the welcome dart. 3. Still must I view with streaming eyes another and another morn arise? Are my days lengthened to prolong my pain? Do grief and sickness waste this frame in vain? A finished wretch, ere youth has ceased to bloom, by early sorrow ripened for the tomb. End of section 9. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2023.
Section 10 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by M.A. Henson. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. Section 10. The History of the Duchess of Beaufort. It has been asserted by the enemies of our sex that it is the fear of shame which keeps many women virtuous. Had those detractors lived in an age when vice ceased to incur blame in proportion as it appeared in splendor, when riches procured guilt the distinction due to virtue, and indigence drew on virtue the contempt merited by guilt, when licentiousness of conduct was the road to grandeur, and every courtesan expected to be a peerless, they would be forced to confess that she who in such corrupt times preserved a purity of manners was virtuous upon principle, since shame was no longer to be dreaded as the attendant on vice. To such of my fair readers as love virtue for her own sake, I present the history of the Duchess of Beaufort, mistress to Henry IV of France. Here they will see grandeur, purchased by crimes and possessed with anxiety. Schemes of ambition carried far into futurity, suddenly defeated by an immature and horrible death. And hence they may learn to rejoice in that innocence which is at once their merit and their reward. The armors of Henry the Great have been recorded by many writers, who, although they indeed abound with facts, yet are they adorned and embellished with so many circumstances as have the appearance of being imaginary, that the whole seems either a tale invented to amuse than a real and interesting narrative. To avoid being misled by those lively authors, I shall extract the history of the Duchess of Beaufort solely from the memoirs of the Duc de Sully, Prime Minister to Henry the Great, one of the wisest and most virtuous men of his age, and the reader will have the pleasure to see many passages in the words of that admirable writer. Gabriella d'Etrelles, afterwards so famous under the name of Duchess of Beaufort, was descended from an ancient family in Picardy, to which the honorable post of Grand Master of the Artillery had been in a manner hereditary. This young lady was so exquisitely beautiful that she obtained the surname of Fair, to express the preeminence of her charms over all those of her sex and time. Henry IV, who was born a hero, and who at the most early age was called by fortune to the exertion of those qualities which so deservedly procured him the epithet of great, had also the weakness of heroes, that alloy in his character, otherwise so truly noble, which serves to show us that nothing is perfect here below. Glory was not more his passion than love, and if on certain occasions he was capable of sacrificing his tenderness to his fame, on others he made no scruple to hazard his fame to gratify his tenderness. At the time that Henry fell in love with Mademoiselle d'Etrelles, he was at war with his own subjects. Rebellion, sanctified by the name of religion, had given rise to the League, in which all the princes and great men of France were engaged. The design of his formidable party was to exclude him from the succession on account of his being a Protestant, and Henry III, his immediate predecessor, lost his life by the hands of an assassin for maintaining the rights of his injured kinsman. Henry, when fighting for a kingdom, found love a stranger passion than ambition. An accidental sight of Mademoiselle d'Etrelles inspired him with so violent a passion for her that he often risked his crown, his honor, and his life for the satisfaction of talking to her a few moments. Once in particular, when he was in a manner besieged in his camp by the Duke of Parma, he disguised himself in the habit of a peasant and passed through the enemy's guards to make her a short visit. It is not certain whether the fair Gabriella repaid this excessive tenderness with equal sincerity. In such attachments, few women separate the lover from the king. Mademoiselle Détresse had not understanding enough to be capable of the refinements of a delicate passion. She was interested, vain, and ambitious. She raised her hopes to the throne, and not only practiced upon the weakness of Henry for this purpose, but formed cabals and intrigues to secure the success of her designs, which would in all probability have reduced her royal lover once more to the condition of an exile. Yet she had the address to persuade him that she really loved him, or rather, this thought was so necessary to his happiness that he assisted the crafty mistress in deceiving himself. The Duc de Selwyn mentions a sum of money which she lent the king in his distresses. How great those distresses were, the reader may conceive by the humorous representation which Henry himself gave of them in the following billet to the Duke of Selwyn. I am very near my enemies, and scarcely a horse to carry me into the battle, nor a complete suit of armor to put on. My shirts are all ragged, my doublets out an elbow, my kettle is seldom on the fire, and these 2 last days I have been obliged to dine where I could, for my purveyors have informed me that they have not wherewithal to furnish my table. The king's passion for Mademoiselle Détresse was at first so far discountenanced by her parents that they kept her in a severe confinement, and although Henry, in his impatience to be with her, would sometimes neglect to reap the fruits of a dear-bought victory, and quitting the pursuit of the enemy, turn aside to the road that led to her house, yet a distant sight of her was all he could obtain. Monsieur Détresse, supposing his daughter would be more secure from the king's attempts when she was married, peremptorily insisted upon her giving her hand to Nicholas d'Amerval, Lord of Liancourt. Gabriella continued obstinate in her disobedience, till the king, who had made sure of Monsieur de Liancourt, sent her word to comply, as the only means of freeing herself from her present restraint. It was certainly no proof of Henry's understanding, though a great one of that blind passion which transisted over his heart, that he so securely relied upon the honor of a man who, to serve his designs, could consent to be a nominal husband, and upon the fidelity of a woman who entered into the most solemn engagement with a fixed purpose to break through it. However, an accident happened which awakened his suspicions. It is thus related by the Duc de Sully. His Majesty, having sent Alibor, his first physician, to visit Madame de Liancourt, who was indisposed, this was in the beginning of his addresses to that lady. At his return he told the king that she was indeed a little disordered, but that he need not be uneasy, for the consequence would be very good. But will you not bleed and purge her? Said the king to him. I shall be very careful of doing that, replied the old man, with the same simplicity, before she has gone half her time. How? Interrupted the king, astonished and disordered to the last degree. What is it you say, friend? Surely you rave, and are not in your right senses. Alibor supported his assertion with good proofs, which the king thought he should destroy, by telling him upon what terms he was with the lady. I know not what you have done, or what you have not done, replied the old physician with great composure, and for a complete proof referred him to 6 or 7 months from that time. The king quitted Alibor in great rage, and went immediately to reproach the sick fair one, who, no doubt, knew well enough how to new dress all the good man had ignorantly said, for it was not perceived that any misunderstanding happened between the king and his mistress. It is certain, however, that the event was exactly conformable to Alibor's prediction, but it was thought that Henry, after a more strict examination, was brought to believe that he had been mistaken in his reckoning, since, instead of disowning the child that Mademoiselle de Liancourt lay in of at Cauchy during the siege of Leon, he acknowledged it openly, and had it baptized by the name of Caesar. Gabriella found it no difficult matter to persuade the king that she loved him alone. She affected the tender solicitude of a wife for his person and safety when he left her to put himself at the head of his army. Tears, swoonings, and passionate complaints expressed her strong apprehensions of his danger. She continued to lend him money in his exigencies, and we find in Sully's memoirs an order to him from the king to repay Madame de Liancourt 4,000 crowns he had borrowed from her. It may easily be imagined that Henry was reduced to great straits when he consented to receive this assistance from his mistress. Henry, while the affairs of his kingdom were still in the utmost confusion, and while several of the chiefs of the League were in arms against him, some of whom he was endeavoring to bring over to his party by negotiations, and reducing others by force, found leisure for the soft anxieties of love. He was in Picardy, where, finding himself unable to support the absence of Madame de Liancourt, he wrote to his faithful friend the Duke of Sully, then Marquis of Rosny, to conduct that lady to him. In this journey, the fair Gabriella was in imminent danger of her life. The Duke of Sully gives a particular account of it, which I shall transcribe for the sake of the observation he makes at the end of it. At Montbuisson, I met Madame de Liancourt, with whom I took the road to Clermont. I rode 700 or 800 paces before the litter in which this lady was, and which she followed at some distance by a great unwieldy coach that carried her women. Before and behind this coach marched several mules loaded with baggage. About a league from Clermont, where the road was very narrow, a steep hill on one side and a hanging valley on the other, leaving only room enough for 2 carriages to go abreast, the coachman, alighting on some occasion or other, one of the mules passing near the side of the coach after it stopped, by its neighing and the sound of its bells, so terrified the horses, which unfortunately were young and skittish, that, taking the bit between their teeth, they drew the coach with sudden rapidity that, meeting with 2 other mules, they overturned them in their course. The women within, seeing 1,000 abysses opened under their feet, apprehended their danger, and sent forth most lamentable cries. The coachman and muleteers endeavored in vain to stop the horses. They were already within 50 paces of the litter when Madame Liancourt, alarmed by the noise, looked out and screamed aloud. I also turned back, and, trembling at the danger in which I saw this lady and her attendants, without being able to assist them on account of the distance I was at. "Ah, friend," said I to Lafont, "the women will be dashed in pieces. What will become of us? And what will the king say?" While I was thus speaking, I pushed my horse forward with all my strength, but this was useless, and I should have arrived too late. By one of those lucky chances, and which almost amount to a miracle, when the danger was greatest, the axle tree of the litter wheels coming out of the nave by a violent shock which broke the pegs, the 2 wheels fell on each side, and the coach to the ground, and there stopped. One of the hindmost horses was thrown down by the shock, and kept in the other. The 4 horses broke their traces, and passed so close to the litter, which was already at the extremity of the precipice, that it is plain if they had drawn the coach along with it, it would have been thrown over it. I stopped them, and gave them to my domestics to hold, after which I flew to retrieve Madame de Liancourt, who was half dead with fear. I went next to the coach and assisted the women to get out of it. They were for having the coachman hanged, and I was complacent enough to give him 2 or 3 strokes with my cane. At length, their terrors being entirely dissipated and the carriage refitted, we resumed our journey. Until we arrived at Claremont, I continued to ride close to Madame de Liancourt's litter. The king had set out for this place to meet his mistress, and arrived there a quarter of an hour after us. I did not fail to inform him immediately of what had happened, and while I was relating this adventure, I observed him attentively, and saw him grow pale and tremble. By these emotions, which I never saw in him in the greatest dangers, it was easy to guess the violence of his passion for this lady. In the year 1596, the king created his mistress Monarchess of Monceau. His passion for her increased to such a degree that he suffered no one to be ignorant of it. He passed through Paris with this lady by his side, and by the tenderness which he took pleasure to show her in public, he seemed to invite the adorations of his courtiers to this idol, who made her influence be universally felt. Gabriella, under the appearance of a disinterested love for the king's person, concealed a boundless ambition, which made her not scruple to sacrifice the honor of her royal lover to any prospect of aggrandizing herself. She contracted her son Caesar, whom she had by the king, to the opulent heiress of the house of Monsieur. The Duke of Monsieur, who was then in arms against his sovereign, found himself by this alliance restored to his favor, without suffering the least diminution of his honors and estates. And Henry, anxious only to please his mistress, condescended to treat upon almost equal terms with a rebel subject, whom he had it in his power to crush at a blow. The Duke of Sully did not fail to make very lively remonstrances to his master upon this occasion, but the whole affair was concluded before he had been made acquainted with it. The ceremony of the contract was performed at Angers, with the same magnificence as if the little Caesar had been a son of France born in marriage. He was then but 4 years old, and his betrothed wife but 6. The birth of a second son drew from the king an increase of tenderness and honors. Gabriella now quitted the title of Monarchess of Monceau for that of Duchess of Beaufort, as she had for a long time set no bounds to her ambition. She aspired at nothing less than being declared Queen of France. And Henry's passion for her, which increased every day, gave her hopes of accomplishing her designs. When she was informed that the king's agents at Rome were commissioned to solicit the dissolution of his marriage with Margaret of Valois, and that his majesty was upon the point of sending the Duke of Luxembourg to that court with the title of ambassador to hasten the conclusion of it, she looked upon this to be a favorable opportunity. But apprehensive that those agents and the new ambassador would not enter into her views, she resolved to get Sillery, then Minister of State, and who was already deep in her interests, to be nominated for this embassy. As she knew well what was most likely to tempt him, she promised him the seals at his return from Rome, and the post of Chancellor when it became vacant. At this, Prince Sillery engaged with all the oaths she exacted of him to neglect nothing that might prevail upon the Pope to legitimate the 2 children which she had by Henry, and to dissolve his marriage with Margaret. This first step taken, few obstacles remained to hinder her advancement to the throne. She easily found reasons to make the king approve of the ambassador she had chosen. The Duke of Luxembourg was only suffered to set out, to be recalled as soon as Sillery should be in a condition to take his place. The Duchess asserted herself in preparing his equipages and prevailed upon the king to give the necessary orders for Sillery's appearance with all the pomp and magnificence by which the success of his negotiation might be secured. To prepare the French at the same time for the change which she meditated for her children, she prevailed upon the king, who had no less tenderness for them than the mother, to let the ceremony of her second son's baptism be performed at Saint Germain, where the king then was, with the same magnificence and honors which in this ceremony are only observed to the children of France. Although I could pardon this lady, says the Duke of Sully, for an intoxication in which she was kept by the servile respect the courtiers expressed for the children, and the adorations they offered to herself, yet I could not have the same indulgence for Henry, who was so far from taking any measures to undeceive her with regard to the extravagant hopes she had entertained, that he gave orders for the baptism of this child with a readiness that showed how agreeable the request was to him. I declared my sentiments, pursues the Duke, of this conduct with great freedom. I endeavored publicly to oppose the inferences which the courtiers would make from it in favor of these children's pretensions to the crown. The king himself, when the ceremony was over, became sensible that his orders had been exceeded, and this I had no difficulty to believe. The child was named Alexander, as the eldest had been Caesar, and the court flatterers, by a kind of second baptism, gave him the title of Monsieur, which in France no one is permitted to bear but the king's only brother, or the presumptive heir to the crown. The mistress did not stop here. She began to assume all the airs of a queen, not indeed so much of her own accord, for I think she knew herself well enough not to have ventured on any such notion, but driven on to take that step by the continual solicitations of her creatures and relation. Madame de Sourdis, Chevernet, and Fresnay seconded her so well on their parts that it became insensibly the public talk of the court that the king was going to marry his mistress, and that it was for this purpose he was soliciting his divorce at Rome. I was shocked at a report so injurious to the glory of this prince. I went to him and made him sensible of the consequence of it. He appeared to me affected and even piqued at it. His first care was to justify Madame de Beaufort, who, he positively assured me, had not contributed to the report, for which all the proof he had was that she had told him so. He threw the whole blame upon Madame de Sourdis and Fresnay, to whom he showed that he was capable of pardoning a conduct so little respectful to him, since although he was assured they were guilty, he gave them not the slightest reprimand. One circumstance added great weight to the steps I took in this affair, both in public and private. Queen Margaret, with whom the affair of the approaching dissolution of her marriage obliged me to keep a correspondence by letters, was the last who heard of what was said and done at court with regard to Madame de Beaufort's pretensions. And soon as she was informed of them, she wrote to me, and gave me to understand that she had not changed her mind concerning a separation from the king, but that she was so much offended at their intending to give the place she resigned to a woman so infamous as the Duchess was, by her commerce with the king, that although she had at first given her consent, without annexing any conditions to it, she was now determined to insist upon the exclusion of this woman, and no treatment whatever should oblige her to alter her resolution. I showed this letter to the king, who, judging by it how much his marriage with his mistress would irritate the best of his subjects against him, began, in reality, to change his sentiments and conduct. I was of opinion that if Madame de Beaufort was acquainted with the contents of this letter, it might probably produce the same effects upon her. I would not take this trouble upon myself, being unwilling to meet the insolence and rage of a woman who looked upon me as a stumbling block in the way of her advancement. But I communicated the letter to Chiverny and Fresna, who immediately informed Madame de Sourdis of it, and she almost in the same moment the Duchess of Beaufort. But this lady's counselors were not so easily alarmed. They were very sensible that the step they had undertaken to prevail upon the king would not fail of meeting with many difficulties, and they had settled their behavior upon each. The result of their deliberations had been to hasten, as much as possible, the conclusion of the affair, persuading themselves that when it was once over, they might give it a color that should make it excusable, or at worst, matters might be composed after a little talk, as always happens when things are without remedy. They knew well the disposition of the French nation, especially the courtiers, whose first law it is to be always of the same mind with the sovereign, and whose strongest passion the desire of pleasing him. In a word, they thought themselves secure of everything, provided the king himself did not fail them. Fresna, having drawn upon the warrant for the payment of the heralds, trumpeters, and other officers of the crown who had attended at the ceremony of this baptism, it was brought to me as well as the rest of the councillors that I might give my order for this discharge. As soon as I cast my eyes upon this writing, a tender concern for the king's honor made me look upon it as a lasting witness of his weakness, which was going to be handed down to posterity. I hesitated not a moment to return it, and caused another to be drawn up in terms more proper. The titles of Monsieur, son of France, and all that could give any notion of that kind were suppressed, and consequently the household fees were reduced to the ordinary sum, with which they were highly dissatisfied. They did not fail to renew their efforts, and in their discontent quoted Monsieur de Fresna and the law by which their claims were regulated. At first I restrained myself before these people, whose bad intentions I was not ignorant of, but growing impatient at last, I could not help saying to them with some indignation, "Go, go, I will do nothing in it. Learn that there are no sons of France." This firmness in Sully was the occasion of a quarrel between the king and the fair Gabriella. The Duke relates it at large in his memoirs, and the whole passage being extremely curious, I shall give my readers the pleasure of seeing it here. The Duke continues thus: "No sooner had these words escaped me, than, suspecting that a troublesome affair would be made of it, to prevent it, I went immediately to His Majesty, who was walking with the Duc d'Epernon in the palace of Saint Germain. I showed him the warrant Fresna had drawn up, telling him that if it was allowed, there needed no more but to declare himself married to the Duchess of Beaufort. 'This is Fresna's malice,' said the king, after he had read it, 'but I shall take care to prevent it.' Then commanding me to tear the paper, he turned to 3 or 4 lords of the court who were nearest him. 'How malignant are these people,' said he aloud, 'and what difficulties do they throw in the way of those who serve me with fidelity?' They brought a warrant to Monsieur de Rosny with a design to make him offend me if he passed it, or my mistress if he refused it. In the state of affairs then these words were far from being indifferent. They gave the courtiers, who had smiled at my simplicity, to understand that they might possibly be deceived themselves, and that the supposed marriage was not so near as they had imagined. The king, continuing to converse with me apart, told me that he did not doubt but that Madame de Beaufort was greatly enraged against me, and advised me to go to her and endeavor by solid reasons to give her satisfaction. 'If that will not do,' added he, 'I will speak to her as her master.' I went directly to the Duchess' apartment, which was in the cloister of Saint Germain. I knew not what notion she conceived of a visit, which she found I began with a sort of explanation. She did not allow me to go on, the rage with which she was animated not permitting her to observe any measures. She interrupted me with the reproach that I had imposed on the king, and made him believe that was black was white. "'Tis well, madam," said I, interrupting her in my turn, but with great calmness. "Since you think fit to talk in this manner, I shall take my leave. But I shall not, however, neglect to do my duty, saying this." I left her, not being willing to hear more, that I might not be tempted to say anything severer. I put the king in a very ill humor with his mistress, when I repeated to him what she said. "Come along with me," said the king, with an emotion that pleased me greatly, "and I will let you see that women do not wholly possess me." His coach, not being ready soon enough for his impatience, His Majesty got into mine, and as we drove to the Duchess' lodgings, he told me that he would never have cause to reproach himself, that through his complaisance for a woman, he had banished or even disgusted servants who, like me, were only solicitous for his glory and interest. Madame de Beaufort, upon my leaving her apartment so hastily, had expected to see the king soon after, and during that time had taken sufficient pains to adorn her person, believing, like me, that the victory which one or other of us was to gain would be the happy or miserable presage of her fortune. As soon as she was informed of the king's arrival, she came as far as the door of the first hall to receive him. Henry, without saluting her, or showing any part of his usual tenderness, "Let us go, madam," said he, "to your chamber, and suffer no one to enter but yourself, Rosny, and me, for I want to talk to you both, and make you live together upon friendly terms." Then, ordering the door to be shut, and that no one should be suffered to remain in the chamber, wardrobe, or closet, he took her hand, holding one of mine at the same time, and with an air that she had good reason to be surprised at, told her that the true motive which had determined him to attach himself to her was the gentleness he had observed in her disposition, but that her conduct for some time past had convinced him that what he had believed to be real was only dissembled, and that she had deceived him. He reproached her with the bad counsels she had listened to, and the very considerable faults they had occasioned. He loaded me with praises to show the Duchess, by the difference of our proceedings, that I only had a true affection for his person. He commanded her to subdue her aversion for me so far as to be able to regulate her conduct by my advice, since she might depend upon it, his passion for her should never induce him to banish me from his presence. Madame de Beaufort began her answer with sighs and tears. She affected a tender and submissive air. She would have kissed the hand of Henry, omitting no artifice which she thought capable of melting his heart. It was not till she had played over all these little arts that she began to speak, which she did by complaining that, instead of those returns she might have expected from a prince to whom she had given her heart, she saw herself sacrificed to one of his grooms. She recapitulated all that I had done against her children in order to awake His Majesty's resentment against me. Then, feigning to sink under the violence of her grief and despair, she let herself fall upon a couch, where she protested she was determined to die, not being able to endure life after so cruel an affront. The attack was a little strong. Henry did not expect it. I observed him heedfully and saw his countenance change, but recovering himself immediately, that his mistress might not perceive it, he continued to tell her in the same tone that she might spare herself the trouble of having recourse to so many artifices on so slight an occasion. Sensibly affected at this reproach, she redoubled her tears, crying that she plainly perceived she was abandoned, and that doubtless it was to argument her shame and my triumph that the king had resolved to make me a witness of the severest behavior that ever was shown to a woman. This thought seemed to plunge her into a real despair. "By heaven, madam," said the king, losing patience, "this is too much. I know to what all this artifice tends. You want to prevail upon me to banish a servant whose assistance I cannot be without. I declare to you, if I was reduced to the necessity of choosing to lose one or the other, I would rather part with 10 mistresses like you than one servant such as him." He did not forget the term of groom which she had made use of, and was still more offended that she had applied it to a man whose family had the honor of being allied to his own. After this harsh speech, the king quitted the Duchess suddenly, and was going out of her apartment without seeming to be moved at the condition he left her in, probably because he knew her well enough to be sensible that all this violence of grief was affectation and grimace. As for me, I was so far deceived by it as to be greatly concerned for her, and was not drawn out of this error till Madame de Beaufort, perceiving the king was going to leave her so much offended that she had reason to apprehend he would never return again, changed her behavior in an instant, ran to stop him, and threw herself at his feet, no longer to impose upon his tenderness, but to soothe him to a forgetfulness of her fault. She began by apologizing for her past conduct, assumed an air of gentleness and complacency, and vowed she never had, nor ever would have, any will but his. Never was there a charge of scene more sudden. I now saw a woman perfectly agreeable, easy, and compliant, who acted towards me as if all that had just passed had been a dream, and we separated very good friends. The Duchess of Beaufort, however, still entertained hopes of being Queen of France. She employed every artifice which her own cunning and the more subtle policy of her relations suggested to her to secure the success of her designs. The king having recovered from a dangerous fit of illness, she engaged his first physician, who was absolutely devoted to her, to persuade him that he could have no more children. She had practiced so successfully upon some of his ministers of state that they made no scruple to advise Henry to secure the succession by marrying the Duchess, and legitimating the eldest of the children which he had by her. That the king was but too well disposed to admit this counsel appears by the following conversation which he had with the Duke of Sully, who of all his ministers was the only one that had courage and resolution enough to oppose a design so injurious to his honor. The king, says the Duke of Sully, at certain intervals appeared so pensive and reserved that it was not difficult to guess some secret uneasiness preyed upon his mind. And I was the more convinced of it when his Majesty, who often diverted himself with hunting, ordered me twice to follow him apart, that he might have an opportunity of conversing with me alone. Yet when I did, he was silent. I then remembered that the same thing had happened at Saint Germain and Angers, and I concluded that he had a design in view, which he had some difficulty to disclose to me. Knowing with what freedom I sometimes opposed his opinions, but what this design was I could not guess. Returning from a visit to the Duke of Bouillon, his Majesty, being at the foot of the staircase, saw me as I entered the court, and, calling me, made me go with him into the garden, which was extremely large and beautiful. Holding my hand with his finger between mine as usual, then ordered the door to be shut, and that no person should be allowed to enter. This prelude made me expect to hear a secret of great consequence. Henry did not enter upon it immediately, but, as if he had not sufficient resolution to explain himself, began to tell me what had just happened between him and the Duke of Bouillon. This conversation was followed by news relating to the negotiations of Vervins, and led him insensibly to reflect upon the advantages France would receive from a peaceable government. One circumstance the king said gave him great uneasiness, which was that not having children by the queen, his wife, it would answer no purpose to be at so much trouble to procure peace and tranquility to his kingdom, since, after his death, it must necessarily fall into its former calamities. By the disputes that would arise between the Prince of Condé and the other princes of the blood concerning the succession to the crown, His Majesty confessed to me that this was his motive for desiring with such ardor to leave sons behind him. Unless his marriage with the Princess Margaret could be dissolved, it was not possible for him to be absolutely happy. But the informations he received from the Archbishop of Urban, Mess du Perron d'Ossat, and de Marquemont, his disputes at Rome of the Pope's favorable dispositions in respect to that affair, gave him great hopes of his success. In effect, Clement VIII, who was as good a politician as any prince in Europe, revolving in his mind what means were most likely to hinder France and the other Christian kingdoms from falling again into a state of anarchy and confusion, could find none so effectual as to secure the succession to the crown of France by authorizing Henry to engage in a second marriage, which might produce him male children. Our conversation being fixed upon this subject, it was easy for me to perceive that it was from hence His Majesty's uneasiness proceeded. But I could not so soon know what was the particular thing that disturbed him. The king began to consider with me what princess of Europe he should choose for his wife, in case his marriage with Margaret of Valois should be dissolved. But indeed he set out with a declaration that showed that any reflections on that head would be fruitless. That I may not repent, said he, of taking so dangerous a step, nor draw upon myself a misfortune, which is with justice said to exceed all others, that of having a wife disagreeable in person and mind, it is necessary that in her I marry, I should find these 7 things: beauty, prudence, softness, wit, fruitfulness, riches, and a royal birth. But there was not one in all Europe with whom he appeared entirely satisfied. I should have no objection to the Infanta of Spain, pursued Henry, although she is a little advanced in years, provided that with her I could marry the Low Countries, even if I should be obliged to restore to you the earldom of Bethune. Neither would I refuse the Princess Arabella of England, if, as it is publicly said, that crown really belongs to her. She were only declared presumptive heiress of it, but there is no reason to expect that either of these things will happen. I have also heard of some princesses of Germany, whose names I have forgot, but the women of this country don't suit me. I should always fancy I had a hogshead with wine in bed with me. Besides, I have been told that France had once a queen of that country, who had liked to have ruined it. All these considerations have given me a disgust to the German ladies. The sisters of Prince Maurice have likewise been mentioned to me, but besides that, they are Protestants, which would give umbrage to the court of Rome, and to the more zealous Catholics, they are daughters of a nun, which, together with a certain reason that I will inform you of some other time, has prevented my entertaining any thoughts of them. The Duke of Florence has a niece who is said to be handsome, but she is descended from one of the most inconsiderable families in Christendom that bear the title of prince, it not being above 80 or 80 years since her ancestors were only the first citizens of Florence. She is likewise of the same race with the Queen Mother Catherine, who did so much mischief to France, and to me in particular. These, continued the king, observing that I listened attentively to him, are all the foreign princesses that I have any knowledge of. Of those within my kingdom, my niece of Guise would please me best. notwithstanding the malicious reports that have been spread that she loves poulets in paper better than in fricassee. For my part, I not only believe those reports to be false, but should rather choose a wife who is a little fond of gallantry, the one who wanted understanding, but I am apprehensive that the violent affection which she discovers for her family, particularly for her brothers, would create some disorder in the kingdom. After this, the king named all the other princesses in France, but to as little purpose. He acknowledged that some were beautiful, some genteel, such as the eldest of the Duke of Maine's 2 daughters, although of a brown complexion. These 2 daughters likewise of the Duke of Aumale, and 3 of the Duke of Longueville, but all these were either too young or were not to his taste. He afterwards named Mademoiselle Rohan, the Princess of Conti's daughter, of the House of Luce, Mademoiselles Luxembourg and Guémené. But the first was a Protestant, and the second not old enough, and the persons of the 2 others did not please him, and all for some reason or other were excluded. The king closed this enumeration by saying that although these ladies might be all agreeable enough to him in their persons, he saw no way to be assured that they would bring him heirs, or that he could suit himself to their tempers, or be convinced of their prudence. 3 of the 7 conditions without which he had resolved never to marry, since, if he entered into an engagement of that kind, it would be with a design to give his wife a share in the management of all his domestic affairs, and that, if, according to the course of nature, he should die before her, and leave children very young behind him, it would be necessary that she should be able to superintend their education and govern the kingdom during a minority. Weary at length of endeavoring to no purpose to find out what the king aimed at by this discourse, "But what do you mean, sire?" said I. "By so many affinitives and negatives, and what am I to conclude by them, but that you are desirous to marry, and yet cannot find a woman upon earth qualified to be your wife? By the manner in which you mentioned the Infanta Clara Eugenia, it should seem that great heiresses are most agreeable to you. But can you expect that heaven should raise a Margaret of Flanders, or a Mary of Burgundy from the dead for you, or at least restore the Queen of England to her youth?" I added, smiling, that for proof of the other qualities that he demanded, I saw no better expedient than to bring all the beauties of France together, from the age of 17 to that of 25, that by talking with them in person, he might know the turn of their temper and genius, and that for the rest he should refer himself to experienced matrons to whom recourse is had on such occasions. To talk more seriously, I declared that, in my opinion, His Majesty might contract his expectations by striking off a great fortune and royal birth, and be satisfied with a wife who might keep his heart and bring him fine children, but that here again he must content himself with mere probability, there being many beautiful women incapable of childbearing, and many illustrious fathers unhappy in their offspring. But whatever his children should prove, the blood from which they sprung would secure the respect and obedience of the French nation. "Well," interrupted the king, "setting aside your advice concerning this assembly of beauties, with which I am mightily diverted, and your sage reflection that great men have often children who possess none of their qualities, I hope to have sons whose actions shall exceed mine, since you confess that the lady whom I marry ought to be of an excellent temper, beautiful in her person, and of such a make as to give hopes of bringing children. Consider a little whether you do not know a person in whom all these qualities are united." I replied that I would not take upon me to decide hastily upon a choice wherein so much consideration was requisite, and to which I had not yet sufficiently attended. "And what would you say," returned Henry, "if I should name one who I am fully convinced possesses these 3 qualities?" "I would say, sire," replied I, with great simplicity, "that you are much better acquainted with her than I am, and that she must necessarily be a widow, Otherwise, you can have no certainty with regard to her fruitfulness. This is all you would desire, said the king. But if you cannot guess who she is, I will name her to you. Name her then, said I, for I own I have not wit enough to find out who she is. Ah, how dull you are, cried the king. But I am persuaded you could guess who I mean if you would, and only affect this ignorance to oblige me to name her myself. Confess that then these three qualities meet in my mistress. Not, pursued the king in some confession at this discovery of his weakness, that I have any intention to marry her, but I want to know what you would say if, not being able to meet with any other whom I could approve of, I should one day take it into my head to make her my wife. It was not difficult for me to discover, amidst these slight artifices, that His Majesty had already thought of it but too much, and was but too well disposed to this unworthy marriage, which everything he had said tended to excuse. My astonishment was indeed very great, but I thought it necessary to conceal my thoughts with the utmost care. I affected to believe that he was jesting, that I might have an opportunity of answering in such a manner as might make the king ashamed of having entertained so extravagant a notion. My dissimulation did not succeed. The king had not made so painful an effort to stop there. I command you, said he to me, to speak freely. You have acquired the right of telling me plain truths. Do not apprehend that I shall be offended with you for doing so, provided that it is in private. Such a liberty in public would greatly offend me. I replied that I would never be so imprudent as to say anything in private, any more than in public, that might displease him, except on such occasions when his wife or the good of the state was in question. I afterwards represented to him the disgrace so scandalous an alliance would draw upon him in the opinion of the whole world, and the reproaches he would suffer from his own mind upon that account. When the ardor of his passion being abated, he should be able to judge impartially of his own conduct. I showed him that if this was the only means he could have recourse to free France from the calamities a doubtful succession would produce, that he would expose himself to all the inconveniences he was anxious to avoid, and others still greater, that although he should legitimate the children he had by Madame de Liancourt, yet that could not hinder the eldest, who was born in a double adultery, from being, in this respect, inferior to the second, whose birth was attended with but half of that disgrace, and both must yield to those whom he might have by Madame de Liancourt, after she was his lawful wife. It being therefore impossible to settle their claims, they could not fail of becoming an inexhaustible source of quarrels and war. I leave you, sire, pursued I, to make reflections upon all this, before I shall say any more. That will not be amiss, returned the king, who was struck with my arguments, for you have said enough of this matter for the first time. But such was the tyranny of that blind passion with which he was inflamed, that in spite of himself he renewed the subject that very moment by asking me if, from the disposition I knew the French to be of, especially the nobility, I thought he had any reason to apprehend they would rise in rebellion while he was living, if he should marry his mistress. This question convinced me that his heart had received an incurable wound. I treated him accordingly, and entered into arguments and expostulations with which I shall not trouble the reader, since his own imagination may suggest to him all that it was necessary to say upon this occasion, and this subject had been already dwelt upon too long. We continued 3 hours alone in the garden, and I had the consolation to leave the king in a full persuasion of the truth and reasonableness of all I had said to him. The difficulty lay in breaking those two powerful ties. The king had not yet brought himself to that point. He had many dreadful conflicts of mind to suffer ere that could be effected, and all he could do for the present was to defer taking his last resolution till he had obtained the permission he had been so long soliciting from the Pope, until then to keep his sentiments secret. He promised me not to acquaint his mistress with what I had said, lest it should draw her resentment upon me. She loves you, said the king to me, and esteems you still more, but her mind still entertains some remains of distrust that you will not approve of my design in favor of her and her children. She often tells me that when one hears you perpetually carrying in your mouth my kingdom and my glory, one is apt to think that you prefer the one to my person, and the other to my quiet. I answered that against this charge I would make no defense, that the king and the sovereign were to be looked upon with the same eyes. Remember, sire, added I, that your virtue is the soul that animates this great body, which must, by its splendor and prosperity, repay you for that glory which it derives from you, and that you are not to seek happiness by any other means. After this we left the garden, and it being night separated, leaving the courtiers to rack their imaginations to guess the subject of so long a conference. To be continued. End of section 10. Read by M.A. Henson. Houston, Texas, September 2022.
Section 11 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The TRIFLER. Number 2. The TRIFLER. From the account I have already given of my temper and inclinations, it will be readily supposed that the love of power, which our great satirist asserts to be the ruling passion of my sex, is not the least prevailing one of mine, and therefore I will candidly acknowledge that the too perceptible decline of our influence has often been the subject of much painful reflection to me. We live no longer in those happy times when, to recover one stolen fair one, whole nations took up arms, when the smile of beauty was more powerful than the voice of ambition, when heroes conquered to deserve our favor, and poets preferred the myrtle to the laurel crown. In this degenerate age, instances of dying for love are very rare, and instances of marrying for love are still rarer. Formerly, if a lady had commanded her lover to bring her the head of a lion, he would have gone to Africa in search of the savage conquest, though death were to have been the consequence of his obedience. But now, what lady would presume so much upon her authority as to exact from her lover the sacrifice of a party at whist or a match at Newmarket? However desirous I am to find the cause of this decline of our empire in the depraved manners of the men, yet justice obliges me to own that we ourselves are not wholly free from blame. Beauty, like the majesty of kings, weakens its influence when familiarized to common view. The face that may be seen every morning at auctions, at public breakfastings, and in crowded walks, every evening at assemblies, at the play, the opera, or some other fashionable scene of pleasure, soon loses the charm of novelty, and effaces the impression it first made. We may gaze upon a fine picture till the grace of the attitude, the loveliness of the features, and the strength of the coloring cease to surprise and delight us, and unhappily many of our present race of beauties are too solicitous about their personal charms to attend to the improvement of their minds, so that a fine woman is indeed often no more than a fine picture. It has been observed that there is no country in the world where women enjoy so much liberty as in England, and none where their sway is so little acknowledged. In Spain, where the severe father and jealous brother guard the secluded maid from all converse with men, she will conquer more hearts by being seen once without a veil than one of our beauties who appears with her neck and shoulders uncovered at every place of public resort during the whole season. The Spanish lover passes whole nights at his mistress's door, and employs sighs, tears, serenades, and tender complaints to move her companion, bribes the vigilant duenna with half his estate to procure him a short interview at a grated window, and for this inestimable favor he exposes himself to the rage of her relations, who probably stand ready to punish his presumption with death, while he, regardless of the insidious stab, contemplates her by the faint light of the moon with enthusiastic rapture. For her sake he enters the dreadful lists, and encounters the fiercest bull of Andalusia. The spectators tremble at his danger. He looks up to the balcony where she is stated, and catches fortitude from her eyes. Should he be wounded in the unequal combat, a sign for her gives him new force and courage. Again he assails his furious antagonist, and drives him bellowing about the field. The lady waves her handkerchief to him as a token of her joy for his victory. The lover, half dead with fatigue and loss of blood, but triumphing more in that instance of her regard for him than in the loud acclamations he hears on every side, turns to the place where she stands, kisses his sword, and is carried out of the lists. Thus ardent are the flames which love inspires in a country where the promiscuous assembly, the wrangling card table, the licentious comedy, and late protracted ball are not permitted to rob beauty of its most engaging charms, the blush of unsullied modesty, and the soft dignity of female reserve. With us, the lover dresses at his mistress, sings, dances, and coquettes with her, expects to dazzle her with superior charms, and loves her for the superficial qualities he admires in himself. He hopes not to gain her heart in reward of his services and constancy, but claims it as a price due to the resistless graces of his person. Such is the low state of our power at present, and such it will continue till our own prudence and reserve supply the place of imposed retiredness, and throw as many difficulties in the lover's way as the tyranny of custom does in other countries. Beauty, like the Parthian archer, wounds surest when she flies, and we then most certain of victory when we have not courage enough to invite the attack. End of section 11. Read by Jenny Factor in Marblehead, Massachusetts.
Section 12 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. Conclusion of the history of the Duchess of Beaufort. The Duchess of Beaufort was not ignorant that the Duke of Sully opposed all her designs. She knew the power which his wisdom and integrity gave him over the mind of the king. But such was her confidence in her own charms, and in those schemes which her low cunning and the interested policy of her relations and dependents had suggested, that she fondly flattered herself neither reasons of state nor motives of honor would have force enough to hinder her royal lover from gratifying her wishes. Henry, either because he had not yet taken any resolution against her, or that his tenderness and regard for her hindered him from declaring it, suffered her to remain in this pleasing delusion. In the meantime she appeared in the state and equipage of a queen. The servile courtiers anticipated her expected dignity by paying her those honors which were due only to the wife of their prince. No language but that of adulation ever reached her ear. Power, magnificence, pleasure offered her every day successive delights. Her smile was considered as the smile of fortune. Less successful guilt looked up to her with secret repinings. Envy, dazzled by her blaze of grandeur, durst not even in whispers breathe its discontent. and only virtue beheld her at once with pity and contempt. In the midst of all this splendor, Madame de Beaufort was completely wretched. The fear of future disappointments rendered her present enjoyments tasteless. Conscious of the slender chains by which she held the king's heart, she lived in perpetual anxiety, lest her beauty should suffer any decay. The slightest alteration in her complexion filled her with dreadful alarms, and every evening brought with it the painful reflection that she was now a day older than she was yesterday. While the dissolution of the king's marriage with Margaret of Valois was soliciting at Rome, she equally dreaded and wished for the determination of that important affair. If the divorce was granted, the king would indeed be at liberty to marry her, but he would be free likewise to marry anyone else, and all the wisest and best of his subjects earnestly desired to see him married to some princess of Europe, who might bring him heirs worthy to reign over them. And if among all those princesses who were judged to be suitable matches for Henry IV, she heard any of them praised for their beauty, she trembled and could not conceal her uneasiness. The king caused the pictures of the Infanta of Spain and of Mary de Medicis to be shown to her, being curious to know what she would say. "I am under no apprehension of that brown woman," said she, speaking of the Infanta, "but the Florentine fills me with dread." This painful anxiety, which was the consequence of her precarious situation, received continual increase by the confidence she placed in the predictions of astrologers. "Madame de Beaufort," says Duke of Scully, "was the weakest of her sex. With regard to divination, she did not pretend to deny that she consulted astrologers concerning her affairs, and indeed she had always a great many of them about her, who never quitted her, and, what is most surprising, though she doubtless paid them well, yet they never foretold her anything but what was disagreeable. One said that she would never be married but once, another that she would die young, a third warned her to take care of being with child, and a fourth assured her that she would be betrayed by one of her friends. Hence proceeded that melancholy which oppressed her, and which she was never able to overcome. Racine, one of her women, has since told me that she would often retire from company to pass whole nights in grief and weeping on account of these predictions. If we add to this continual anxiety the stings of conscience for unrepented guilt, can imagination form the idea of a more wretched being than this woman, in the midst of all her splendor, power, and magnificence? The trouble of despair, says a sensible writer, always rises in proportion to the evil that is feared. Consequently, the greatest agonies of expectation are those which relate to another world. These agonies, which she who lived in an infamous commerce with a married man often experienced, were heightened by an event which affected her more than any other person, and seemed a frightful presage of her own approaching fate. She was far advanced in another guilty pregnancy when the strange death of Louisa de Boudoux's second wife to Henry Constable de Montmorency filled her with unusual terrors and embittered all the short remainder of her life. "These two deaths," says the Duke of Sully, speaking of the constable's lady and Madame Beaufort, "made a great noise everywhere, and were attended with a surprising similarity of very uncommon circumstances. Both were seized with a violent distemper that lasted only 3 or 4 days, and both, though extremely beautiful, became horribly disfigured, which, together with some other circumstances that any other time would have been thought natural, or only the effects of poison, raised a report in the world that the deaths of these two young ladies, as well as their elevation, was the work of the devil, who made them pay dearly for that short felicity he had procured them." and this was certainly believed not only amongst the common people, who are generally credulous to a high degree of folly, but amongst the courtiers themselves. This, pursues the Duke of Sully, is what is related of the constable's lady, and as it is said by the ladies who were then at her house, she was conversing with them gaily in her closet, when one of her women entered in great terror, and told her that a certain person, who called himself a gentleman, and who indeed had a good presence, saying that he was quite black, and of a gigantic stature, had just entered her antechamber, and desired to speak to her about affairs of great consequence, which he could communicate to none but her. At every circumstance relating to this extraordinary courier, the lady was seen to grow pale, and appeared so oppressed with grief that she could scarcely bid her woman to entreat the gentleman to defer his visit to another time, to which he replied in a tone that filled the messenger with horror, that since the lady would not come to him willingly, he would take the trouble to go and seek her in her closet. She, who was more afraid of a public than a private audience, resolved at last to go to him, but with all the marks of a deep despair. The terrible message performed, she returned to her company, bathed in tears and half dead with dismay. She had only time to speak a few words to take leave of them, particularly of 3 ladies who were her intimate friends, and to assure them that she should never see them more. That instant she was seized with exquisite pains, and died at the end of 3 days, filling all who saw her with horror at the frightful change of every feature in her once lovely face. The Duchess of Beaufort proved the truth of that observation, that repentance is often not so much remorse for our sins as fear of the consequence. This fear indeed acted powerfully upon her mind, but it did not produce reformation in her conduct, which is the only infallible sign by which true penitence may be known. The king, having resolved to spend Easter holidays at Fontainebleau, was unwilling to incur the censure of keeping this lady with him during that sacred festival. Madame de Beaufort, who had insisted upon making one of the party with the king, was sensibly mortified when, after a stay of only 3 or 4 days, he entreated her to leave him at Fontainebleau and return herself to Paris. This request, enforced by motives drawn from the impropriety of their continuing together at such a time, was received with tears by the Duchess. Whether it was that her pride was sensibly wounded by the king so easily admitting the necessity of her absence, or that she had really some secret foreboding that she should never see him more, she seemed to consider this separation as the greatest misfortune that could befall her. The Duke of Sully, as well as the other historians who have mentioned this parting of the king and his mistress, allow that there was something very extraordinary in the grief expressed by the 2 lovers upon this occasion. When the moment came that Madame de Beaufort was to leave Fontainebleau, she appeared overwhelmed with anguish. The king, who was more passionately fond of her than ever, struggled to repress his emotions. He conducted her halfway to Paris, and although they proposed only an absence of a few days, yet they dreaded the moment of separation, as if they were never to meet more. "Those," says the Duke of Sully, "who are inclined to give faith to such kind of forebodings will lay some stress upon this relation. The 2 lovers renewed their endearments, and in everything they said to each other at that moment some persons have pretended to find proofs of these presages of an inevitable fate." Henry, sighing, led his mistress to the boat which was to carry her down to the arsenal. Just as she was preparing to enter it, she stopped, and turning to the king, who was oppressed with grief, she spoke to him, as if for the last time. She recommended to his care her children, her estate of Monceau, and her domestics. Henry listened to her, but instead of comforting her, gave way to sympathizing sorrow. Again they took leave of each other, and a secret emotion again drew them to each other's arms. The king, not being able to tear himself from her, the Marshal d'Ornano, Roquelaure, and Frontenac forced him away, and prevailed upon him at length to return to Fontainebleau. After he had tenderly recommended the care of his mistress to La Varenne, with orders to conduct her safely to the house of Zarnet, to whom he chose to confide this pledge so dear to him. The Duke of Sully being at Paris when Madame de Beaufort arrived there, he thought himself obliged to wait on her before he set out for his estate at Rosny, and by the account he gives of her discourse to him, it appears that her melancholy ideas were already dissipated, and that she again indulged herself in her gay dreams of royalty, and cherished all her ambitious hopes, dreams so soon to be changed to a frightful certainty, and hopes shortly to terminate in despair and death. "She gave me," says the Duke of Sully, "a most obliging reception, and seemed to have wholly forgot our dispute at Saint-Germain, but not choosing to explain herself clearly upon that compliance with her projects to which she wished to bring me, she contented herself with endeavouring to engage me in her interest, by mingling with those civilities which she showed to very few persons, words which carried a double sense, and hinted to me a boundless grandeur, if I would relax a little in the severity of my counsel to the king with regard to her. I," pursues the Duke, "who was as little moved with the chimeras that filled her head as with those she sought to inspire me with, pretended not to understand any part of a discourse intelligible enough, and answered her equivocal terms with general professions of respect, attachment, and devotion, which signify what one will." The Duchess of Sully, going likewise to pay a visit to the triumphant mistress, was overwhelmed with the airs of royalty assumed by this poor creature already devoted to the shades of death, and so soon to answer at the tribunal of divine justice for that guilty grandeur which she preferred to eternal happiness. Madame de Beaufort kindly entreated the Duchess of Sully to love her, and to converse with her as a friend. "Entered into confidences," says the Duke of Sully, "that would have appeared to be the last instances of the most intimate friendship to those who, like Madame de Sully, knew not that the Duchess, who had no great share of understanding, was not very delicate in the choice of her confidants. It was her highest pleasure to entertain any person she first saw with her schemes and expectations, and when she conversed with her inferiors, she scarce submitted to any caution, for with them she no longer guarded her expressions, but often assumed the state and language of a queen. Madame de Sully," continues the Duke, "could not avoid showing some surprise at the Duchess's discourse, especially when that lady, making an absurd assemblage of the civilities practised among persons of equal rank with these airs of a queen, told her she might come to her coucher and lever when she pleased, with many other speeches of the same kind." It was in the midst of these intoxicating dreams of ambition, and while she resigned her whole soul to scenes of present pleasure, and to hopes of future greatness, that Providence thought fit to put a period to her life. She was still at the house of Sebastien Zarnet, who had received his fair guest with all the assiduity of a courtier solicitous to please, when on Maundy Thursday, after a luxurious repast, she had an inclination to hear the evening service at St. Anthony's the less. She was there seized with fainting fits, which obliged her attendants to carry her back immediately. As soon as she arrived at Zarnet's, she went into the garden, hoping to receive some benefit from the air, but in a few minutes she was attacked with an apoplectic fit, which it was expected would have instantly stifled her. She recovered a little through the assistance that was given her, and strongly prepossessed with a notion that she was poisoned, she commanded her servants to carry her from that house to Madame de Sourdis, her aunt, who lived in the cloister Saint Germain. They had but just time to put her in bed when thick succeeding convulsions, so dreadful as amazed all were present, and every symptom of approaching death, left Monsieur Varenne, who had taken up the pen to inform the king of this melancholy accident, nothing else to say, but that the physicians despaired of the Duchess's life, from the nature of her distemper, which required the most violent remedies, and the circumstances of her being big with child, which made all applications mortal. Scarce had he sent away the letter when the Duchess, drawing near her last moments, fell into new convulsions, which disfigured her so horribly that Varenne, not doubting but that the king would upon the receipt of his letter set out instantly to see his mistress, thought it more prudent to tell him in a second letter that she was dead, than expose him to a spectacle at once so dreadful and afflicting as that of a woman whom he tenderly loved expiring in agitations, struggles, and agonies, which scarcely left anything of human in her figure. On the Saturday following, the convulsions had turned her quite black, and writhed her mouth to the back of her neck. Riviere, the king's first physician, coming in great haste upon this occasion with others of the king's physicians, but just entered her chamber, and when he saw the extraordinary condition she was in, went away, saying to those who were with him, "This is the hand of God." A few moments afterwards the Duchess expired, in a general subversion of all the functions of nature capable of inspiring horror and dismay. The king, who upon the receipt of Varenne's first letter had not failed to mount his horse immediately, received the second when he was got halfway to Paris, and listening to nothing but the excess of his passion, was resolved, notwithstanding all that could be said to him, to give himself the consolation of seeing his mistress once more. Marshal Bassompierre, in his memoirs, relates that Henry did not believe his mistress was dead, and continued his journey, but that Varenne, having come to acquaint the Marshal d'Ornano and him, who had accompanied the Duchess to Paris, that she was just dead, they both took horse to carry the melancholy news to the king, and hinder him from proceeding to Paris. "We found the king," says Marshal Bassompierre, "on the other side of La Sarsaye, near Villejuif, coming on post-horse with the utmost expedition. As soon as he perceived the Marshal d'Ornano, he suspected that he was come to bring him fatal tidings, which as soon as he had heard, he uttered the most passionate complaints. These noblemen having with great difficulty prevailed upon Henry to go into the Abbey La Sarsaye, they laid him upon a bed till the coach which they had ordered to follow came from Paris. They put him into it to carry him back to Fontainebleau, and during this little journey he was so oppressed with grief that he fell into a fainting fit in the arms of the master of the horse. As soon as he arrived at Fontainebleau, he dispatched a messenger to the Duke of Sully, who was at his country seat, to desire he would come to him instantly. It is worthy remark that the king should upon this occasion of his mistress's death think no one so capable of giving him consolation as the man who had most opposed his extravagant fondness for her. Such is the involuntary homage which even the passions themselves pay to wisdom and virtue. When this messenger arrived at the Duke's castle, he was conversing with his wife upon the extraordinary airs assumed by the Duchess of Beaufort when she last saw her, and perceiving her to be so much affected with the discourse she had held with her, as to conclude there would certainly be some very great change in the fortune of this lady, the Duke acquainted her with Madame de Beaufort's design to get herself declared queen, with the practices of her relations and dependents for that purpose, the struggles the king had in his own mind, and the resolution he had taken to overcome himself. Madame de Sully was listening attentively to this relation, when they heard the bell of the first gate of the castle, without the moat, ring, and none of the servants answering. It being yet scarcely day, a voice several times repeated, "I come from the king." The Duke of Sully that instant wakening one of the grooms of his chamber, sent him to open the gate, and in his impatience to know the cause of this early summons, he slipped on a nightgown and ran to meet the courier. When observing a deep concern about his countenance, he asked him trembling if the king was ill. "No," replied the man, "but he is in the utmost affliction. Madame the Duchess is dead." "This news," says the Duke of Sully, "appeared to me so improbable that I made him repeat his words several times, and when convinced that it was true, I felt my mind divided between grief for the condition to which her death reduced the king, and joy for the advantages all France would derive from it, which was increased by my being fully persuaded that the king would by this transitory affliction purchase a release from 1,000 anxieties and much more anguish of heart than what he now actually suffered. I went up again to my wife's chamber full of these reflections. You will neither go to the Duchess's coucher nor lever, said I, for she is dead. So sudden and so fatal a fall from all those towering hopes of grandeur filled Madame de Sully with astonishment and concern for the unhappy Duchess of Beaufort. The shocking particulars of her strange death she was made acquainted with by a letter from La Varenne to her lord. The Duke of Sully hastened to the king, whom he found walking in a gallery, so oppressed with grief that all company was insupportable to him. This wise counselor and faithful friend employed every argument drawn from religion, virtue, and policy to mitigate his sorrow. He even ventured to represent to him that the event which now caused him all this affliction was among the number of those which he would one day look upon as most fortunate. He conjured him to consider the painful situation he would have been in if his mistress had lived, when on one side, struggling with the force of a tender and violent passion, and on the other with the silent convictions of what honor and duty required of him, he would have been under an absolute necessity of coming to some resolution with respect to an engagement which he could not break without torture, nor continue without infamy. Heaven, he told him, came to his assistance by a stroke painful indeed, but the only one that could open the way to a marriage upon which depended the tranquillity of France, the fate of Europe, the welfare of his subjects, and his own happiness. Henry, adds the Duke of Sully, had not the weakness of resigning himself up to grief through obstinacy, or of seeking a cure in insensibility. He listened more to the dictates of his reason than his passion, and appeared already much less afflicted to the courtiers who entered his chamber. At length, everyone being careful not to renew his grief, which his daily employments gradually diminished, he found himself in that state which all wise men ought to be, who have had great subjects of affliction, that is, neither condemning nor flattering the cause, nor affecting either to recall or banish the remembrance of it. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The History of Harriot and Sophia continued. Mr. Herbert, having recovered from the astonishment into which he had been thrown by the strange behaviour of Miss Darnley, endeavoured to comfort her mother, whose weak mind was more disposed to be alarmed at the threat she had uttered upon her quitting the room than to resent such an insult to parental tenderness. After gently insinuating to her that she ought to reduce her eldest daughter to reason by a proper exertion of her authority, he earnestly recommended to her to be particularly attentive to an affair which concerned the happiness of her youngest child, from whose piety and good sense she might promise herself so much comfort. He advised her to give Sir Charles Stanley an opportunity of explaining himself to her as soon as possible, and to make him comprehend that he must not hope for permission to pay his addresses to Sophia till he had satisfied her that his intentions were such as she ought to approve. Mrs. Darnley appeared so docile and complacent upon this occasion, so ready to take advice, and so fully determined to be directed by it, that Mr. Herbert went away extremely well satisfied with her behaviour, and full of pleasing hopes for his beloved Sophia. Harriot, in the meantime, was tormenting her sister above stairs. She had entered her room with a heart full of bitterness, and a countenance inflamed with rage, flinging the door after her with such violence that Sophia, letting fall her book, started up in great terror, and in a trembling accent asked her what was the matter with her. Her own apprehensions had indeed already suggested to her the cause of the disorder she appeared to be in, which it was not easy to discover in that torrent of reproach and invective with which she strove to overwhelm her. Scornful and unjust reflections upon her person, bitter jests upon her pedantic affectation, and malignant insinuations of hypocrisy were all thrown out with the utmost incoherence of passion, to which Sophia answered no otherwise than by a provoking serenity of countenance and calm attention. That she was able to bear with so much moderation the cruel insults of her sister was not more the effect of her natural sweetness of temper than her good sense and delicate turn of mind. The upper region of the air, says a sensible French writer, admits neither clouds nor tempests. The thunderstorms and meteors are formed below. Such is the difference between a mean and an exalted understanding. Harriot, who did not find her account in this behaviour, sought to rouse her to rage by reproaches still more severe, till, having ineffectually railed herself out of breath, she awkwardly imitated her sister's composure, folded her hands before her, and seating herself, asked her in a low but solemn tone of voice whether she would deign to answer her one plain question. Sophia, then resuming her seat, told her with a look of mingled dignity and sweetness that she was ready to answer her any question, and give her any satisfaction she could desire, provided she would repress those indecent transports of anger, so unbecoming her sex and years. "Why, you little envious creature," said Harriot, "you do not surely, because you are 2 or 3 years younger than I am, pretend to insinuate that I am old?" "No, certainly," replied Sophia, half smiling. "My meaning is that you are too young to adopt, as you do, all the peevishness of old age. But your question, sister," pursued she. "Well, then," said Harriet, "I ask you, how have you dared to say that Sir Charles Stanley was tired of me and preferred you to me?" "Tired of you?" repeated Sophia, shocked at her coarseness and falsehood. "I never was capable of making use of such an expression, nor do I familiarise myself with ideas that need such strange language to convey them." Harriet, provoked almost to frenzy by this hint, which her indiscreet conduct made but too just, shooed downstairs to her mother, and with mingled sobs and exclamations told her that Sophia had treated her like an infamous creature who had dishonoured herself and her family. Mrs. Darnley, though more favourably disposed towards her youngest daughter, since she had been made acquainted with the baronet's affection for her, yet was on this occasion governed by her habitual preference of Harriet, and sending for Sophia, she reproved her with great asperity for her insolent behaviour to her sister. Sophia listened with reverence to her mother's reproofs, and after justifying herself, as she easily might, from the accusation her sister had brought against her, she added, that not being willing to be exposed to any farther persecutions on account of Sir Charles Stanley, whose sincerity she thought very doubtful, she was resolved not to wait any longer for a place such as Mr. Herbert's tenderness was in search of for her, but to accept the first reputable one that offered. I have not the vanity, madam, pursued she, to imagine that a man of rank and fortune can seriously resolve to marry an indigent young woman like me, and although I am humble enough to go to service, I am too proud to listen to the addresses of any man who, from his superiority of fortune, thinks he has a right to keep me in doubt of his intentions, or in a mean dependence upon a resolution which he has not perhaps regard enough for me to make. This discourse was not at all relished by Mrs. Darnley, who conceived that many inconveniences were to be submitted to for the enjoyment of affluence and pleasure. But Sophia, who had revolved in her mind all the mortifications a young woman is exposed to, whose poverty places her so greatly below her lover, that she is to consider his professions as an honour, and to be rejoiced at every indication of his sincerity. Her delicacy was so much wounded by the bare apprehension of suffering what she thought an indignity to her sex, that she was determined to give Sir Charles Stanley no encouragement, but to pursue her first design of seeking a decent establishment, suitable to the depressed state of her fortune. Mrs. Darnley, however, combated her resolution with arguments which she supposed absolutely conclusive, and added to them her commands not to think any more of so humiliating a design, which so offended Harriot that she broke out again into tears, exclamations, and reproaches. Her mother would have found it a difficult task to have pacified her, had not a message from a lady, inviting her to a concert that evening, obliged her to calm her mind, that her complexion might not suffer from those emotions of rage which she had hitherto taken so little pains to repress. As soon as Harriet retired to begin the labours of the toilet, Mrs. Darnley, with great mildness, represented to Sophia that it was her duty to improve the affection Sir Charles expressed for her, since by that means it might be in her power to make her mother and her sister easy in their circumstances, and engage their love for ever. This was attacking Sophia on her weak side. She answered with the softest tenderness of look and accent, that it was her highest ambition to make them happy. Then I do not doubt, my child, said Mrs. Darnley, but you will employ all your good sense to secure the conquest you have made. Sophia, melted almost to tears by these tender expressions, to which she had been so little used, assured her mother that she would upon this occasion act so as to deserve her kindness. Mrs. Darnley would have been better pleased if she had been less reserved, and had appeared more affected with the fine prospect that was opening for her, but it was not possible to press her farther. Nature here had transferred the parents' rights to the child, and the gay, imprudent, ambitious mother stood awed and abashed in the presence of her worthier daughter. Sophia, who expected Sir Charles would renew his visit in the evening, passed the rest of the day in uneasy perturbations. He entered the house just at the time that Harriot, who had ordered a chair to be got for her, came fluttering down the stairs in full dress. As soon as she perceived him, her cheeks glowed with resentment, but affecting a careless inattention, she shot by him with a half courtesy, and made towards the door. He followed, and accosting her with a grave but respectful air, desired she would permit him to lead her to her chair. Harriet, conveying all the scorn into her face which the expression of her pretty but unmeaning features were capable of, and rudely drawing away her hand, "Pray, sir," said she, "carry your devoirs where they will be more acceptable. I am not disposed to be jested with any longer." Sir Charles, half smiling and bowing low, told her that he respected her too much, as well upon her own account as upon Miss Sophia's, for whom indeed he had the most tender regard, to be guilty of the impertinence she accused him of. Harriot did not stay to hear more. Offended in the highest degree at the manner in which he mentioned Sophia, darted an angry look at him and flung herself into her chair. It must be confessed that Sir Charles discovered upon this occasion a great share of that easy confidence which people are apt to derive from splendid fortunes and undisputed rank, but as he wanted neither good sense, generosity, nor even delicacy, he would have found it difficult to own to a lady to whom he had been used to address in the style of a lover, that his heart had received a new impression, if the contemptible character of Harriot had not authorized his desertion of her. Pride, ignorance, folly, and affectation sink a woman so low in the eyes of men that they easily dispense with themselves from a strict observance of those delicate attentions and respectful regards which the sex in general claim by the laws of politeness, but which sense and discernment never pay to the trifling part of it. Sir Charles was likewise glad of an opportunity to show Miss Darnley that he did not think the little gallantry which had passed between them entitled her to make him any reproaches, or to consider the passion he professed for her sister as an infidelity to her, and now finding himself more at ease from the frank acknowledgment he had made, he sent up his name, and was received by Mrs. Darnley with all the officious civility she was used to show him. Sophia was in the room, and rose up at his entrance in a sweet confusion, which he endeavoured to conceal, by appearing extremely busy at a piece of needlework. Sir Charles, after some trifling conversation with her mother, approached her, and complimented her with an easy air upon her being so usefully employed, when most other young ladies were abroad in search of amusement. Sophia, who was now a little recovered, answered him with that wit and vivacity which was so natural to her, but looking up at the same time, she saw his eyes fixed upon her with a look so tender and passionate as threw her back into all her former confusion, which increased every moment by the consciousness that it was plain to his observation. The young baronet, though he was charmed with her amiable modesty, yet endeavoured to relieve the concern he saw her under by talking of indifferent matters, till Mrs. Darnley, seeing them engaged in discourse, prudently withdrew, when he instantly addressed her in language more tender and particular. Sophia, shocked at her mother's indiscretion, and at his taking advantage of it so abruptly, let all the weight of her resentment fall on him, and the poor lover was so awed at her frowns and the sarcastic raillery which she mingled with expressions that showed the most invincible indifference, that not daring to continue a discourse which offended her, and in too great concern to introduce another subject, he stood fixed in silence for several minutes, leaning on the back of her chair, while she plied her needle with the most earnest attention, and felt her confusion decrease in proportion as his became more apparent. At length he walked slowly to the other end of the room, and taking up a new book which he had sent her a few days before, he asked her opinion of it in a faltering accent, and was extremely mortified to find that she was so much at ease as to answer him with all the readiness of wit and clearness of judgment imaginable. Another pause of silence ensued, during which Sophia heard him sigh softly several times, while he turned over the leaves of the book with such rapidity as showed he scarce read a single line in any page of it. He was thus employed when Mrs. Darnley returned, who stood staring first at one, then at the other, strangely perplexed at their looks and silence, and apprehensive that all was not right. Sophia now took an opportunity to retire, and met an angry glance from her mother as she passed by her. Her departure roused Sir Charles out of his reverie. He looked after her, and then turning to Mrs. Darnley, overcame his discontent so far as to be able to entertain her a quarter of an hour with his usual politeness, and finding Sophia did not appear again, he took his leave. As soon as he was gone, Mrs. Darnley called her daughter and chid her severely for her rudeness in leaving the baronet. Sophia defended herself as well as she could, without owning the true cause of her disgust, which was her mother's so officiously quitting the room. But Mrs. Darnley was so ill satisfied with her behaviour that she complained of it to her friend Mr. Herbert, who came in soon afterwards, telling him that Sophia's pride and ill temper would be the ruin of her fortune. The good man, having heard the story but one way, thought Sophia a little to blame, till having an opportunity to discourse with her freely, he found the fault she had been charged with was no more than an excess of delicacy, which was very pardonable in her situation. He warned her, however, not to admit too readily apprehensions injurious to herself, which was in some degree debasing the dignity of her sex and character, but to make the baronet comprehend that, esteeming him as a man of honour, she considered his professions of regard to her as a claim upon her gratitude, and that, in consequence, she should without any reluctance receive the commands of her mother and the advice of her friends in his favour. Poor Sophia found herself but too well disposed to think favourably of Sir Charles. Her tenderness had suffered greatly by the force she had put upon herself to behave to him in so disobliging a manner, and the uneasiness she saw him under, his silence and confusion, and the sighs that escaped him, apparently without design, had affected her sensibly, and several days passing away without his appearing again, she concluded he was irrecoverably prejudiced against her. The uneasiness this thought gave her first hinted to herself the impression he had already made on her heart. Sir Charles, indeed, had been so much piqued by her behaviour as to form the resolution of seeing her no more. But when he supposed himself most capable of persisting in this resolution, he was nearest breaking through it, and suddenly yielding to the impulse of his tenderness, he flew to her again more passionate than ever, this little absence having only served to show him how necessary she was to his happiness. When Sophia saw him enter the room, the agitations of her mind might be easily read in her artless countenance. A sentiment of joy for his return gave new fire to her eyes and vivacity to her whole person, while a consciousness of the effect his presence produced, and a painful doubt of his sincerity and the rectitude of his intentions, alternately dyed her cheeks with blushes and paleness. The young baronet approached her trembling, but the unexpected softness with which she received him, increasing at once his passion and his hopes, he poured out his whole soul in the tenderest and most ardent professions of love, esteem, and admiration of her. Sophia listened to him with a complacent attention, and having had sufficient time, while he was speaking, to compose and recollect herself, she told him, in a modest but firm accent, that she was obliged to him for the favourable opinion he entertained of her, but that she did not think herself at liberty to hear, much less to answer to such discourse as he had thought proper to address to her, till she had the sanction of her mother's consent, and Mr. Herbert's approbation, whose truly parental regard for her made her look upon him as another father, who supplied the place of him she had lost. Sir Charles, more charmed with her than ever, was ready in his pleasant flow of tender sentiments for her, to offer her his hand with an unreservedness that would have satisfied all her delicate scruples, but carried away by the force of habit, an insurmountable aversion to marriage, and the false but strongly impressed notion of refinements in a union of hearts, where love was the only tie, he could not resolve to give her a proof of his affection, which in his opinion was the likeliest way to destroy all the ardour of it. But careful not to alarm her, and apprehending no great severity of morals from the gay, interested mother, he politely thanked her for the liberty she gave him to make his passion known to Mrs. Darnley, and to solicit her consent to his happiness. Sophia observed with some concern that he affected to take no notice of Mr. Herbert upon this occasion, but she would not allow herself to dwell long upon a thought so capable of raising doubts injurious to his honour. And satisfied with the frankness of his proceeding thus far, she suffered no marks of discontent or apprehension to appear in her countenance and behaviour. Sir Charles did not fail to make such a general declaration of his sentiments to Mrs. Darnley as he thought sufficient to satisfy Sophia, without obliging himself to be more explicit. And in the meantime, having acquired a thorough knowledge of Mrs. Darnley's character, he sought to engage her in his interest by a boundless liberality, and by gratifying all those passions which make corruption easy. She loved dissipation, and all the pleasures and amusements that inventive luxury had found out to vary the short scene of life were at her command. She had a high taste for the pleasures of the table, and therefore the most expensive wines and choicest delicacies that earth, sea, and air could afford were constantly supplied by him in the greatest profusion. No day ever passed without her receiving some considerable present, the value of which was enhanced by the delicacy with which it was made. The innocent Sophia construed all this munificence into proofs of the sincerity of his affection for her, for the young baronet, whether awed by the dignity of her virtue, or that he judged it necessary to secure the success of his designs, mingled with the ardour of his professions a behaviour so respectful and delicate as removed all her apprehensions, and left her whole soul free to all the tender impressions a lively gratitude could make on it. Mr. Herbert, however, easily penetrated into Sir Charles' views. He saw with pain the progress he had made every day in the affection of Sophia, but by the speciousness of his conduct he had established himself so firmly in her good opinion that he judged any attempt to alarm her fears, while there seemed so little foundation for them, would miss its effect, and not doubting but ere it was long her own observation would furnish her with some cause for apprehension, he contented himself for the present with keeping a vigilant eye upon the conduct of Sir Charles and Mrs. Darnley, and with being ready to assist Sophia in her perplexities whenever she had recourse to him. The change there was now in the situation of this amiable girl afforded him many opportunities of admiring the excellence of her character. She, who formerly used to be treated with neglect and even harshness by her mother, was now distinguished with peculiar regard, her opinion always submitted to with deference, her inclinations consulted in all things, and a studious endeavour to please her was to be seen in every word and action of Mrs. Darnley's, who affected to be as partially fond of her as she had once been of her sister. Even the haughty, insolent Harriot, keeping her rage and envy concealed in her own breast, condescended to wear the appearance of kindness to her, while she shared with her mother in all those gratifications which the lavish generosity of Sir Charles procured them, and which Sophia, still continuing her usual simplicity of life, could never be persuaded to partake of. Yet all this produced no alteration in Sophia. The same modesty and humility, the same sweetness of temper and attention to oblige, distinguished her now as in her days of oppression. Mr. Herbert contemplated her with admiration and delight, and often with astonishment reflected upon the infatuation of Sir Charles, who could allow himself to be so far governed by fashionable prejudices and a libertine turn of mind, as to balance one moment whether he should give himself a lawful claim to the affections of such a woman. Affairs continued in this state during 3 months, when the good old man, who watched over his young favourite with all the pious solicitude of her guardian angel, perceived that she was grown more melancholy and reserved than usual. He often heard her sigh, and fancied she had been weeping, and her fine eyes would appear sometimes suffused with tears, even when she endeavoured to appear most cheerful. He imagined that she had something upon her mind which she wished to disclose to him. Her look seemed to intimate as much, and she frequently sought opportunities of being alone with him, and engaged him to pass those evenings with her when her mother and sister were at any of the public entertainments. Yet all those times, though her heart seemed labouring with some secret uneasiness which she would fain impart to him, she had not resolution enough to enter into any explanation. Mr. Herbert, who could have wished she had been more communicative, resolved at length to spare her any farther struggles with herself, and one day, when he was alone with her, taking occasion to observe that she was not so cheerful as usual, he asked her tenderly if anything had happened to give her uneasiness. "Speak freely, my child," said he to her, "and think you are speaking to a father." Sophia made no other answer at first than by bursting into tears, which seemed to relieve her a little. She raised her head, and looking upon the good man, who beheld her with a fixed attention, "May I hope, sir," said she, "that you are still disposed to fulfil the kind promise you once made me?" "Oh, take me from hence," pursued she, relapsing into a new passion of tears. "Place me in the situation to which my humble lot has called me. Save me from the weakness of my own heart. I now see plainly the delusion into which I have fallen. But alas, my mother does not see it. Everything here conspires against my peace." To be continued. End of chapter 13.
Section 14 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. An account of the Vestal Virgins. Numa Pompilius, the second king of Rome, a man of great virtue, piety, and wisdom, is considered as author of the Vestal institution, though there were Vestals before his time, and even so early as the settlement of Aeneas in Italy, who, we are told, placed the Palladium, an image of Pallas so-called, which he had brought with him from Troy, in the temple of Vesta, and committed it to the care of the virgins dedicated to the service of that goddess, who, from her name, were called Vestals. But it was Numa who gave a form to this institution and regulated the ministry and office of the order. The prince confined the number of Vestals to 4. 2 more were afterwards added by Tarquinius Priscus, one of his successors, and that number continued unaltered. Numa committed to these virgins the keeping of the immortal fire, and the Palladium, with the care of certain secret sacrifices and the worship of the goddess Vesta. They vowed chastity during the space of 30 years that they attended on the service of the goddess. The age of admission was above 6 and under 10, and they were to be without any corporal blemish. The 10 first years were a kind of novitiate or probation, when they were instructed in all the sacred mysteries. The next 10 were passed in the practice of them, and the last 10 in teaching the novices. This term being expired, they were free to quit the order, to lay aside the distinctions of it, and to marry. But very few, it is said, made use of this liberty, terrified with frequent examples of the unhappy end attending those who changed their condition. Very great privileges and marks of distinction were at several times granted to the Vestals. They had a right to make a will during their father's life, and to dispose of their fortunes without a trustee, for the Roman women were always under guardianship. They were forbid to take an oath, and in courts of justice their evidence was admitted upon their bare affirmation. When they appeared in public, a lictor attended them with the fasces, and if a vestal in her walks happened to meet a criminal, leading to execution, he was pardoned upon her declaring that the meeting was accidental. They had a distinguished rank and place of honor assigned them in the circus and at other public shows, and were educated and maintained at the expense of the Commonwealth. But if great honors were paid to the dignity and virtue of the vestals, their faults were also punished with equal severity. The faults thus punishable were either negligence of their duty in suffering the sacred fire to go out, or incontinence in violating their vow of chastity. In the first case, which was looked upon as the sign of some great calamity to the state, the guilty vestal was punished as a slave, that is, with scourging. Covered only with a veil, she was whipped with rods by the Pontifex Maximus, or chief priest. One of the vestals spent the whole night by the sacred fire to prevent its extinction, and watched thus each in turn. When the fire was out, it was to be rekindled by the rays of the sun, the manner of which is variously related. The great crime of the vestals was the violation of their vow of chastity, and this was punished in a manner not to be described without horror. They were buried alive. Near the Colline Gate, says Plutarch, there is a little vault, with a hole to go down to it. In the vault there is a bed, a lighted lamp, and a small quantity of provisions, consisting of a loaf, a pitcher of water, a vial of oil, and a pot of milk. These are provided for the criminal, that religion may not be wounded by starving to death a person consecrated with the most august and sacred ceremonies. Strange scruple! They feared to starve her, whom they buried alive. The offender was put into a close and covered litter, that her piercing shrieks might not be heard, and carried in that manner through crowds of people crossed the forum. At the sight of the litter, all made way for it to pass, and followed it in awful silence, and on the marks of the deepest sorrow. There could not be a more horrible spectacle, nor a more dreadful and melancholy day for Rome, than that on which a vestal was carried to execution. When the litter was come to the place of punishment, the lictors took off the covering and opened it. Then the Pontifex Maximus, after some private prayers, with hands and eyes lifted up to heaven, took out the unhappy criminal, all closely veiled, and set her on the ladder, by which she was to descend into the vault, after which he returned with the other priests, and the wretched vestal was no sooner down, but the ladder was removed, and the hole filled up with earth till the ground was even, and no sign of a grave remained, to intimate that the criminal was deemed unworthy to appear either among the dead or the living. By this terrible execution is seen what notions the heathens themselves entertained concerning the breach of chastity, and their fear of its drawing down the curse and vengeance of the gods upon the whole state, if it remained unpunished. To avoid such a fatal calamity, the vestals were exhorted not only to fly with horror from every temptation to guilt, but to avoid with the utmost care whatever could cast the least blemish on their reputation. Postumia, a vestal, having subjected herself to unfavorable suspicions on account of her too great solicitude in dress and gaiety of manners, unbecoming the sacred purity of a virgin, was called to her trial. After a long examination, she was pronounced innocent, but the Pontifex Maximus commanded her to quit those gay airs for the future, and to shew in her dress more wisdom and modesty than elegance and taste. The 638th year of Rome gives us an example of corruption among the vestals, never heard of before. In preceding times, it really happened that a Vestal violated her vow of chastity, and the day of her punishment was a day of universal mourning at Rome. But this year, of the 6 Vestals, 3 were proved criminal, 2 of which, losing all sense of fear as well as shame, had almost publicly abandoned themselves to dissolute practices. The mischief was begun by a Roman knight named Batatius Batras, a professed libertine, who, being tired of too easy conquests, sought to vary his infamous pleasures by the charm of difficulty and danger. He therefore attacked a Vestal called Amelia, and when he had succeeded in seducing her, the contagion soon spread, and 2 other Vestals, Lucina and Marcia, followed the example of their companion. Marcia, however, less criminal than the other 2, admitted only 1 lover, but Amelia and Lucinia, who were become great friends, if such leagues which the wicked form with the wicked may be called by the name of friendship, not choosing to confine themselves to their first gallants, each introduced her brother to her friend, and managed each other's interviews. Having once begun to extend their criminal amours, they soon had occasion to observe that their secret took air. Therefore, to engage those to silence whom they apprehended would inform against them, they made them all accomplices in the guilt. The scene of infamy, after having long acted in secret, was at length brought to light by a slave named Manius, whose master was one of Amelia's gallants. This fellow had been employed by Lucinia and her to carry on their intrigues with several young Romans, and had for some time acquitted himself very faithfully in their infamous service. But being disappointed in the rewards they had promised him, and in his expectations of liberty from his master, he made a full discovery, and the guilty Vestals were immediately brought to trial. The College of Pontiffs, which by the constitution of Numa were the proper judges of this affair, acted with great lenity, and condemned only Amelia. A favorable sentence was passed upon Marcia and Lucinia, for which the former was probably indebted to her, having been less criminal, and the latter to the eloquence of the celebrated L. Crassus, her kinsman, who, being then 27 years of age, defended her in an oration of which Cicero speaks with praise. The unhappy Amelia was buried alive, pursuant to her sentence. Marcia and Lucinia were just recovered from the horrors of their dreadful fate, which had impended over them, when a new process was commenced against them. The whole Roman people exclaimed against the lenity of the pontiffs, on an occasion when the crime was equally evident and odious, and the tribune Sextus Pedusius, having put himself at the head of those who murmured at the sentence, caused an extraordinary commission to be voted by the people for rehearing the cause of Marcia and Lucinia, and at the head of that commission placed L. Cassius, who for that purpose was created praetor a second time, after having been a consul and censor. He was a person of rigid virtue and inflexible severity, and one who, as Cicero observes, had rendered himself agreeable to the people, not by politeness and a popular behavior, but by an austerity of manners which acquired him respect. Cassius fully answered the expectation of those who had chosen him, for he not only condemned the 2 Vestals, who were punished in the same manner as Amelia, but also a great number of other persons, so that his tribunal was called the Rock of the Accused. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The History of the Count de Comminges. Written by himself. The House of Comminges, from which I am descended, is one of the most ancient and illustrious in the kingdom. My great-grandfather, who had 2 sons, was so extremely fond of the youngest that he settled some very considerable estates upon him, in prejudice to the rights of his elder brother, and gave him the title of Marquis of Lucerne. The partiality of my ancestor did not weaken the friendship between his 2 sons, which increased with their years. They would have their children brought up together, but by giving them their education in common, instead of uniting them by stricter ties than those of blood, which was their sole view in it, they rendered them enemies almost from their birth. My father, who was always excelled in his exercises by the young Marquis of Lucerne, conceived a jealousy at it, which soon degenerated into a fixed aversion. They often quarreled, and my father being always the aggressor, it was he who was always punished. One day, when he complained of this treatment to the steward of our family, "Know," said the man to him, "that you will have it in your power to repress the pride of the Marquis of Lucerne. All the estates he possesses are entailed upon you, and your grandfather could not dispose of them. When you are the master," continued he, "it will not be difficult for you to recover your right." This intimation convincing my father that he had it in his power to be revenged of his cousin, made him set no bounds to his resentment. Their quarrels became so frequent and so violent that there was a necessity for separating them. They were many years without seeing each other, during which they were both married. The Marquis of Lucerne had only a daughter by his wife, and my father only a son by his, which was myself. As soon as my father came to the possession of his hereditary estates by the death of his grandfather, he determined to follow the advice that had been given him while he was yet a youth, and which he had never lost sight of. He omitted nothing that could render his claim unquestionable, and rejecting several proposals for an accommodation, commenced a lawsuit with the Marquis of Lucerne, which could not but terminate in the despoiling him of all his estates. An unhappy rencounter, which they had one day in a hunting match, rendered them forever irreconcilable. My father, whose vowed revenge was never out of his thoughts, said several cruel things to the Marquis of Lucerne, upon the despicable condition to which he expected soon to reduce him. The Marquis, though naturally mild, could not help answering with some haughtiness. They had recourse to their swords. Fortune declared in favor of Monsieur de Lesson. He disarmed my father, and bid him ask his life. "I should hate it," answered my father fiercely, "if I owed it to thee. Yet, spite of myself, thou shalt owe it to me," said the Marquis of Lucerne, throwing him his sword, after which he instantly left him. This generous action did not move my father in his favor. On the contrary, the double victory his enemy gained over him increased his hatred, and he carried on the suit against the Marquis of Lucerne more vigorously than before. However, when his hopes were highest, he received some accounts from his lawyers, which effectually destroyed them. This disappointment threw him into such transports of rage and grief as brought on a dangerous fever, under which he languished a long time, and in this state I found him at my return from my travels, upon which I had been sent immediately after my studies were finished. A few days after my arrival, the Abbot Dr., a kinsman of my mother's, sent notice to my father that the writings which alone were able to prove his just claim to the estates possessed by the Marquis of Lucerne were in the archives of the Abbey of R, to which place many of the papers belonging to our family had been carried during the civil wars. My father was desired by the abbot to keep this information secret, and to come himself for those writings, or send a person for them, on whose fidelity he could have an absolute dependence. The bad state of his health not permitting him to go himself, he charged me with this commission, after many times representing to me the great importance of it. "You," said he to me, "are more concerned in the recovery of those papers than I am. The estates will probably soon be yours, but if you had no interest in them, I think well enough of you to believe that you share my resentment and are eager to revenge the injuries I have received. After giving some necessary instructions, it was resolved that I should take the title of Marquis of Langenois, that my business in the Abbey might not be suspected, Madame de Luçon having several relations there. I set out, accompanied only by an old servant of my father's and my own valet de chambre. My journey proved successful. I found in the archives of the Abbey the writings which proved incontestably the entail. I wrote to my father and gave him an account of all that I had done, and, as I was only at a small distance from, I desired he would permit me to stay there during the season for drinking the waters. My father was so pleased with the success of my journey that he readily complied with my request. I still appeared under the borrowed title of the Marquis of Langenois. My equipage was too inconsiderable to support the grandeur of that of Comminge. The day after my arrival, I went to the fountain. In these places, ceremony is laid aside, and an easy, polite freedom better supplies its place. From the first day of my appearance at the baths, I was admitted into all parties of pleasure, and introduced at the house of the Marquis de Villette, who that day gave a grand entertainment to the ladies. I found several of them, whom I had seen at the fountain already come, and said some tender things to them, as I then thought myself obliged to do to all women. I was engaged in a particular conversation with one of them, when a lady of a good presence entered the room, followed by a girl of surprising beauty. Her charms fixed my attention immediately. Her graceful modesty won my esteem. I loved her from that moment, and that moment decided the destiny of my whole life. Insensibly, my former gaiety vanished. I could do nothing but gaze on her, and follow her everywhere. She perceived it and blushed. A walk was proposed, and I had the good fortune to lead her. We were at a sufficient distance from the rest of the company to give me an opportunity of talking to her upon a subject by which my whole thoughts were engrossed. But I, who a few moments before was not able to remove my eyes from her face, had now, when we were alone, not courage enough to look upon her. Till then, I had always talked of love to women for whom I felt nothing but indifference. But as soon as my heart was really subdued, I found it impossible to speak. We rejoined the company without having uttered a single word to each other. The ladies were conducted to their lodgings, and I returned home, where I shut myself up in my apartment. In the disposition my mind was then, solitude was most agreeable. I felt a certain kind of joy mixed with pain, which I believe always accompanies a beginning passion. Mine had rendered me so timid that I durst not endeavor to know the name of her I loved. I was apprehensive my curiosity would betray the secret of my heart. But how it did sink within me when I learnt that it was the daughter of the Marquis of Luçon who had charmed me. All the obstacles that opposed my happiness rose instantly to my mind, but the fear that Adelaida, so was that lovely girl called, had been early taught to hate my name, was what most alarmed me. I thought myself fortunate in having assumed another, and fondly hoped that she would know my passion for her before she could be prejudiced against me, and that when she knew who I was, she would at least be induced to pity me. I therefore determined to conceal my true name as long as possible, and in the meantime to use every method to please her. But I was too much in love to employ any other than that of loving. I followed her wherever she went. I ardently wished for an opportunity of speaking to her in private, and when that so much desired opportunity offered itself, I had not power to take advantage of it. The fear of forfeiting 1,000 little freedoms which I now enjoyed restrained me, but my greatest fear was that of offending her. This was my situation when one evening, as the company were walking in separate parties Adelaida dropped a bracelet off her arm, to which her picture was fastened. The Chevalier de Saint-Étienne, who led her, eagerly stooped to take it up, and after gazing upon it a moment, put it in his pocket. Adelaida at first asked for it mildly, but he obstinately refusing to return it. She expressed great resentment at a behavior which showed so little respect for her. The Chevalier was handsome. Some little successes with the fair had made him vain and presuming. Without being disconcerted at Adelaida's anger, "Why, mademoiselle," said he, "would you deprive me of a good which I owe only to chance? I flatter myself," continued he, lowering his voice, "that when you know the sentiments you have inspired me with, you will suffer me to keep what that has presented me." Saying this, he bowed profoundly low, and without waiting for her answer, retired. I happened not to be with her then. The Marchioness de Valette and I were talking at a little distance, but although I quitted her as seldom as possible, yet my attention was always fixed upon her. I never lost a look, a word, or action of hers, and however particularly engaged, I never failed in any of those assiduities which others practice to please, but which the excess of my passion made me find inconceivable pleasure in performing. End of section 15.
Section 16. Introduction of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leanne Brayman. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. Philosophy for the Ladies. Introduction. In the enumeration of those studies which the fair sex may properly be permitted to employ some part of their time in an application to, given in our last number, it may be remembered that history and natural philosophy stood foremost in the list. Curiosity is one of the most prevalent, and when properly applied, one of the most amiable, passions of the human mind. Nor can it in any way find a more rational scope for exertion than in the recollection of historical facts and a curious inquisition into the wonders of creation. To this application of that passion, the female part of the world are unquestionably most happily adapted, undisturbed by the more intricate affairs of business, unburthened with the load of political entanglements, with the anxiety of commercial negotiations, or the suspense and anguish which attend on the pursuit of fame or fortune. The memories of the fair are left vacant to receive and to retain the regular connection of a train of events, to register them in that order which fancy may point out as most pleasing, and to form deductions from them such as may render their lives more agreeable to themselves and more serviceable to every one about them. Their more exalted faculties not being tied down by wearisome attention to mathematical investigations, metaphysical chimeras, or abstruse scholastic learning, are more at liberty to observe with care, see with perspicuity, and judge without prejudice concerning the amazing world of wonders round them than those of men who, very frequently by attempting to arrive at every kind of knowledge, find themselves stopped short in their career by the limited period of life, before they can properly be said to have reached any. To gratify and furnish food for this laudable curiosity, therefore, in both these branches of knowledge, shall be one of our principal aims in the prosecution of this work. Yet, as amusement, no less than instruction, will ever constitute one of the main columns of our edifice, and that our wish is to render the ladies, though learned, not pedantic, conversable rather than scientific, we shall avoid entering into any of these minutiae, or diving into those depths of literature which may make their study dry to themselves, or occasion its becoming tiresome to others. If therefore we treat of philosophy, it shall be polished from the rust of theoretical erudition, and adorned with all those advantages which a connection with the politer arts and sciences can throw upon it. If of history, a pleasing relation of the most interesting facts shall be endeavored at, the movement of the grand machine of government shall indeed be set before our readers, and the influence of each apparent wheel be rendered visible. But we shall think it unnecessary to look into every secret spring whereby these wheels were actuated, and shall dispense with entering into the never-to-be-discovered causes of the rise and fall of nations now no more, to make room for the more useful knowledge of those movements of the human heart on which depend the happiness or ruin of individuals. If geography should form, as we propose it shall, one portion of each number, it will not be with us the mere description of large tracts of land, where woods and plains, mountains and valleys, rivers and sandy deserts occur alike in all, but only a detail in every country of those things which are peculiar to itself, a picture not of the face of the earth, of sea and air, in different latitudes and longitudes, but a more varied prospect of human nature diversified by different laws, by different constitutions, and different ideas. Thus, much will be sufficient to premise in regard to the matter of our researches on these kind of subjects, in order to obviate the horrid idea which the word philosophy might perhaps otherwise impress on the minds of our female readers, who might from that term expect to find a work intended and calculated chiefly for their amusement and instruction, loaded with dry and abstruse investigations, which some of them might not have time, or others even want attention, to examine with the application necessary to become mistresses of them, and which, if they were attained, would stand a chance of more than 10 to 1 of exciting the outcry of the world against them. As to the method we intend to pursue, however, something, though not much, will be necessary to add, which will be only to observe that no regular course of philosophy, no long train of historical events, nor any close confinement to one branch of geographical knowledge shall be aimed at in our essays on these subjects. Variety is the soul of study, as well as the pleasure of life, and 1,000 useful pieces of knowledge steal into the vacancies of our mind when detached, which would never find their way thither if they were entangled with each other, or mingled in the grand mass of philosophical enquiries. Learning, in short, is the old man's bundle of rods. When bound up in the cluster, it is almost impossible to be overcome, yet every single twig may easily be mastered. In short, we see not the labor we have to go through when it is presented to us in minute portions, yet still it answers the end proposed. Small sands the mountain, moments make the year. We accumulate knowledge by golden grains, and find ourselves possessed of an ample treasure before we are even aware that we have attained the necessary store for our passing easily through life. To render this accumulation therefore thus easy, we shall fix ourselves to no peculiar order, but make variety our aim, transport our reader by turns through all the regions of earth, air, and ocean, and to different climates, with expedition beyond the power of a magician's wand. No bars of time, of place, or distance, or even impossibility itself shall stop our progress. One number of our work, perhaps, shall leave us admiring the stupendous fabric of the immense extended universe. The next shall find us aiding our limited sight by help of glasses and observations on a world of unknown beings contained within a drop of fluid, or forests waving in the narrow circuit of a small piece of moss. Today we shall converse with almost our contemporaries, enquire their actions, and censure or applaud them as we please. Tomorrow shall introduce us to an intercourse with the great founders of long-abolished empires. One page shall teach the manners used by nations where splendor and magnificence surpass even the most volatile imagination. The next point out the various artifices which want, the parent of inventive labor, instructs the poor unhappy savage to make use of for the supply of those necessities which barren wilds and mountains desolate deny the fuller solace of. In short, everything curious, everything instructive, everything entertaining shall be carefully sought out, and offered to the view, without distinction or respect to order, still leaving to the mind of every reader to range and form them into systems according to his pleasure. End of Introduction. Read by Leanne Brayman.
Section 17 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. Of the universe as considered under a general view. Although, as I have hinted above, we do not propose to enter into any regular order with regard to particular details, yet previous to our engaging in any disquisitions at all, it may not be improper to take one general review of nature, in order to open and prepare the mind for the reception of such discoveries as may at first sight confound from their novelty, and such truths as they may appear incredible from their overleaping the limits of our conception. Every study ought to have its peculiar use not only with regard to mankind in general, but to the person to whom it is recommended in particular. It is not enough to say such or such a branch of knowledge will, if pursued, be productive of some emolument to others. The person who is particularly solicited to pursue it ought to be informed in what respect it may be rendered serviceable to him in particular. Let mankind argue on the principles of Stoicism and public spirit as long as they please. It would be difficult, through the history of now almost 6,000 years, to find any action ever so trivial, if attended with either labor or hazard, that has been performed merely for the sake of the public in present, or of posterity in future, wherein some advantage, either real or imaginary, was not to accrue to the agents. The motives to great and illustrious actions in the loud and busy occurrences of the world have usually been incited by ambition united with avarice, has aimed at present aggrandizement. Ambition spurred on by fancy has made future fame its final goal. Yet, have the actions thus produced generally tended to oppression or extravagance? In the continued practice of moral opinions and the support of religious tenets, many have run through lives of pain and persecution. Many have fallen voluntary martyrs in the midst of the most excruciating tortures, and gloried in the sufferings they have borne. The hope of future need, the prospect of a certain happiness in another state, purchased by patient sufferings in this, have been at once their motive and support. Yet these have frequently deserved the names of wild enthusiasm and headstrong superstition. In the still calmer and more retired sphere of learned disquisition, the springs of action seem with greater disinterestedness to tend towards general utility. Fame is but rarely gained by studious lore, fortune still seldomer. The present therefore seems improbable, the future most uncertain. Ambition and interest here seem to have no effect. The motives, then, of action here are more concealed, yet motives still there are. For human nature finds its powers too limited, its inclinations too much clogged to act without some point in view to rouse it to exertion. From the concealment, then, or rather from the non-appearance of these motives, arises the so common cry against the practice of natural philosophy. What is the use of this? A cry thus raised as easily is answered. The use is universal, but to explain that answer more may be necessary. To those whose minds are too contracted to wander through the tracts of boundless space, to view at once with wonder and follow with discernment the motions of the heavenly bodies, and whilst contracted thus are still too dissipated to fix upon the objects placed before them, and pay the due attention to that mechanism which, as the judicious Mr. Boyle most justly has observed, is more conspicuous in nature's watches than her clocks. To these, I say, the use of all these studies will still remain concealed, but to the mind of clear and cool reflection, their use is plain and evident. They lead by smooth and regular gradations to peace and happiness. They raise the thoughts to humanity and devotion, serve to calm our ruffled passions, and by a regular transition convey our contemplations from the creature to its creator. In this light, then, let us consider them. Look on the vast universe as one immense machine, whose complicated mechanism bespeaks an artist of almighty power and wisdom, a machine formed for our use, and consequently a most amazing proof of his benevolence and goodness, a machine whose several parts have all the wonderful connection and all their several uses, which it is therefore a duty enjoined on us to endeavor at the discovering, and the discovery itself a reward granted for the performance of that duty. Let us then first take a view of this mighty machine in the whole, and then descend to a more immediate disquisition of its several parts. For this purpose, then, reader, imagine yourself conveyed to some place beyond even the limits of infinite space. There cast your eyes around, and view the number of the stars which glitter in their several orbs. Small as they are from our earth appear, behold them each a sun, shining with the brightest luster, each an immense mass of heat and light. Around them see numbers of worlds revolving in stated orbits, and in certain times. Lost as you are in the irregularity of their number and their motions, now fix your attention on a single one. Return to our system only. There in the center, the only place from whence the advantages of light and heat could be dispersed with equal impartiality to all the surrounding planets, and almost equally to everyone in all the several periods of its course. Behold the sun, a wondrous mass of fire, so immense a bulk, glowing with so much brightness, and heated to a fervor so intense as to diffuse its genial warmth and spread its rays for millions of miles around it, and though burning for thousands of years, enduring no visible decrease. Next to him, although at a distance of 32 millions of miles from his body, rolls the smallest planet, Mercury, revolving rapidly all the several periods of its season in 88 of our days. Then, in a larger circle, next comes Venus, forming its year in somewhat more than 7 months. Her bulk is nearly equal to that of our globe, and in her course appears to us sometimes a full bright star, reflecting the sun's rays from the whole circle of her body, at others horned, and in a crescent, representing, as it were, in miniature, the changes of the moon. For those two planets, placed as they are within the immediate influence of the beams which emanate from the great fount of light, those rays are full sufficient for their purpose, unaided by extraneous assistance. Not so the earth, the next in order of the planets, stationed where the sun's rays diverge and dissipate, so as to afford only a fainter day, and endured with motions whereby sometimes that day is very short. In order to produce and to prolong to her the great blessing of light, she is attended by a satellite, a planet perpetually revolving around her body, which, by receiving on its surface the rays of the great luminary, sends them back by reflection to the inhabitants of this globe. And here let us reflect on the amazing complication of various motions carried on at once on these two bodies. The daily revolution of the earth round its own axis, performed in 24 hours, combined with that, in her own orbit, performed with the velocity of almost 1,000 miles a minute, the moon turning round her own center in 27 days, rolling in the same space of time around her primary, and carrying on these motions calm and undisturbed, whilst she is borne along with equal swiftness by that primary in its annual progress. How wonderful a combination, how inconceivable to human fancy, the impulse by which it could be at first set to work. What less than infinite power could continue it in such an unwearied regularity of rotation for so many ages? What but infinite wisdom could have contrived it in such just proportion, in such connected harmony, as to bring about every change of time and season which can be conducive either to the convenience, the use, or even the pleasure of the inhabitants of both these globes? The fourth circle of the solar system rolls, in a period of almost 2 years, the planet Mars. Above him still, and in the realms of everlasting frost, the still more and little more than constant twilight, the mighty Jupiter, superior to all the other planets from his stupendous bulk, revolves in a large circuit of 12 tedious years. Round him 4 moons continually attend, moving in different periods to furnish his inhabitants with light and entertain them with the almost infinite variety of their changes and aspects. Still further off, and not much less than 800 millions of miles distant from the sun, in slow and stately progress, Saturn moves, filling almost 30 years in one revolution. 5 moons relieve his almost total darkness, nor would even the help of these avail to cheer the gloom which his inhabitants experience, were they not aided by a still brighter band of reflected light formed by the ample ring whereby his body ever is encircled. Let fancy paint the glorious prospect of the face of heaven as it appears to them, where sometimes in one hemisphere at once are to be seen, besides the brilliant arch now over their heads, and now forming to a certain height a luminary border on their horizon, 5 moons, shining with borrowed luster, and at one glance presenting to their view all the several phenomena which our single satellite we are obliged to wait for years to see, some in the full, some new, some in crescent, some undisturbed and clear, and others in eclipse. Eclipses, too, unknown to our moon, formed by the interchangeable positions of the several satellites, and sometimes by the ring behind which they remain in a time concealed, and then emerge again. Besides these well-known periods, behold a set of bodies, whose errant progress extends sometimes far, far beyond the orbit of the furthest of these planets, and sometimes comes within a nearer distance to the sun than is the very nearest, in one part of their orbit moving slower than Saturn, and in another whirling swifter round the body of the sun than Mercury himself, sometimes in regions to the cold of which the frosts of Greenland must be the dog star's heat, sometimes in raging fires which the most wild imagination cannot form the least idea of, experienced thus within one revolution, sometimes indeed of several 100 years. All the vicissitudes of time, of seasons, climates, and appearances, which all the other planets, in their several orbits, separately undergo. Yet there are these wandering masses, these phenomena, which from their rare appearances have been esteemed portents and prodigies, restrained by mighty power, their progress stated by almighty wisdom, and their wild courses ruled by the great hand that made them. Such is the system, such the vast machine, of which our globe is but a single part, one wheel, and that no more than one of the most trivial, for of the bodies we have named there are some exceeding it in bulk by many 100 times. Yet let us come to a nearer view of that alone, and we shall find its mechanism such as, in our narrow comprehensions, might of itself exhaust the utmost power even of omnipotence. Yet this, compared with the whole solar system, how insignificant, and that whole system itself, if lost from out of the universe, how little to be missed, not more than with the smallest pebble conveyed from the extended coast of the wide ocean. What then is man, and what is his creator? Contract now we our views, and fix them on our earth. Behold the mighty mass, a fertile globe of near 8,000 miles diameter, covered in every part with animated beings, formed into an infinite variety of different shapes, of different natures, and different inclinations, and consequently with an infinity of different wants, yet see upon its surface, within its bowels, or floating in its surrounding atmosphere, the means for the supplying all those wants, nay more, of gratifying every needless wish of those insatiate animals mankind, of yielding supernumerary delights, and leaving to the mind of just reflection not even a single wish to form. Observe the atmosphere wherein, to the height of a few miles, the globe appears enwrapped. In it you see the treasure housed of the rain, of snow and hail, let loose at proper periods to cool and to refresh the earth, to afford nourishment to all the vegetable world, and to supply the rivers and the springs with water, of clouds to overshadow and protect alike the animals and the plants from the sun's scorching heat, and to relieve that heat by seasonable showers. There you behold the prison of the winds which are set forth at proper times to put in motion the stagnant air and scatter all those noxious vapors which it receives by circulating through the several organs of animal life. The lightnings too and thunder there are formed with more than chymic art, whose dreadful explosions, at the same time that they cool and purify the surrounding elements, seem more immediately to be the voice of the Almighty, warning his creatures of his wrath, at the same time that it declares his power. Descend we to the surface. There observe the almost infinite variety of forms and of materials. See there high mountains reaching to the clouds, whose long extended ridges serve so many various purposes, as limits to great kingdoms, and bars to wild o'erbearing thirst of empire, as ribs whereby this mass of earth and water is strengthened and supported, as is the animal frame by massy bones, and lastly, as immense alembics to collect and to distill those waters which the sun's heat evaporates from the wide surface of the ocean, thence to disperse them down their sides in numberless little rills, which, meeting and uniting in their progress, compose those mighty rivers whereby the several tracts of land which form the continents are equally supplied with that most useful element, and which upon their bosoms bear the trade of mighty inland nations. View next the valleys adorned with pleasing verdure, and variegated with the dazzling glow of beauteous coloring, affording food for myriads of animals, created for the use and the conveniences of man. Observe the woods and the forests waving in the wind, and yielding shelter from the storm and tempest, laden with fruits of every kind, and furnishing materials for building for convenient habitations. In other parts, large wide extended heaths covered with underwood serve for the dwelling place of various animals. Elsewhere, see sandy deserts, through which scarce any tract of feet can be discerned. Rocks and vast cliffs which stop the ocean's rage, and lastly view the wide expanse of ocean, whose surface is enriched with all the treasures of the commercial world, and serves to bring about an intercourse between those very nations which it appears to bar from all communication. Within its bulk of waters, myriads of animals of various forms and sizes find habitation and existence. From the immense floating island of the whale's enormous body and the devouring shark to the poor little lifeless limpet, which fixes to the rocks, and there passes all the period of its being without either sight or motion. Around its borders see growing on every part mosses and corals, which, with a kind of vegetation differing from other plants, and varying from each other, form groves for the smaller inhabitants of the waters to range among, and hide themselves from the perception of their voracious enemies, whilst its unfathomed bottom contains a world unknown to us of animals which never rise to the surface, or wander to the shores, and therefore must possess organs, respiration, and means for the preserving life, hitherto undiscoverable by anatomical researchers, and unaccounted for by philosophical theory. Let us, I say, but once reflect on this review of nature, and who can ask what use these studies have? What use but to adapt and to prepare the mind for still more speculative and important reflections on the immensity of the great power by which these wonders have been all created? Who, with a single fiat, has set this incomprehensible machine in motion, and who, with a mere nod, can stop that motion, and instantly reduce it to its original chaos? What use but to point out to men that proud, presumptuous being, who dares to set himself in bold defiance to that power, how poor, how insignificant, how very a worm he is when placed in competition with many of the other productions of omnipotence? What use but to inspire the true philosopher with the most humble reverence, with the most ardent gratitude, and with the deepest sense of that beneficence which has placed him in a world where he remains surrounded with 10,000 miracles, supplied with everything his real wants can stand in need of, or his unbound wishes form in fancy, and sees himself possessed of all this by the immediate kindness of a power which claims from him no other recompense but his enjoying them with wonder and with gratitude, and paying a small tribute of praise to him who gave them. End of section 17, read by ToriBee.
Section 18 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The Ladies' Geography. As we have before observed, that it shall be our endeavor in the progress of this work to render it as interesting as possible, and to reject everything that does not tend in some measure either to instruct or entertain. We shall consequently be very short in our descriptive part of the particular countries we have occasion to conduct our fair readers through, since the general face of nature varies little more in different countries than the face of man. Air, earth, and water, hills and valleys, woods and open plains, are the universal features everywhere, and therefore would produce continual and tedious repetitions, were we to attach ourselves to such descriptions. But the peculiar variations in those features, together with the particular complexion which the mind of man appears to wear in every place, is what alone we shall think worthy of our notice. For this reason, we shall constantly divide our investigations of different countries into three parts, viz., first, such general description as may be absolutely necessary for the knowledge of its situation, and to give some idea to the reader of the prospect he might expect to meet with if he was on the spot. But in this we shall be as concise as possible. Secondly, the natural history, or a detail of the productions and curiosities of nature peculiar to it. And lastly, the civil history, or an account of the manners, laws, and customs of the inhabitants, in which, as well as in the preceding article, we shall aim at preserving all imaginary novelty, by taking no notice at all of those things of either kind which are universally possessed in every country, making only a bare mention of such as they have in common with some others, and extending more amply on such alone as are peculiar to the very individual spot or nation, which is the subject of our immediate consideration. In pursuance, therefore, of this kind of plan, we shall now proceed to a description of Ambona and of the other islands dependent on it. The cluster of islands, which are numbered by some authors amongst the Moluccas, were first discovered by the Portuguese in 1511, but were taken from them by the Dutch in the beginning of 1605, in whose possession they remain to this day. They are situated in about the 4th degree of south latitude and about the 145th of longitude from the Canary Islands. Amboina in itself, although the capital, is by no means the largest of the islands, which are connected under the same jurisdiction. Yet, as it is the most populous in proportion to its size, the most regularly cultivated, the most carefully strengthened with many fortresses, and beautified with a very handsome city, it claims the preference of being first mentioned. It is an island, or rather two joined together by a small isthmus of about a quarter of a league in breadth, and which forms on one side of it a gulf of upwards of 6 German leagues in length, and about a league over in the broadest part, capable of containing an infinite number of vessels, and of the other a very fine bay. This isthmus lies so low that by only cutting a canal of about 6 feet deep, the two gulfs would communicate with each other. The two parts of the island separated by it are of different sizes. The northern part, which is called Hito, is much the largest, being 8 leagues and a half long and 2.5 broad. The other, named Lemator, is but about 5 leagues in length, and its breadth at most not above 2, gradually diminishing almost to a point at one end, at 2 leagues and a half, from which, on the northern coast, stands the town of Amboina. Hito is divided into 7 cantons, each of which for the most part contains about 5 villages, and is defended by a fortress and garrison. Latimore would of itself be very inconsiderable, were it not for its being the seat of the capital town and fortress in the island, viz. Amboina and Fort Victory. The town stands in a fine plain on the coast of the larger gulf, and is about a quarter of a league in length, and 1,400 paces broad. The streets are wide and regular, and although they are not paved, yet the soil is very spongy, that the heavy rains, which frequently sailed there, do them much less damage than one would be apt to expect. It contains about 1,000 houses, exclusive of the public buildings, amongst which the castle, the market house, the church, the guardhouse, the town house, the hospital, the orphan house, governor's palace, the old and new Dutch churches, and the company's linen magazine are the most considerable, and some of them very magnificent. The number of inhabitants of the island of Amboina are thought to amount to between 70 and 80,000 souls, all of whom are Moors or Mohammedans, excepting the people of Latimore, who most of them profess Christianity, and about 5 or 6 villages of the other part of the island. Under the government of Amboina are included 10 other islands, viz. Boro, Amblau, Manapa, Keelang, Banoa, Saram, Saramblahuat, Nosa Layout, Hanamoa, and Bongabizi. The external aspect of all these islands present at first sight the appearance of the rudest desert. On whatever side you turn your eyes, you see yourself surrounded with lofty mountains, whose tops are lost in clouds, with frightful rocks riding on one another's heads, with horrid caverns, thick woods, shading with almost a continual darkness numbers of very deep valleys, and at the same time your ears are struck with the noise of rivers rushing into the sea with horrid roar, especially towards the beginning of the eastern monsoon, the time at which the European vessels most commonly arrive there. Yet foreigners who stay there till the western monsoon find infinite beauties in the prospect, the mountains abounding with sago and with cloves, the forests clothed in verdure and adorned with blossoms, the valleys laden with fertility, the rivers rolling with waters pure and crystalline, the very rocks and caverns which seem but as the shadows in a picture. All these objects, diversified in so many ways, render it one of the finest countries in the world. The frequent attacks of the palsy in these islands, and the yellowness of complexion, which many persons bring from thence with them, have made it to be concluded that the air of them is unwholesome. Yet these disorders are rather to be attributed to the imprudence of travelers than to the temperament of the climate, the air of which is clear and healthful. Many have lost their limbs by sleeping in their shirts by moonlight in cool evenings, and the excessive drinking of the sagaweir fixes that yellowness so much complained of. But these are disorders to which the natives, who take the same liquor in moderation, and do not expose themselves to the air in cold nights, are not subject to. Earthquakes and heavy rains are the greatest inconvenience of these climates. During the time of the eastern monsoon, which begins in May and ends in September, it will sometimes rain for several weeks together. Yet notwithstanding the vast quantity of water which falls direct, and the impetuous torrents which pour down from the mountains into the lower grounds, the land being so very spongy, the fields soon become dry again. But what is very remarkable is that the season for these rains is not the same throughout all the islands. When it rains at Amboina, it is frequently very fair at Boro, Manapa, and other of the lands to the west. This season is often accompanied with violent hurricanes, but earthquakes are more common during the western monsoon, which also lasts for 5 months. In April and October, they have no regular winds. The easterly ones bring rain, the westerly ones a drought. Yet both these, as well as the very plentiful evening dews, are of service in tempering the excessive heats, which are sometimes so great in the middle parts of the day, as to dry up rivers and cause the earth to open in clefts of 20 feet deep. In these seasons of drought, they are also incommoded with violent storms of thunder and lightning, and earthquakes are very frequently attendant on the rains, which follows these heats. Natural history of the islands of Amboina. The principal and general product of these islands are rice, sago, and cloves. They have, however, great quantities of coconuts, nutmegs, and other vegetable productions. As to animals, they have very few peculiar to themselves, excepting some of the bird kind. We will now take a little circuit through the several islands, and remark what is to be found worthy of notice in each. Amboina. In Hito, or the northern part of this island, are 2 mountains almost inaccessible, one of which, called Tanita, is the highest in the whole island. The top of it is so extremely cold that no kind of animal is to be found on it, excepting some black lizards, which live in a very thick moss, wherewith the ground and even the barks of the trees are entirely covered, and which is so extremely moist that the water will run out of it with the slightest pressure. Boro. This island is many times larger than Amboina, being about 18 leagues in length and upwards of 13 in breadth. It is remarkable for its very fine woods, amongst which 3 kinds of ebony, the black, the white, and a bastard kind between both, are the most distinguishable. The internal parts of this island are filled with high mountains and vast forests, in many places inaccessible, and which are the habitations of many large serpents and other venomous animals. And the banks of the rivers are infested with crocodiles. But what is the most wonderful is a large inland lake, which is at the top of a mountain about the middle of the island. This is almost inaccessible, the way to it being over steep crags and forests, so thick as to be scarce passable. It is about 2 leagues and a half over, and nearly round. Its depth in the middle is 15 or 16 fathoms, and it is supplied by a very rapid river. It produces no fish but eels, some of which are as thick as a man's thigh. There are a great number of wild ducks and plover about its borders, and the woods near it abound with a kind of bird, about the size of a canary bird, with a black head, red neck, with a ring of white around it, and the wings of a bright gold color. In short, by the description, they seem much to resemble our goldfinches, and sing delightfully. There are also in this island 2 other hills, each almost in the form of a sugar loaf, open at top and filled with water. On the coast of the island of Ceram, which is the largest of them all, being 60 leagues in length and in some places 15 in breadth, is a prodigious large rock, at the foot of which nature has formed several caverns, which give it the outward appearance of a walled town with its gates. These caverns sometimes serve for shelter to persons who happen to be overtaken by the night, though the retreat into them is frightful and even dangerous, being very much infested with serpents and other venomous reptiles. In the little islands of Nusa, Lahut, and Hominol, but especially in the latter, is found a kind of soap earth, which the women of the country, when pregnant, devour greedily, from a persuasion that it has virtue to make their children fair, although experience most generally has contradicted that opinion. The island of Oma is remarkable for a spring of hot water, the sulphurous steams of which are received through a wooden grate, by way of bath, for the relief of gouty and paralytic persons, and the ground everywhere about it is also extremely hot. But the most amazing particular in this island is a kind of fiery vapor, which is conveyed in the air with certain winds, and by which all the herbage for a large tract of ground will be almost instantaneously consumed, and the clothes, hair, and sometimes the faces of persons exposed to it, extremely scorched. Nor have they means of escaping suffocation from the smoke produced by it, but by throwing themselves flat on the ground with their faces to the earth. The sea wherewith these islands are surrounded present at particular times, viz., during the new moons of June and August, a very amazing sight. The surface of it appears in the night time as it were striped with large furrows as white as milk, although in the daytime no difference is to be seen. This white water, which does not mingle with the other, has more or less extent according as it is increased by the rains, which the southeast winds bring along with them. No one has been able to discover from whence it comes, or whereby it is occasioned. Some have attributed this whiteness to the little animalculae, whilst others imagine it to proceed from sulphurous vapors rising from the bottom of the sea and spreading on its surface. It is true there are many mountains of sulphur in this part of the world, but was it occasioned by them? The like phenomenon would be met with in any other place where such mountains are, which is not the case. When the white water is gone, the sea discharges a much greater quantity of froth and foam than usual. This water is extremely dangerous for small vessels, as the breakers cannot be distinguished through it. Ships which are exposed to it also rot the sooner, and it is remarked that the fish constantly follow the black water. Another object worthy of note in those seas is a kind of reddish worm, which appears every year at a certain time along the shore in many parts of the island of Amboina. The use the inhabitants make of these worms we shall shew hereafter. The manners and customs of the inhabitants of Amboina. The inhabitants of these islands are of a middle stature, rather lean than fat, and extremely swarthy. Their features are regular, and there are both men and women of them who are far from unhandsome. There is, however, a sort of them which are called Cakalaks, who are almost as white as the Europeans, but it is a sort of paleness which has something frightful in it when one is near them. They are very red-haired, have large freckles on their hands and faces, and their skin is scursy, rough and wrinkled. Their eyes, which are perpetually winking, seem in the daytime half shut, and are so weak that they can scarce bear the light. But in the night they see very clear. The women of this kind are very rare. These cakelarks are a kind of lepers, and are held in great contempt by their country folks. They take their name from certain flying insects which cast their coverings every year, and whose skin resembles those of these people. Their habitations are for the most part extremely poor and wretched. Some indeed which belong to the principal persons are built of boards, but the generality are constructed of gabagabas, or branches of the sago tree, the bark of which is extremely smooth and polished. These houses make no bad appearance when they are new, but in a short time, when the gabagabas begin to rot, and the nails and fastenings which hold them give way, they form great gaps which render them extremely inconvenient. Nor is their furniture more commodious or more plentiful. A few shelves to serve by way of canopy, some mats to sit on, a little earthenware, a frying pan, a copper basin to put their pisang in, a lamp of the same metal, and 2 or 3 boxes made of leaves of the nipa, ornamented with white shells, compose the principal part of it. The leaves of the pisang serve them by way of tablecloths and napkins, and the shell of the coconuts for spoons. The use of knives is unknown to them, but they do everything with a kind of cleaver, which they manage very dexterously. Besides these implements for domestic use, they have also some arms in their houses, such as helmets, bucklers, sabers, and javelins. Their habits are neither more diversified nor more magnificent. The men wear a kind of close-bodied coat and breeches, made of cotton, or some other stuff of a blue color, and for the most part unlined. The women in the house wear a sort of petticoat sewed up, but without plaits, and equally open at both ends. This they fasten at their waist to their under habit, which is a kind of shift, with the sleeves very long, and a little open before, and which reaches down somewhat below the navel. When they go out, they put on a second petticoat, which they throw over their left shoulder in the manner of a cloak, so that only the right side is to be seen. As fashion is unknown to the people of this country, all the difference of clothing amongst them consists in the difference of the stuffs. The Moors have no other distinction in their dress from the Christians of the island, but that of wearing a turban instead of the hat, or sometimes red or white handkerchiefs, which the latter fasten on their heads. The grandees, however, are particularly fond of distinguishing themselves by the magnificence of their dress and the number of their slaves. They also wear robes of brocade, silk stockings, and slippers, as marks of their nobility, whereas the commonalty, both men and women, go barefooted or in wooden sandals. The wives of the principal magistrates have the privilege of a kind of mantle, with hanging sleeves which comes down to their knees, is generally made of rich flowered silk, and gives them great consequence among the people. They also adorn themselves with earrings, bracelets, and necklaces of many kinds, which are mostly made of gold. They wear a hat cut in 3 or 4 points, and hold a handkerchief in their hands by way of a fan, which they put before their faces whilst at prayer in the church, where they have chairs, whereas the common women sit cross-legged on mats upon the ground. As the Ambornians in general are not looked on as the best soldiers, they are also but indifferently provided with arms. They have, however, some, which if they did but dare to look their enemies in the face, might be rendered extremely useful. I have already, under the article of their furniture, mentioned the principle of them. Nothing more, therefore, is necessary but to say something in regard to their structure. Their helmets are of brass adorned with the feathers of the bird of paradise. Of bucklers they have 2 kinds, one sort, which are 3 or 4 feet long and about 1 broad, and adorned on the outside with some rows of white shells. The other kind is only a small target made of rushes, very completely interwoven, about 2 or 3 feet diameter, with a spike in the center, which renders them at the same time equally commodious for offense. Of both these shields they avail themselves very skillfully in parrying off the strokes of their antagonists. Their right hand is armed offensively either with a saber or a javelin. Some of them substitute in the room of these the bow and arrow, which are in more familiar use amongst the Athlorians or mountaineers. Their firearms, which they acquired the knowledge of from the Europeans, they employ only in sporting, nor have they any heavy artillery, excepting a few pateros on the walls of their fortresses. The ordinary navigation of the Ambonians is in a kind of canoe cut out of the trunk of trees, which are 10, 12, and sometimes even 20 feet long by 1 or 2 broad. To either side of these vessels they fix a large wing, which, falling on the surface of the water, keeps it always in equilibrium amidst the waves, and as long as these wings are able to resist their force, the lightness of the vessel enables it to make a considerable progress in a very small time. But if once they happen to give way, the canoe infallibly oversets. These little barks are manned with 1 or 2 rowers, besides the person who takes care of the helm. Their fishing boats are broader, being about 3 or 4 feet wide, but without any covering, which would be very troublesome and inconvenient for that use. Of the same form are these, but larger, are the vessels they make use of in their parties of pleasure. In the middle of them, however, is fixed a square tent or pavilion, with benches and curtains all round, large enough to contain 15 or 20 persons, in proportion to the size of the boat, by which also is determined the number of the rowers. The smaller orambais, for so are these vessels called, carry 10 or 12, and the larger ones from 30 to 40. These rowers are arranged towards the head and stern of the boat on planks, which project from its 2 sides. The oars are broad and short, almost in the form of a baker's peel, and the strokes of them are regulated by the time of certain instruments of music, played on by 2 men for that purpose. A third kind of bark, which they make use of, is called the champan, carries a mast and is covered, is about 10 or 12 tons burthen, and is made great use of for the conveying of goods from one island to another. The last sort of shipping which these people employ are their caracores, which are large vessels of sometimes 100 feet in length and 12 or 14 in breadth. The meaning of the name is the sea tortoise, which is given to them from their being very heavy and slow, although with a fair wind they are very convenient, as they have the assistance of sails as well as oars. Some of these galleys have 2, some 3, and others 4 rows of oars, extending from 50 to nearly 100, with room for lodging about the same number of men, exclusive of 2 or 3 very elegant little apartments for persons of particular distinction. Of these vessels, formed into fleets from 50 to 65, provided with proper arms and a few petterows, they defend their own coast from incursions and frequently make attacks on their neighbors. From what we have said of the habits, dwellings, and furniture of these people, it appears that their necessities can be but few. One would therefore imagine that with a little application, joined to a very small degree of economy, it would be easy for them to increase their means and even to amass great riches. But although there are several of them who enjoy a very considerable income by the profits arising from the produce of their cloves, yet they, for the most part, expend it all in feasts, presents, and lawsuits, in the latter of which they make nothing of throwing away 100 ducats in the defense of a controverted clove garden. It is, however, remarkable that in a country where poverty is in a manner the fashion, there are nevertheless no such thing as beggars, but the wonder will in some degree cease when it comes to be considered that the trees produce in very great abundance certain fruits, the use of which is not denied to the passer-by, and that besides, no one there ever refuses to a poor man the liberty of cutting as much firewood as he has occasion for in one day, whilst it is very easily in his power, with no extraordinary industry, for him to make 3 shillings a day by the sale of those faggots, 2 pence of which will amply suffice for his day's sustenance. We have observed above that feasting is one of the articles which ruin the Amboynians, and by which they are perpetually kept in penury and distress. In short, there are many various occasions on which they are obliged to give great and sumptuous entertainments. Of these they have ordinary and extraordinary ones. At those which are given on marriages, christenings, burials, etc., all the relations are invited, but no one comes empty-handed. Every person thinks himself obliged to contribute a certain number of dishes, and these presents are carried with great ceremony and abundance of ostentation by their slaves, one following another, in large brazen basins, each covered with an embroidered handkerchief, through which, however, it is easy to distinguish what is underneath. Beside this, 3 or 4 persons are constantly employed for what might easily be performed by one, each endeavoring to outshine the other in the quantity of his presents and the number of his domestics. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The TRIFLER. Number 3. Madam, when Squire Bickerstaff, in the time of our mothers, such a time as, if their accounts may be trusted, is never likely to return, took upon him to entertain the town, he endeavored to secure a kind reception by deducing his genealogy and proving his relation to the whole family of the Staffs. If you can either by proximity of blood or similitude of mind shew your alliance to the numerous and powerful generation of triflers, you may set any other race of mortals at defiance, for very little is to be feared from any power against which the triflers shall form a combination. I have always had the honor of being numbered among the triflers. My mother, my grandmother, and my grandmother's mother were all triflers before me. You know, if you know anything of trifles, that it is the peculiar practice of our family to count their pedigree on the female side. By the advantage of a strong memory, diligently stored and repeated narratives, I have an exact knowledge of the whole succession of trifles which have engaged the elegant and gay for 2 centuries and a half. It is said in one of Steele's comedies that nobody despises the honors of ancestry but those that want them, and therefore I will not lose any advantage of hereditary excellency. My mother was the best daughter of Queen Mary's court. My Aunt Pen was the 3rd lady that in the reign of Charles II tied ribands to her nipples. My grandmother was a country gentlewoman, and has left little behind her except a scented paste, with which the beauties of her time used to clear their skins without the help of water. My grandmother appeared at the court of James I in Mrs. Turner's yellow starch, and her mother was always solicited to cut out ruffs by Queen Elizabeth's maids of honor.
I suppose, madam, you will now allow me to be a genuine and legitimate trifler, and I should be glad that you could by equal authority clear your pretensions to a place among the sisterhood. Triflers are always jealous, and I will not conceal my suspicions that you are claiming a character without right, and that your life has not been passed regularly among us, that you have either wanted the initiation of the boarding school or the completion of the ballroom. I know that it is common enough among periodical authors to forget their titles. They fill their heads with the theory of a plan which experience soon shews them to be too narrow to last long. The tattler often talks with the most solemn austerity of wisdom, and the guardian deviates into many topics with which as a guardian he has no concern, but none has ever started from her own purpose so soon as the trifler, and therefore I am afraid that she has taken a province which she cannot fill. To the first paper I made no objection. It is natural to a trifler to think her own adventures important and to tell them to those who do not wish to hear them. But the second paper has betrayed you. Can you think love and courtship subjects for a trifler? If love be a trifle, what can we call serious? If truth is that almost all other female employments are the sports of idleness, and that they seldom cease to trifle till they begin to love. It is possible in reading a book not to form some image of the writer. You have told us little of yourself, and therefore your readers are left to their own conjectures. To tell you the truth, I conceive you to be a rural virgin, that after having passed about 30 years between reading and needlework among groves and brooks, has at the invitation of some great lady left her grotto and bower, and come to take a view of the scenes of life, with no other ideas of love or pleasure than she has gathered from the amours and amusements of her own village. I do not wonder that to a votaress of studious tranquillity the whole bustle of the town appears a trifle. Much of the splendor and much of the cares of life I shall willingly give up to your sport or censure. You may say what you will of pleasures where no heart is light, of connections without kindness, of struggles for precedency, of competitions for the newest fashion, but believe me, dear Dryad, to love and to be loved is a serious business, and whatever customs of courtship, caprice, levity, or vanity have dictated, however the modes of approach between the sexes may be varied by the accidents of time or place, it is not for the trifler to treat as trifles those operations which unite us forever to tyrants or to friends, to savages or to sages, and which terminate the flighty wit or airy flutterer in a wife, an economist, a mother, and a grandmother. I am, madam, your very humble servant, Penelope Spindle.
End of section 19. Read by Jenny Factor in Marblehead, Massachusetts.
Section 20 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The History of Harriot and Sophia continued. Sophia, as if afraid she had said too much, stopped abruptly, and fixing her eyes on the ground continued silent and lost in thought. Mr. Herbert, who had well considered the purport of her words, passed over what he thought would give her too much pain to be explicit upon, and answered in great concern, "Then my fears are true. Sir Charles is not disposed to act like a man of honor." A sudden blush glowed in the cheeks of Sophia at the mention of Sir Charles's name, but it was not a blush of softness and confusion. Anger and disdain took the place of that sweet complacency which was the usual expression of her countenance, and with a voice somewhat raised, she replied eagerly, "Sir Charles, I believe, has deceived me, but him I can despise. Yet do not imagine, sir, that he has dared to insult me by any unworthy proposals. If he has any unjustifiable views upon me, he has not had presumption enough to make me acquainted with them, otherwise than by neglecting to convince me that they are honorable. But he practices upon the easy credulity of my mother. He lays snares for her gratitude by an interested generosity, as I now too plainly perceive, and he has the art to make her so much his friend that she will not listen to anything I say which implies the least doubt of his honor." Mr. Herbert sighed and cast down his eyes. Sophia continued in great emotion. "It is impossible for me, sir, to make you comprehend all the difficulties of my situation. A man who takes every form to ensnare my affections, but none to convince my judgment, importunes me continually with declarations of tenderness, and complaints of my coldness and indifference. What can I do? What ought I to answer to such discourse? In this perplexity, why will not my mother come to my assistance? Her years, her authority as a parent give her a right to require such an explanation from Sir Charles as may free me from doubts which, although reason suggests, delicacy permits me not to make appear. But such is my misfortune that I cannot persuade my mother there is the least foundation for my fears. She is obstinate in her good opinion of Sir Charles, and I am reduced to the sad necessity of either acting in open contradiction to her sentiments and commands, or of continuing in a state of humiliating suspense, to which my character must at last fall a sacrifice." "That, my dear child," interrupted Mr. Herbert, "is a point that ought to be considered. I would not mention it to you first, but since your own good sense has led the way to it, I will frankly own that I am afraid, innocent and good as you are, the censures of the world will not spare you, if you continue to receive Sir Charles's visits, doubtful as his intentions now appear to every one. I know Mrs. Darnley judges of the sincerity of his professions to you by the generosity he has shown in the presents he has heaped upon her. But, my dear child, that generosity was always suspected by me." "I confess," said Sophia, blushing, "I once thought favorably of him for the attention he showed to make my mother's life easy. But if his liberality to her be indeed, as you seem to think, a snare, what opinion ought I to form of his motives for a late offer he has made her, and which at first dazzled me, so noble and so disinterested did it appear?" "I know no offer but one," interrupted Mr. Herbert hastily, "which you ought even to have listened to." "Then the secret admonitions of my heart were right," cried Sophia, with an accent that at once expressed exultation and grief. "But what was this offer, child?" said Mr. Herbert. "I am impatient to know it." "I will tell you the whole affair as it happened," resumed Sophia, "but you must not be surprised that my mother was pleased with Sir Charles's offer. He has been her benefactor, and has a claim to her regard. It would be strange if she had not a good opinion of him. You know what that celebrated divine says whose writings you have made me acquainted with. Charity itself commands us where we know no ill to think well of all, but friendship, that goes always a pitch higher, gives a man a peculiar right and claim to the good opinion of his friend. My mother may be mistaken in the judgment she has formed of Sir Charles, but it is her friendship for him, a friendship founded upon gratitude for the good offices he has done her, that has given rise to this mistake. Sophia, in her eagerness to justify her mother, forgot that she had raised Mr. Herbert's curiosity and left it unsatisfied, and the good old man, charmed with the filial tenderness she showed upon this occasion, listened to her with complacency, though not with conviction. At length she suddenly recollected herself, and entered upon her story, but a certain hesitation in her speech, accompanied with a bashful air that made her withdraw her eyes from him to fix them on the ground, intimated plainly enough her own sentiments of the affair she was going to acquaint him with. "You know, sir," said she, "Sir Charles has had a fit of illness lately which alarmed all his friends. My mother was particularly attentive to him upon this occasion, and I believe he was sensibly affected with her kind concern for him. When he recovered, he begged my mother, my sister, and myself would accompany him in a little excursion to Hampstead to take the air. We dined there, and returning home early in the evening, as we passed through Brook Street, he ordered the coach to stop at the door of a very genteel house, which appeared to be newly painted and fitted up. Sir Charles desired us to go in with him and look at it, and give him our opinion of the furniture. Nothing could be more elegant and genteel, and we told him so, at which he appeared extremely pleased, for all had been done, he said, according to his directions. He came home with us and drank tea, after which he had a private conversation with my mother, which lasted about a quarter of an hour, and when they returned to the room in which they had left my sister and I, Sir Charles appeared to me to have an unusual thoughtfulness in his countenance, and my mother looked as if she had been weeping, yet there was at the same time an expression of satisfaction in her face. He went away immediately, and my mother, when eager to give vent to the emotions which filled her heart, exclaimed, "Oh, Sophia, how much are you obliged to the generous affection of that man!" "You may imagine, sir," pursued Sophia, in a sweet confusion, "that I was greatly affected with these words. I begged my mother to explain herself. Sir Charles," said she, "has made you a present of that house which we went to view this afternoon, and here," added she, giving me a paper, "is a deed by which he has settled £300 a year upon you." I was silent. So was my sister, who looked at me as if impatient to know my thoughts of this extraordinary generosity. My thoughts indeed were so perplexed, my notions of this manner of acting so confused and uncertain, that I knew not what to say. My mother told us Sir Charles had declared to her that his late illness had given him occasion for many uneasy reflections upon my account, that he shuddered with horror when he considered the unhappy state of my fortune, and to what difficulties I should have been exposed if he had died, and that for the satisfaction of his own mind he had made that settlement upon me, that whatever happened I might be out of the reach of necessity. "I am afraid, sir," pursued Sophia with a little confusion in her countenance, "that you will condemn me when I tell you I was so struck at first with the seeming candour and tenderness of Sir Charles's motives for this act of generosity, that none but the most grateful sentiments rose in my mind." "No, my dear," replied Mr. Herbert, "I do not condemn you. This snare was artfully laid. But when was it that your heart, or rather your reason, gave you those secret admonitions you spoke of?" Immediately, said Sophia. A moment's reflection upon the conduct of Sir Charles served to show me that some latent design lay concealed under this specious offer. But I am obliged to my sister for giving me a more distinct notion of it than my own confused ideas could furnish me with. Then you desired to know her opinion, said Mr. Herbert. Certainly, resumed Sophia. This conversation passed in her presence, and as my elder sister, she had a right to be consulted. Pray, what did she say? Asked Mr. Herbert impatiently. You know, sir, said Sophia with a gentle smile, my sister takes every opportunity to rally me about my pretensions to wit. She told me it was great condescension in me, who thought myself wiser than all the world besides, to ask her advice upon this occasion, and that she would not expose herself to my contempt by declaring her opinion any farther than that she supposed Sir Charles did not consider this as a marriage settlement. These last words, pursued Sophia, whose face was now covered with a deeper blush, let in so much light upon my mind that I was ashamed and angry with myself for having doubted a moment of Sir Charles's insincerity. I thanked my sister and told her she should see that I would profit by the hint she had given me. I wish, interrupted Mr. Herbert, that she may profit as much by you, but people of good understanding learn more from the ignorant than the ignorant do from them, because the wise avoid the follies of fools, but fools will not follow the example of the wise. But what did Mrs. Darnley say to this? I never saw her so angry with my sister before, replied Sophia. She said several severe things to her which made her leave the room in great emotion. And when we were alone, I endeavored to convince my mother that it was not fit I should make myself a dependent upon Sir Charles by accepting such considerable presents. She was, however, of a different opinion, because Sir Charles's behavior had been always respectful in the highest degree to me, and because the manner in which he made this offer left no room to suspect that he had any other design in it but to secure a provision for me in case anything should happen to him. Your mother imposes upon herself, replied Mr. Herbert, but I hope, my dear child, you think more justly. You may judge of my sentiments, sir, answered Sophia, by the resolution I have taken. I wished to consult you, but as I had no opportunity for it, I satisfied myself with doing what I thought you would approve. My mother, pressed by my arguments, told me in a peevish way that I might act as I thought proper, upon which I retired, and satisfied with this permission, I enclosed the settlement in a cover directed for Sir Charles. I had just sealed it and was going to send it away when my mother came into my room. I perceived she was desirous to renew the conversation about Sir Charles, but I carefully avoided it, for fear me should retract the permission she had given me to act as I pleased upon this occasion. My reserve piqued her so much that she forbore to enter upon the subject again, but as I had no opportunity of sending my letter that night without her knowledge, I was obliged to go to bed much richer than I desired to be, and the next morning when we were at breakfast, a letter was brought me from Sir Charles, dated 4 o'clock, in which he informed me that he was just setting out in a post-chaise for Bath. His uncle, who lies there at the point of death, has, it seems, earnestly desired to see him, and the messenger told him he had not a minute to lose. I am sorry, interrupted Mr. Herbert, that he did not get your letter before he went. Sophia then taking it out of her pocket, gave it to him, and begged he would contrive some way to have it safely delivered to Sir Charles. And now, added she, my heart is easy on that side, and I have nothing to do but to arm myself with fortitude to bear the tender reproaches of a mother whose anxiety for my interest makes her see this affair in a very different light from that in which you and I behold it. Mr. Herbert put the letter carefully into his pocket-book, and promised her it should be conveyed to Sir Charles. Then, taking her hand, which he pressed affectionately, "You have another sacrifice yet to make, my dear good child," said he, "and I hope it will not cost you much to make it. You must resolve to see Sir Charles no more. It is not fit you should receive his visits, since you suspect his designs are not honorable, and you have but too much cause for suspicion. It is not enough to be virtuous, we must appear so likewise. We owe the world a good example, the world which oftener rewards the appearances of merit than merit itself. It will be impossible for you to avoid seeing Sir Charles sometimes, if you continue with your mother. You have no authority to forbid his visits here, and whether you share them or not, they will be all placed to your account. Are you willing, Miss Sophia, to go into the country, and I will board you in the family of a worthy clergyman, who is my friend? His wife and daughters will be agreeable companions for you. You will find books enough in his study to employ those hours which you devote to reading, and his conversation will be always a source of instruction and delight." Sophia, with tears in her eyes and a look so expressive that it conveyed a stronger idea of the grateful sentiments which filled her heart than any words could do, thanked the good old man for his generous offer, and told him she was ready to leave London whenever he pleased, but unwilling to be an encumbrance upon his little fortune, she entreated him to be diligent in his inquiries for a place for her, that she might early inure herself to the humble condition which Providence thought fit to allot for her. Mr. Herbert, entering into her delicate scruples, promised to procure her a proper establishment, and it was agreed between them that he should acquaint her mother the next day with the resolution she had taken, and endeavor to procure her consent to it. Mr. Herbert well knew all the difficulties of this task, and prepared himself to sustain the storm which he expected would fall upon him. He visited Mrs. Darnley in the morning, and finding her alone, entered at once into the affair by telling her that he had performed the commission Miss Sophia had given him, that a friend of his who was going to Bath would take care to deliver her letter to her unworthy lover, who, added he, will be convinced by her returning his settlement that she has a just notion of his base designs, and despises him as well for his falsehood and presumption as for the mean opinion he has entertained of her. Mr. Herbert, who was perfectly well acquainted with Mrs. Darnley's character, and had studied his part, would not give her time to recover from the astonishment his first words had thrown her into, which was strongly impressed upon her countenance, and which seemed to deprive her of the power of speech, but added with an air natural enough, "Your conduct, Mrs. Darnley, deserves the highest praises. Indeed, I know not which to admire most, your disinterestedness, prudence, and judgment, or Miss Sophia's ready obedience, and the noble sacrifice she makes to her honor and reputation. You knew her virtue might be securely depended upon, and you permitted her to act as she thought proper with regard to the insidious offer Sir Charles made her. Thus, by transferring all the merit of a refusal to her, you reflect a double lustre upon your own, and she has fully answered your intentions by rejecting that offer with the contempt it deserved." While Mr. Herbert went on in this strain, Mrs. Darnley insensibly forgot her resentment. Her features assumed all that complacency which gratified vanity and self-applause could impress upon them. And although she was conscious her sentiments were very different from those which Mr. Herbert attributed to her, yet, as she had really spoke those words to Sophia which had given her a pretence to act as she had done, she concluded his praises were sincere, and enjoyed them as much as if she had deserved them. It was her business now, however vexed at her daughter's folly, as she conceived it, to seem highly satisfied with her conduct, since what she had done could not be recalled, yet inwardly fretting at the loss of so noble a present, all her dissimulation could not hinder her from saying that although she approved of Sophia's refusal, yet she could not help thinking she had been very precipitate, and that she ought to have waited till Sir Charles returned, and not have sent, but have given him back his settlement. Mr. Herbert, without answering to that point, told her that what now remained for her prudence to do was to take away all foundation for slander, by peremptorily forbidding Sir Charles's future visits. Here Mrs. Darnley began to frown. For since it is plain to us all, madam, pursued he, without seeming to perceive her emotion, that marriage is not his intention, by being allowed to continue his addresses, Miss Sophia's character will suffer greatly in the opinion of the world, and the wisdom and discretion by which you have hitherto been governed in this affair will not secure you from very unfavorable censures. To show, therefore, how much you are in earnest to prevent them, I think it is absolutely necessary that you should send your daughter out of this man's way. Mrs. Darnley, who thought she had an unanswerable objection to make to this scheme, interrupted him eagerly. You know my circumstances, Mr. Herbert. You know I cannot afford to send my daughter from me. How am I to dispose of her, pray? Let not that care trouble you, madam, replied Mr. Herbert. I will take all this expense upon myself. I love Miss Sophia as well as if she was my own child, and slender as my income is, I will be at the charge of her maintenance till fortune and her own merit place her in a better situation. Mr. Herbert then acquainted her with the name and character of the clergyman in whose family he intended to board Sophia. He added that the place to which she was going being at no great distance, she might hear from her frequently, and sometimes visit her without much expense or inconvenience. Mrs. Darnley, having nothing that was reasonable to oppose to these kind and generous offers, had recourse to rage and exclamation. She told Mr. Herbert that he had no right to interpose in the affairs of her family, that he should not dispose of her child as he pleased, that she would exert the authority of a parent, and no officious meddler should rob her of her child. Mr. Herbert now found it necessary to change his method with this interested mother. Take care, madam, said he, with a severe look, how far you carry your opposition in this case. The world has its eyes upon your conduct. Do not give it reason to say that your daughter is more prudent and cautious than you are, nor force her to do that without your consent, which you ought to be the first to advise her to. Without my consent, replied Mrs. Darnley, almost breathless with rage. Will she go without my consent, say you? Have you alienated her affections from me so far? I will soon know that. Then rising with a furious air, she called Sophia, who came into the room trembling and in the utmost agitation. The melancholy that appeared in her countenance, her paleness and disorder, the consequences of a sleepless night which she had passed in various and afflicting thoughts, made Mr. Herbert apprehensive that her mother's obstinacy would prove too hard for her gentle disposition, and that her heart, thus assaulted with the most powerful of all passions, love and filial tenderness, would insensibly betray her into a consent to stay. Mrs. Darnley, giving her a look of indignation, exclaimed with the sarcastic severity with which she used formerly to treat her, "So, my wise, my dutiful daughter, you cannot bear, it seems, to live with your mother. You are resolved to run away from me, are you?" "Madam," replied Sophia, with a firmness that disconcerted Mrs. Darnley as much as it pleasingly surprised Mr. Herbert, "it is not you I am running away from, as you unkindly say. I am going into the country to force myself from the pursuits of a man who has imposed upon your goodness and my credulity, one who I am convinced seeks my dishonor, and whose ensnaring addresses have already, I am afraid, given a wound to my reputation, which nothing but the resolution I have taken to avoid him can heal." Poor Sophia, who had with difficulty prevailed over her own softness to speak in this determined manner, could not bear to see the confusion into which her answer had thrown her mother, but sighing deeply, she retired towards the window, and wiped away the tears that fell from her charming eyes. Mrs. Darnley, who observed her emotion and well knew how to take advantage of that amiable weakness in her temper, which made any opposition, however just and necessary, painful to her, desired Mr. Herbert to leave her alone with her daughter, adding that his presence was a constraint upon them both. Sophia, hearing this, and dreading lest he should leave her to sustain the storm alone, went towards her mother, and with the most persuasive look and accent begged her not to part in anger from Mr. Herbert. "I cannot forgive Mr. Herbert," said Mrs. Darnley, "for supposing I am less concerned for your honor than he is. I see no necessity for your going into the country. Your reputation is safe while you are under my care. It is time enough to send you out of Sir Charles's way when we are convinced his designs are not honorable. Mr. Herbert, by filling your head with groundless apprehensions, will be the ruin of your fortune." "Sir Charles's dissembled affection for me," interrupted Sophia, "will be the ruin of my character. There is no way to convince the world that I am not the willing dupe of his artifices but by flying from him as far as I can. Do not, my dear mamma," pursued she, bursting into tears, "oppose my going. My peace of mind, my reputation depend upon it." "You shall go when I think proper," replied Mrs. Darnley. "And as for you, sir," turning to Mr. Herbert, "I desire you will not interpose any farther in this matter." "Indeed I must, madam," said the good old man, encouraged by a look Sophia gave him. "I consider myself as guardian to your daughter, and in that quality I pretend to some right to regulate her conduct on an occasion which requires a guardian's care and authority." "Ridiculous!" exclaimed Mrs. Darnley with a malignant sneer. "What a jest, to call yourself guardian to a girl who has not a shilling to depend upon." "I am the guardian of her honor and reputation," said Mr. Herbert. "These make up her fortune, and with these she is richer than if she possessed thousands without them." "And do you, miss," said Mrs. Darnley to her daughter, with a scornful air, "do you allow this foolish claim? Are you this gentleman's ward, pray?" "Come, madam," said Mr. Herbert, willing to spare Sophia the pain of answering her question, "be persuaded that I have the tenderness of a parent as well as guardian for your daughter. It is absolutely necessary she should see Sir Charles no more, and the most effectual method she can take to shun him and to preserve her character is to leave a place where she will be continually exposed to his importunity. I hope she will be able to procure your consent to her going tomorrow. I shall be here in the morning with a post chaise, and will conduct her myself to the house of my friend, whom I have already prepared by a letter to receive her." Mr. Herbert, without waiting for any answer, bowed and left the room. Sophia followed him to the door, and by a speaking glance assured him he might depend upon her perseverance. To be continued. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox, to the author of the Ladies' Museum. Madam, as I apprehend the object of this publication is no less the moral than the literary improvement of your sex, permit me, through the channel of this useful work, to point out to your fair readers the fatal consequences of an opinion too generally received among them. The opinion I could wish to see corrected is that grandeur and happiness signify one and the same thing. How far the same wrong notion prevails among men is not my present purpose to examine, but I will venture to affirm that in the system of female logic, grandeur and happiness are convertible terms. It is not surprising that this notion should be extremely prevalent when we consider that the whole system of female education tends to promote and extend it. Whence is it that many misses are instructed in accomplishments evidently above their rank, but in order to obtain a station in life to which they could not reasonably aspire? In truth, it is more the vanity of being thought to possess such accomplishments than any pleasure arising from those attainments that is the inducement to pursue them. I have been assured by the parents of many young ladies that their daughters were perfect mistresses of French, music, etc., when upon a better acquaintance I plainly perceived they had been at much expense only to say they had been learners. I would not be thought to mean that the polite accomplishments are not very useful and becoming to persons of a certain rank and character, but I would observe that the promiscuous aim of all ranks of females to acquire those elegant distinctions evidently proves my first principle, namely, that an appetite for vanity and splendor pervades the whole system of modern education. The polite attainments too frequently give young ladies of middling station an unhappy propensity to dissipation and pleasure, and indispose them to the ordinary and necessary occupations of life. It may be useful to consider what probability there is that an appetite for distinction may be gratified, and then examine what superior happiness such envied distinctions necessarily confer. I shall take it for granted that a good establishment in marriage is the object of most women's wishes. It has been computed that 19 marriages in 20 among persons of liberal condition are concluded upon no great inequality of circumstances. It is plain, then, that a lady who flatters herself that she shall marry above her rank runs no less a risk than 20 to 1 of a disappointment. In fact, this is unavoidable, for persons of rank and opulence are not very numerous, and frequently intermarry with each other. Yet upon so slender a prospect as many a poor lady, tired both herself and the public with a repetition of her countenance for many years past at every place of amusement. To these dazzling and delusive hopes are ease and contentment often sacrificed from a mistaken opinion that grandeur and happiness are inseparable, or rather, that the latter was not possible without the former. Hence anxious days and sleepless nights, not to mention that virtue is much endangered by pursuits giddy and fantastical. After years of vain expectation, the point in view is at a greater distance than ever, to obtain which dancing masters and milliners have assisted in vain, if it be said that we hear sometimes of ladies who from private stations have rose to great rank and riches. I answer that particular exceptions conclude nothing against the general observation that unreasonable expectation must almost always be disappointed. Instances of surprising good fortune happen in all pursuits, and seeming accident will have its share in the happy events of matrimony, as well as in most others. But if young people inflame their imaginations with extraordinary occurrences and soar upon the waxen wings of expectation to regions of imaginary bliss, they will quickly find, like Icarus, misfortune interrupting the dream of vanity, and may possibly pay almost as dear for the experiment. With respect to the blessings of Providence, we rather lament the absence of things perhaps not necessary than make a proper use of those we have. It sufficiently appears that a passion for grandeur is not likely to be gratified, and that such wishes must, in the nature of things, much oftener miscarry than succeed. But for once let us suppose the point obtained, and examine what happiness is annexed to that envied condition. Providence, for the wisest reasons, has made a great difference in the external circumstances of his creatures, but not in their happiness. In fact, the greatest blessings of life are proposed in common to us all. Health and an approving conscience are the grand satisfactions of our being, as sin and pain are almost the only evils. Nor can we cease to adore that goodness who has made the best things in life attainable by all conditions, without a possibility of interfering with each other. In these two grand articles, it appears that persons of wealth and station have no advantage over more moderate conditions. The former are more exposed to temptations, and a full tide of prosperity has always been reckoned dangerous to virtue. Besides, those who have large possessions and connections are much broader marks for misfortune than others. Socrates accounted those happiest who had fewest wants, as the happiest of all beings is he who wants nothing. The more our wants are enlarged and our appetites indulged, they become more ungovernable and exceed our powers of satisfying them. Such persons are exposed to perpetual disappointment, as it is much easier to imagine than obtain. How many persons, may we not presume, who are shining themselves and shone on by fortune, that are inwardly miserable and sick of life? Wealth and station may indeed procure a great variety of sensual gratifications, out of the reach of humbler fortunes, but of what nature are such pleasures, fleeting and dissatisfactory in the confession of all? Let us reflect a little on the most exalted pleasures our nature is capable of. We shall find them attainable by private stations, and from some of the best of them, the very lowest conditions not excluded. Even those who are condemned to the drudgery of manual labor may, and so often enjoy a healthful body and a tranquil mind, though they are in great measure excluded from intellectual enjoyments. Yet even this view of their condition is not without its compensations. It will not be denied that our best enjoyments here below arise from temperance, moderate desires, easy reflections, and consciousness of knowledge and virtue. I would ask my fair countrywomen whether high rank and great riches are necessary to these attainments. The purest and most substantial pleasures are certainly those arising from religion and virtue. The pleasures of knowledge and of friendship, which are attainable by the middling, if not all classes of life, depend much upon themselves and are little subject to accident or diminution, so far from being the constant companions of rank and riches, that perhaps they are seldomer found among persons of elevated stations than most others. It were easy to assign the reasons, as the necessaries of life are not difficult to obtain, so neither are its best comforts. A person must have reflected indeed to very little purpose who is not sensible that the prospect of the divine favor in another life is the grand foundation of contentment in this imperfect and probationary state. It will be said that a competency of the good things of life is necessary to our happiness and truly desirable. Most undoubtedly it is, but the misfortune is our ideas of a competency are not taken from nature or even from our proper station and character, but from our imaginations and wrong habits, and what is yet more preposterous, from our comparisons with others. A competency is not to be defined because it varies according to the station and necessities of individuals. To use a familiar comparison, suppose a person undertakes a journey into a remote country and has sufficient to defray his necessary expenses. May he not enjoy the true pleasures of the scene equally with him who travels the same journey, attended with all the parade of equipage, and encumbered with the superfluity of wealth? May not as successful a voyage be made in a small, convenient bark, as in a galley no less splendid than Cleopatra's? Let nothing here advanced be supposed to mean that wealth and station incapacitate their possessors from enjoying the truest happiness of their nature. Among other advantages in common with their fellow creatures, they eminently enjoy the godlike power of doing good to others. It is the exercise of that power that gives rank and riches their true dignity, and is the constant employment of him who is the source of all excellence. But let not people mistake that which may be made the means of happiness for the necessary and never-failing cause of it, nor repine at the want of those distinctions in the possession of which there occur so many examples extremely miserable. I cannot conclude this letter without observing that an appetite for grandeur very fatally predominates at a crisis in life, wherein, of all others, it behoves us to act with the truest wisdom. I mean at the time of marriage. Matches are now deemed good or bad, not from the qualities, but the external circumstances of the parties. The opinion of Themistocles, like many other old opinions, is quite exploded, who declared that he who would rather marry his daughter to a man without an estate than to an estate without a man. The candidates for the lady's affections, or more properly their fortunes, undergo the most exact scrutiny into their estates, expectations, and alliances, nor is any inquiry omitted, but into their sense and morals. If your fair readers please to extend this charge to their admirers, they have my consent, only remembering that folly on one side never excuses it on another, and that they are most likely to be greater sufferers by an ill choice, as their condition is more dependent. It is agreed on all sides that the sure supports of conjugal felicity are the unreserved friendship and mutual esteem of the parties. Now it is an axiom that friendship cannot exist but between virtuous minds, and surely no dreams of a lunatic were ever more visionary than to suppose there can be anything abiding pleasure without virtue, since in our system of being there is nothing durable but the consequences of it. Many a thoughtless female, who despised all considerations but rank and riches, serves only to exhibit a wretched spectacle of their insufficiency. I doubt not but this essay may fall into the hands of some of your fair readers, who have dragged out an insipid length of days, doting upon vain and perishable distinctions, and have sunk into utter contempt and oblivion, who, by a better conduct, might have enjoyed happy and comfortable establishments. Let those whose cases are retrievable consider that elevation must ever be the lot of very few, nor when it is attained does it invariably produce happiness. The truest satisfactions in life are not necessarily connected with great estates or coronets, but are to be found among persons of all conditions, whose lives are governed by sense and virtue. Of one thing they may be infallibly certain, that a life conducted by vanity cannot fail to end in misery. I am, madam, your very humble servant, W.M. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The History of the Counter-Comminge continued. Hearing her speak with unusual emotion, I approached her. She was giving her mother an account of what had happened. Madame de Lucerne was as much offended at the Chevalier's behavior as her daughter. I was silent. I even continued my walk with the ladies. When they retired, I sent a message to the Chevalier. He was at home, and in consequence of my desiring him to meet me, he came instantly to the place appointed. I cannot persuade myself, said I, approaching him, that what has happened during our walk today is more than a mere pleasantry. You are too gallant and well-bred to keep a lady's picture, contrary to her inclination. I know not, answered he warmly, what interest you take in my keeping or restoring it, but I know that I neither need nor will accept of your advice. Then, replied I, clapping my hand to my sword, I will force you to receive it in this manner. The Chevalier was brave. He eagerly answered my defiance. We fought for some time with equal success, but he was not animated like me with the desire of serving what I loved. He wounded me slightly in 2 places, but I gave him 2 large wounds, and obliged him both to ask his life and to resign the picture. After I had assisted him to rise and had conducted him to the nearest house, I retired to my own lodgings, where, as soon as the wounds I had received were dressed, I set myself to contemplate the lovely picture and kissed it 1,000 and 1,000 times. I had a genius for painting, which I had taken some pains to cultivate, yet I was far from being a master in the art. But what will not love accomplish? I undertook to copy this portrait. I spent 2 days in this employment. Delightful task. I succeeded so well that even a very discerning eye might have mistaken mine for the original. This inspired me with the thought of substituting one for the other, by which contrivance I should have the advantage of keeping that which belonged to Adelaida, and she, without knowing it, would always bear my work about her. These trifles to one who truly loves are matters of great importance, and my heart knew how to set a full value on them. After I had fastened the picture I had painted to the ribbon in such a manner that my cheat could not be discovered, I presented it to Adelaida. Madame de Lucerne expressed herself highly obliged to me. Adelaida said little. She seemed embarrassed, but in the midst of that embarrassment, I thought I discovered that she was pleased at having received this little obligation from me, and that thought gave me real transport. I have in my life experienced some of those happy moments, and had my misfortunes been only common ones, I should not have believed them too dearly purchased. After this little adventure, I stood extremely well in the esteem of Madame de Lucerne. I was always at her lodgings. I saw Adelaida every hour in the day, and although I did not speak to her of my passion, yet I was sure she knew it, and I had reason to believe she did not hate me. Hearts as sensible as ours were quickly understand each other. To them, everything is expression. I had lived 2 months in this manner when I received a letter from my father, in which he commanded me to return immediately. This command was to me like the stroke of a thunderbolt. My whole soul had been engrossed with the pleasure of seeing and loving Adelaida. The idea of leaving her was wholly new to me. The horror of parting from her, the consequence of the lawsuit between our families, rose to my thoughts with every aggravation to distract me. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The following essay on the original inhabitants of Great Britain is the composition of a nobleman, distinguished for his genius, taste, and learning. The history of every nation in the world begins in a dark and fabulous manner, nor can any history be more obscure than that of Great Britain. It is impossible to guess when or by whom our island was originally peopled. The conjectures on this head have been various, but as they amount only to conjectures, and as the point itself is of no real importance, I shall pass directly forward to the first accounts upon which we may place any reliance. The original inhabitants are represented as consisting of two classes, priests and soldiers. The whole island, at least that part of it called South Britain, was divided into small provinces, each of which was allotted to the sovereignty of a prince. These princes lived in constant warfare and contention. The priests were distinguished by the name of Druids, but their power was not only confined to the ceremonies of sacrifice and other religious parts of worship, it extended to the government of all civil judicature. To the ordinary Druids, who were very numerous, but seldom or even of mean birth, was committed the administration of justice in the several provinces, the determination of all causes, and the judicial decision of right and wrong, but still subject to the supreme jurisdiction of one chief Druid, who, in dignity, excelled all the rest, and who, in civil affairs, had the power of a king, while in religious matters he might be called the reigning pope of those days. The military men were brave, even to a degree of fierceness. They had never felt the effects of fear, fatigue, or luxury. They had been bred in woods and inured to hardships. Agriculture and merchandise had made little or no progress in the kingdom. The constant diet of the people was milk and flesh meat, of both which they had great plenty, the whole island being filled with various kinds of cattle. Such were the Britons when Julius Caesar invaded their country. He appeared with his fleet, hovering upon the coast of England, August the 26th in the year of Rome, 699, 54 or 55 years before the birth of Christ. His pretense for this invasion was the constant refuge which the Belgi, a people of Gaul, had received from the inhabitants of Britain, and the perpetual succors and assistance which were granted by the Britons to the enemies of Rome. The pretense was specious. The true motive was a thirst of glory. Caesar's ambition, like the ocean that crossed, had no bounds. I am inclined to think that this enterprise was not very acceptable to the Roman people. They looked upon it as a hazardous undertaking. Cicero, in one of his epistles to Atticus, expresses himself thus: Britannici belli exitus expector, consta enim auditus insili, esse munitis minifis mobilis. Etiam illa jam cognitum est, nec argenti scripulum esse ilium in illa insula, nec ullum spem prodisi, nisi expansipus, ex quibus nullus puto, til literis at missis, eruditus expectari. The event of the British war is waited for with impatience. It is certain that all the approaches to that island are fortified by amazing outworks, and it is universally known that not a scruple of silver is to be found throughout the whole island, nor are there hopes of any acquisitions except the slaves, amongst whom I cannot suppose you will expect musicians or men of learning. Tully, we perceive, seems to treat the Britons rather in a sneering manner than to speak of them with his usual lively but weighty manner of expression. He has no great opinion of their genius or of their learning, but however illiterate or however unskilled in music our ancestors might appear, it cannot be denied that they were not only courageous, but of a liberal nature, totally devoid of all low art, but not totally universed in the policy of war. Caesar gives an account of them, which, as it comes from an enemy, is very much to their honor. He says he had great difficulty in landing, being annoyed by their darts, and opposed by their cavalry. And when he had brought his troops to an engagement, he confesses that the battle was maintained with sharpness on both sides. Pugnatum est ab utis acritur. At length the Roman arms prevailed. The islanders gave way, retired to their woods, and immediately sent ambassadors to sue for terms of peace. Caesar, upon the arrival of ambassadors, reproached the Britons as having acted ungenerously by imprisoning his friend Commius, whom he had sent into England some time before, with his own particular commands. Their excuse is remarkable. Aegis re culpam in multitudinem contulerunt, et propter imprudentiam, ut ignos certitur perseverant. They acknowledged their imprudence, begged that it might be forgiven, and fixed the rashness of the action entirely upon the common people. So powerful and ungovernable, even at that time, was an English rabble. Caesar, gentle and compassionate, both by nature and policy, received the excuse, demanded hostages, and granted terms of peace. The peace on the side of the Britons was an act of necessity, not of choice. Perhaps it was no less so on the side of the Romans. They would have penetrated farther into the island. They would have visited the coast and would have considered the various parts that might have afforded them a refuge in any future invasion, if they had not met with a people very different from what they expected. They expected wild savages. They met with real soldiers. They had been used to strike terror upon the continent. They only excited spirit and unanimity in a little island, where they found courage instead of fear, and order instead of confusion. Caesar, at his first expedition from Belgic Gaul into Britain, had left his cavalry behind him. They were detained by contrary winds in a port at some distance from that where he had embarked. He had given orders that they should follow on the earliest opportunity, loaded with arms, ammunition, and soldiers, and 4 days after arrival in England, they had obeyed those orders and were more than halfway over the British Channel when a sudden storm turned the ships entirely out of their course, and not only forced back many of them to the continent, but drove others to the most western part of the island. At the same time, the vessels which had transported Caesar, and which had remained at anchor upon the British coast, were much shattered by the tempest. 12 of them were absolutely lost, and the Romans saw themselves at once deprived of all hopes of provision, except such as could be procured from the islanders. By sending out parties to forage at a small distance from the Roman camp. From these unexpected circumstances, the Britons resolved to reap advantage. They assembled their disbanded troops with great privacy and expedition, and while one of the Roman legions was sent out to forage, they suddenly surrounded the foragers, and must immediately have destroyed the rest, if Caesar with amazing alacrity had not hastened to their assistance. The sudden appearance of Caesar, although attended only by 2 cohorts, put the Britons to a stand, and the Romans did not think themselves at that time sufficiently prepared for an engagement. Each party retired, the Britons to the woods, the Romans to their camp. Here the Britons seem to have been defective in military conduct. They ought to have pursued their blow. They ought to have attacked Caesar, and in the true spirit of liberty, they ought either to have conquered or to have died. It is probable that they perceived their error, and it is possible they might have retrieved it, if a succession of rain and storms for many days together had not rendered all efforts against the enemy impracticable. As soon as the weather changed, the Britons came out of their retirement and marched to attack the Romans in their trenches. Caesar drew out his legions before the camp. Both armies engaged, and both fought with equal spirit and resolution. but the Romans were better disciplined and more perfect masters of the art of war, so that the unhappy Britons were routed and again compelled to sue for peace from the hands of an invader who, although the greatest man that ever lived, must ever appear as lawless a tyrant to Britain as to Rome. Caesar was not sorry to be solicited for terms of peace. He received the ambassadors in his usual attractive manner, and lost no time in setting the terms of accommodation. He insisted upon a greater number of hostages than he had before required, and under pretense of avoiding the storms that generally rage in the British seas at the autumnal equinox, he embarked his troops and hastened back to Gaul. Caesar, during his short residence in Britain, had observed enough of this new world to make him tacitly resolve upon a second invasion. The woods were large, the cattle numerous, and the inhabitants a brave people, worthy of being conquered. A finer object could not have presented itself to the eye of ambition. However, Caesar passed his winter as usual in Italy, without any open declaration of returning into England. In the meantime, the Britons, filled with anger, indignation, and disappointment, and perhaps guided by the dictates of pride, revenge, and obstinacy, were determined not to send the hostages, which had been peremptorily required on one side, and had been faithfully promised on the other. Caesar let some months pass before he took notice of so notorious a breach of faith, and in this particular he acted with all the subtlety of a miser, who, when he has obtained a mortgage upon an estate, purposely suffers the interest of it to run on till he can claim a right of seizing the premises and defying all equity of redemption. In the year of Rome 700, Caesar, who during the winter had been making various preparations for a second attempt upon England, put his design into execution. He set sail in the evening from the Portus Itius and arrived the next day about noon upon the British coast. His army consisted of 2,000 horse and 5 legions of foot, and his ships, including transports and every other sort, amounted to above 800. Such a number of vessels appearing at once upon the ocean was a terrifying circumstance to the Britons. They imagined Caesar's military forces much more numerous than they really were, and they immediately withdrew their troops from the shore and retired into a more covered part of the country, so that Caesar landed his men and fixed his camp without the least opposition. His first inquiry was into what part of the island the Britons had withdrawn, and having learnt their particular situation, he left a sufficient number of forces to guard his fleet, and proceeded with the rest in pursuit of the enemy. The islanders had expected his approach, and were prepared to receive him, by having fixed themselves upon a rising ground near a river, at the distance of about 12 miles from the shore. Here they endeavored to oppose him by their chariots and their cavalry, but in vain. The Roman horse prevailed, and the Britons again withdrew to their woods. They were there fortified, as Caesar tells us, both by art and nature. The woods were very thick, and the passage into them was rendered extremely difficult by large trees which had been cut down and heaped upon each other to a great height. The Britons had made use of this method of fortification in their civil wars, but the Romans soon made their way over these entrenchments and expelled the Britons even from the woods, where they had taken shelter. A small number of regular troops will infallibly conquer a much larger number of undisciplined forces. The Roman army consisted of veterans who had been trained up from their youth in the art of war, and had carried their arms over the greatest part of the world. The Britons had only practiced the military science within their own island, and in contest against each other. They were equal in courage, but inferior in skill to their enemies. In some measure to remedy this defect, they enlisted themselves under the greatest commander of those days, Cassivellaunus, prince or sovereign of the Cassi, and the Trinobantes. The Trinobantian territories were Herefordshire, Essex, and the great part of Middlesex. The municipal city of this colony was Ferulium, the walls of which, built probably in the time of Agricola, are still to be seen in the approaches to St. Albans. Several skirmishes passed between the Britons and the Romans, in one of which the former gained some small advantage. But what force could repel Caesar? He still marched forward towards the river Thames, resolving to cross it at the only place where it was fordable. Cassivellaunus had foreseen his design, and had drawn up a large body of British troops on the opposite shore. He had fortified the banks with palisades, and had driven into the bottom of the river a great number of sharp stakes, whose tops were covered by the water. He had used every precaution that courage, sagacity, and presence of mind could suggest, but the Romans were determined not to be repulsed. Their cavalry first entered the river. The legions immediately followed, and notwithstanding all impediments, passed across the Thames with such expedition, and approached the enemy with so much vigor, that the Britons, unable to sustain the assault, quitted the banks of the river and fled farther into the country. Cassivellaunus still continued to make some attempts against the Romans, but his designs constantly proved abortive. The repeated victories of Caesar, the intestine broils of the kingdom, the immediate presence of a powerful invader were all circumstances that tended to damp the spirits of an unexperienced and a disunited people. Many of the principalities, for so I think we may call the several districts of the island, began to entertain thoughts of suing for an accommodation with Caesar. The Trinobantes set the example. They offered to submit to the conqueror and to give themselves up to his disposal, at the same time requesting that he would deliver them from the tyranny of Cassivellaunus and assign the government of their colony to Mandubratius, the son of Amanuensis, their late king. Caesar, ever fond of shewing acts of mercy and benevolence, accepted their offers and granted their request. The example of the Trinobantes was soon followed by several of the other colonies, and the unfortunate Cassivellaunus found himself deserted on every side. His capital, a capital indeed of huts and hovels, was taken, plundered, and destroyed. What step was left then for this unhappy prince? Only an absolute submission to the conqueror. A true Briton is always unwilling to submit, and Cassivellaunus deferred his submission to the latest hour. However, as he was a man of sense as well as a man of spirit, and as all the inferior generals were undermining him by making terms for themselves, he resolved to put an end to a disadvantageous war and to send ambassadors to the enemy with offers of a surrender. Julius Caesar received them like Julius Caesar. He exerted no acts of tyranny by the victorious progress of his arms. He imposed no hard terms of accommodation, but he required, in the style of a conqueror, the strongest assurances from Cassivellaunus of never attempting any injuries toward Mandubratius or the Trinobantes. He received hostages for the performance of this contract, and he extracted a small annual tribute to be paid by the states of Britain to the Roman people. After these transactions, he took the advantage of a calm season and sailed back with his army into Gaul. The character of Cassivellaunus, as a general, must always shine with great luster in the English annals. Si pergamum dextra defendi passant, etum hoc defensa fussent. If Britons could have been defended, such a right hand had defended them. But his behavior to the Trinobantes appears by their complaints to Caesar to have been tyrannical, and his murder of Amanuensis carries with it all the marks of a savage barbarity. Yet perhaps in the seizure of the Trabantian colony, he was assisted by the inhabitants themselves, for I am apt to imagine that even in those early days, the Britons were fond of making and unmaking kings. Till Caesar's death, which was in the year of Rome 711, the Britons remained unmolested by invasions, but still tributary to the Roman people. The murder of the mighty Julius was attended by all the violence and distraction of civil war, and the Romans were for some years too intensely employed upon the continent to turn their thoughts towards a distant western island that, at that time, appeared of little consequence to the southern part of the world. During this interval, it is not improbable that the Britons made some improvements in their manners and some advantages in their trade. Julius Caesar describes the inhabitants of the sea-coasts, those coasts that were nearest to Gaul, as a mixture of the Belgi and the Britons. The people who were situated beyond the Thames and in the most inland parts of the island consisted, he says, entirely of natives. These indeed he represents in general as men who had scarce any pretensions to the dignity of human nature except the figure. Let us therefore remember that the Romans owed their origin to thieves and vagabonds, and that Great Britain owes her glory to savages and wild men. The heralds must decide which of the two sets of aborigines are entitled to the more dignified coat of arms. During the reign of Augustus, the Britons remained entirely unmolested by the Romans. The island was looked upon as a kingdom that had rather added personal fame to Julius Caesar than remarkable advantage to the empire of Rome. Augustus was in no degree equal to his uncle in like enterprising genius. However, he had formed a design of visiting Britain when a sudden revolt of the Seleuci, a people of the Piedmontese, put a stop to his intentions, which were never afterwards revived. Tiberius followed the example of his predecessor and made no attempt upon the island. Cornelius Tacitus, speaking of this behavior towards the Britons, says, Concilium id divus Augustus vocabat, Tiberius precetum. This conduct Augustus called policy. The example of Augustus was a precept to Tiberius. The temper of Caligula, the next Roman emperor, differed in a great measure from the peaceful stupidity of Tiberius. Caligula was vain, impetuous, and extravagant, but cowardly, passive, and irresolute. He assembled an army of 200,000 men, passed the Rhine, repassed it, without seeing an enemy, plundered Gaul, came to the Gallic shore, proclaimed war against Britain, and gathered cockle shells. To Claudius, the fifth emperor of Rome, fate had reserved a more complete conquest of our island than had been made by any of his predecessors. The Britons had just ridiculed the military fopperies of Caligula, but they carried their exultations too far. They imagined themselves invincible, because a Roman emperor and his numerous army had pompously marched to the seashore and were afraid to cross the ocean. Our ancestors remained wrapped up in this kind of security at the accession of Claudius, whose personal character could not possibly give the least room for apprehension. He was as indolent as Tiberius and as cowardly as Caligula, but his lucky stars ordained him to be governed by counselors of far superior judgment to his own. Among these were Aulus Plautius and Ostorius Scapula, both men of great eminence in rank and reputation. To the first was assigned the command of the army destined against the Britons. It is an observation made by Julius Caesar that the Belgic Britons and the native or ancient Britons were very different in their customs and manners. A constant intercourse with the continent, some progress in agriculture, and a considerable increase of commerce had, in a great measure, polished and improved the former, whilst the latter remained in their original fierceness. We cannot wonder that men of such a dissimilar turn of mind and actions should be continually jarring with each other. The former, like courtiers, were too servilely submissive to tempting circumstances and alluring views of ambition. The latter, like country gentlemen, were too obstinately resolute and too impolitically reserved. These dissensions proved of great use to an invader, and Plautius landed without the least opposition. He found the island like a desert, Scarce an inhabitant appeared. The Belgic Britons had retired into woods and fortresses. They hastened to retreat from an enemy with whom they were unprepared to engage. Placius moved onward, with his army coasting along the Thames, till he came to Wallingford, where he crossed the river and entered the territories of the Danube, a colony to whom Oxfordshire and a great part of Gloucestershire belonged. These were the first people with whom he met with resistance. They fought against the Romans with great bravery, but being unfortunate in 4 successive battles and in the loss of one of their chieftains, Tocodamus, they retreated across the Thames and were followed by Placius. Both armies encamped on the side of the river, next to Gaul, but our historians, I think, have not exactly fixed this situation. The Roman general remained in his camp and evidently declined an engagement. The Danube, although 4 times vanquished and still in a state of exile from their own colony, attributed his conduct to fear, but they were mistaken in their judgment. The inactivity of Placius was neither the effect of fear nor caution. He waited for the arrival of the emperor, and, from a nobleness of soul, uncommon in a general, intended to crown his imperial master with all the laurels and honors that might arise from any future conquest over the Britons. Claudius landed at the Portus Rutupinus, Sandwich in Kent, and marched with his troops to the mouth of the river Thames, where Placius was encamped. As soon as the Roman forces were all joined, they repassed the Thames, and with much slaughter made their way through a great number of the Britons, who had endeavored to stop their passage. They took Camblodunum, the capital of one of the British princes, and they passed on with such a victorious quickness that many of the Belgic colonies thought it a proper time to submit. Claudius placed them under the government of Placius, and after a stay only of 16 days in the island, returned to Gaul in his way to Italy. The personal presence of a powerful prince is of great efficacy wherever he goes. The Veni Vidi Vici of Julius was a motto accidentally applicable to Claudius Caesar, who, in a little more than a fortnight, subdued, partly by arms and partly by the terror of his name, 4 colonies of Britons. Placius judged rightly in sending for such a figure to be carried about at the head of the army. His judgment was not less exquisite in sending it as quickly back. A longer stay might have discovered the idol to have been pasteboard, and the Britons might have despised the pageant when they found it only a moving machine in the human form. As soon as Claudius had set sail, the Romans resolved upon a farther progress into different parts of our island. They divided their troops under the command of 2 generals, Aulus Plautius, the proprietor, and Flavius Vespasianus, afterwards emperor. The action of Vespasian are mentioned by Dio and Suetonius, and are particularly extolled by Tacitus. Our English historians are no less profuse in his praises. Most of them assign to him the conquest of the Isle of Wight, and of the several other Belgic colonies, from Hampshire, Wiltshire, and Somersetshire, to the extremity of the western part of Cornwall. Plautius has undertaken the conquest of the more inland countries, but probably finding his task too difficult, he contented himself with the laurels which he had gained, and returned to Rome. Asturius Scapula succeeded him in the title of proprietor, and in the command of the army. Scapula, in attempting to pursue the plan of his predecessor, met with many difficulties. His adversaries were endued with a certain stubborn bravery that scorned the superior power of the Romans. They fought with the resolution of men who esteemed the enjoyment of their laws and liberty as the greatest blessings under heaven. The love of liberty and a true devotion to its cause seems to have been implanted by nature itself into the breasts of our forefathers. How strangely, and from what incidents, this elementary British fire was frequently evaporated, and again was amazingly rekindled, must be the subject matter of future inquiry. Certainly it never shone forth with greater brightness than in the person and character of Caractacus. He was a prince of a noble birth and a proud, undaunted spirit. He was an able and judicious commander. During 9 years successively, he had defended himself with inferior forces against Asturias and the Roman army. He had often shifted his ground and had withdrawn his troops into the mountains and rocky places. Every passage that might prove accessible to the enemy was stopped up and fortified by heaps of stones. At length the Romans, growing ashamed of their frequent disappointments and enraged to be outdone by a Briton, demolished his fortresses and forced him to an engagement. The event of the battle was fatal to Britain in general, and particularly unfortunate to Caractacus, whose wife and daughter were taken prisoners. The unhappy prince escaped only to become more miserable. He fled in confidence of receiving friendship and protection from Cartismandua, queen of the Brigantes, who immediately betrayed him to the conquerors, and Caractacus, with his captive family, was sent bound in chains to Rome. End of section 23. Section 24, The Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The Trial of the Maid of Orleans. In the year 1429, a young girl named Jane Terray of the Duchy of Lorraine declared she had frequent revelations from heaven. She was the daughter of a common laborer, and her whole life had been employed in tending cattle. God commanded her, she said, to go to Charles VII, King of France, in order to advise and assist him in the recovery of his dominions, then possessed by the English. She was brought before the governor of Vaucouleurs, who looked upon her as disordered in her mind and dismissed her. She insisted, however, so strongly and persevered so much in her resolutions to go and offer her services to Charles, that the governor at last consented to have her conducted to Chinon, where the king resided. Her behavior there did not show the embarrassment of a country girl, but the unaffected politeness and ceremony of a courtier. She immediately distinguished her royal master from among the crowd of his attendants, and said to him that she came in compliance to the Almighty's orders to raise the siege of Orleans, and to recover the kingdom from English usurpation, desired him not to be apprehensive of his enemies, that she would attack them wherever she met them, that she made no doubt of succeeding in her attempts, and that his majesty should be soon peaceably established upon the throne of his ancestors. Charles ordered this extraordinary young woman to be examined in matters of religion, and asked her several questions relative to the art of war and other curious subjects. Her answers were so pertinent and so just that the king, the prelates, and other clergy who were present were very much amazed. It was revealed to her, she said, that in a neighboring church was hid a sword on which 5 flower-de-luces, the arms of France, were engraved. The sword was searched for and found among some old iron in the church she had mentioned. The king presented it to her, and she was soon accoutred in warlike dress. Everything seemed familiar to her mind. Her activity and address were equal to those of the most accomplished warriors. When she was admitted to His Majesty's council to advise on the exigency of affairs, she spoke with so much knowledge, with so much prudence and wisdom, that her opinion was often followed, and that of the most experienced generals laid aside. But what was more astonishing, when a council was held in her absence, she knew everything that was proposed and concluded there. However, His Majesty thought proper to desire the maid to give him some unquestionable proofs of her being the messenger of God, as he might then entirely confide in her advice and to follow her instructions. To which Jane answered, "Sire, if I can discover to you your thoughts, which you confided to God alone, will you firmly believe that I am his messenger?" Charles said he would, on which she asked him if he remembered that some months before, in the chapel of his castle of Lennox, he privately and alone humbly begged 3 things from heaven. The king remembered very well his having made requests to God, which he had not since revealed even to his confessor, and said that he would no longer doubt of Jane's divine legation if she could tell him what these entreaties were. "Your first suit, then," continued Jane, "that if you were not the true heir to the crown of France, God would please to deprive you of the courage and desire of continuing a war, in order to possess it, which had already caused so much bloodshed and misery throughout the kingdom. Your second prayer was, that if the great troubles and misfortunes which the poor inhabitants of France have lately underwent were the punishment of any sins by you committed, that he would please to relieve the people of France, that you alone might be punished, and make expiation, either by death or any torment he would please to inflict. Your third desire was, that if the sins of the people were the cause of their sufferings, he would be pleased in his divine mercy to grant them pardon and deliver them from the pains and miseries which they had been laboring under already above 12 years. Charles, knowing the truth of all she said, was now firmly persuaded that she was a divine messenger, and placed much hopes in her assistance towards the recovery of his kingdom. Soon after, assisted by Jane, he raised the siege of Orleans, and retook possession of Glen, Gurkenau, Mewen, Beaugency, and many other places, and afterwards, by her persuasion, he ventured through the country of Champagne, though in the hands of the English, and went to Rheims, where he was anointed and crowned. Jane carried the royal standard at this ceremony, and, in a little time, contributed very much to the recovery of several towns and castles. Her reputation was at a great height. Charles always succeeded in everything which he proposed and undertook, and in gratitude, Jane had the credit of everything that did succeed. This brought upon her hatred and envy of several of the commanders and chieftains of the French army, and at last proved fatal to her, for in the year 1431, the Maid of Orleans, being informed that the Duke of Burgundy with some English had laid siege to the town of Compiègne, immediately departed at the head of a few troops to strengthen and support the feeble garrison that defended it. A day or 2 after her arrival, some of the French lords proposed to sally out against the enemy, and though Jane did not think it advisable yet, lest she should be suspected of cowardice or backwardness, she consented, unfortunately for her, to be one of the number. As she was supporting her country's cause with valor and intrepidity, some Frenchmen gave the signal for retreat, on which everybody hastened to get back to the gates, where there was so great a throng that before she could enter she was taken by some of the troops of John of Luxembourg, who was at the siege with the Duke of Burgundy. Luxembourg ordered her to be conducted to the castle of Beaurevoir, where she was strictly guarded, as he was apprehensive she would endeavor to escape by magic art or some other subtle means. The King of England, fearing that Luxembourg would give her back to the French for a considerable ransom, was very anxious to have her in his own custody, but Luxembourg absolutely refused to deliver his prisoner, so that Henry was obliged to have recourse to the Bishop of Beaufort, in whose diocese she had been taken, entreating him to demand her as a person strongly suspected of heresy and witchcraft, and therefore liable to be examined and tried by him, according to the laws of proceeding against heretics. The bishop, after much deliberation, consented to demand the suspected Jane from Luxembourg, on paying him a reasonable ransom, if the Assembly of Divines of the University of Paris would advise him so to do. The Assembly, not only was of opinion that he could and ought to do it, but also in complaisance to the King of England, wrote to John of Luxembourg in the name of the university, praying him to send his prisoner to the Bishop of Beauvais, in whose diocese she was still in custody, and who alone had the right of trying her for the crimes of which she stood accused. This letter had the desired effect, and Jane was given up to the bishop, who immediately put her into the hands of the English, by whom she was carried to Rouen, and there kept in strong and close confinement. Soon after, the King of England sent the following order to the magistrates of Rouen, to deliver Jane to be examined and tried by the Bishop of Beauvais. Henry, by grace of God, King of France and England, to our magistrates of Rouen greeting. It is publicly known that for some time past a woman who calls herself Jane the Maiden, laying aside the dress and habit of her sex, which is against the law of God, and prohibited as an abominable practice by every law, and taking the dress and manner of man, has been guilty of many cruel homicides, and in order to abuse the weak minds of the people, has made them understand that she was a messenger from God, and was privy to his divine secrets, and has entertained several other opinions contrary to our Catholic faith, and scandalous and dangerous to our Mother Church, that while she was in hostile act against us and our people, she was taken before the walls of Compiègne by some of our loyal subjects, and brought prisoner to our town of Rouen. And whereas she has been strongly and universally suspected of superstition, false doctrine, and other crimes against our holy church, we have been earnestly solicited by the Reverend Father in God and faithful counselor, the Bishop of Beauvais, right ecclesiastical judge of the said Jane, as taken in his diocese, and also entreated by our dearest and most beloved daughter, the University of Paris, to give up and deliver our said prisoner to be examined and tried by the said bishop for the crimes of which he stands suspected and accused, and to proceed against her according to the ordinances and dispositions of the divine and canon laws, in that case made and provided, and as we are willing, in reverence and honor to God, the defense and dignity of our holy church and Catholic faith, devoutly to obey, as a true and humble son of the holy church, the desires and demands of our daughter, the University of Paris. We order and desire by these presents our officers and magistrates of Rouen to deliver up and bring before the Reverend Father in God, the Bishop of Beauvais, the said Jane Terray, to be tried and proceeded against according to God, to reason, and to the divine and holy canons, given at Rouen, the 3rd day of January, year of grace, 1431, and of our reign the 3rd. The bishop, empowered by this warrant and having communicated the accusation to the Inquisitor General of the Faith, he assembled in the royal chapel of the castle of Rouen Giles Abbot of Fescamp, John Beaupré, John de Chasson, James Letizier, Nicholas Middy, Gouard Creliot, William Hecton, Thomas de Courcelles, and Richard Proty, to assist him in the trial of the said Jane. John Estevet, named proctor by this trial by the bishop, moved his lordship that the prisoner should be brought into court and examined according to law, which was granted, and the prisoner having desired leave to hear mass, his lordship said that he had taken advice on that head from several persons of learning and wisdom, whose opinion it was that, considering the great crimes of which she stood suspected, and having infamously put on men's apparel, her request ought not to be granted, and that therefore he overruled it. His lordship then acquainted Jane that she, being taken prisoner in his diocese, and being publicly accused of several crimes which were against the faith, not only in France but in every other kingdom, she was delivered up to him to be tried in matters of faith, after which the proctor moved that the prisoner should be sworn to answer the truth to all such questions as he should ask her, which was agreed to by the bishop and his assistants. His lordship then addressing himself to Jane in a mild and charitable manner, begged she would make true and faithful answers to every particular, as well as to shorten the trial, as for the discharge of her own conscience, without any mental reservation or evasion whatsoever. To which Jane answered, I do not know what questions you intend to ask me. Perhaps you may ask some that I will not choose to answer. The bishop said she must answer every question relative to the Catholic faith, and everything else she knew. Jane replied that she was willing to communicate to the court every circumstance she knew about her birth, her parentage, and her arrival in France, as also everything she did since. But as to the revelations which she had from God, that she never told them but to Charles, whom she called her king, and that she would never disclose them to any other, though her silence should cost her her head. She added that she was ordered from heaven to keep these revelations secret, but that in 8 days she would be able to determine whether she could declare the purport of them. The bishop then exhorted her to tell truth in matters of faith. Jane then, kneeling, placed both her hands on the Mass book and swore that she would declare the truth in everything relative to her faith, but would not disclose what God had revealed to her, to any person whatsoever. The same day the court asked her several questions relative to her parents, the place of her birth, and her age. On her next appearance in court, she complained that irons had been put on her legs, on which the bishop reminded her that she often attempted to escape from prison, so that the jailer was obliged to keep her in irons and close confinement. Jane owned that sometime before she did strive to get away, as it was natural and lawful for every prisoner to do, and added that even if she had made her escape, she could not be accused of a breach of promise therein, as she had made none to anybody. Upon this answer, the bishop immediately ordered John Briss, John Burnett, and William Talbot, in whose hands she was then entrusted, to watch her narrowly, and not allow anybody to speak to her, without a special order signed by him. She was then asked if she had ever learned any art or trade. She answered that her mother had taught her to sew, and she added that she did not believe there was a woman in the city of Rouen who could teach her anything. She said that she had left her parents' house partly through fear of the Duke of Burgundy's army, that she went to Neufchâtel with a woman named Larousse, where she remained a fortnight, that she was there in quality of maid-servant, and did not go to the fields to take care of sheep or other cattle during that time. Being asked if she confessed every year, she answered she did, to her parish priest, except when he happened to be busy, and then she confessed to another priest, with his leave, that she had confessed 2 or 3 times to a mendicant friar, and that she received the body of our Savior every year at Easter. Being asked whether she received the body of our Savior at other festivals besides Easter, she made no answer, but said that from the age of 13 she heard the voice of our Savior, which directed her how to behave, that the first time she heard the voice she was in very great fear, that she heard it about midday, in summertime, in her father's garden, it being that day a fast, that the voice seemed to come from the right, where the neighboring church was situated, that she perceived a certain brightness which accompanied the voice, that when she had heard it the 3rd time, she knew it to be a heavenly voice, that it has taken care of her since that time. Being asked what information she received from the voice for the safety of her soul, she answered that it showed how to conduct herself in life, that it recommended to her to frequent church and other devout exercises. Afterwards it told her it was necessary she should go to France, which it repeated 2 or 3 a week till she departed. It desired her to make haste and go away unknown to her parents, that she was to raise the siege of Orleans, that she should go to Robert de Baudricourt, who would give her guides to conduct her, that she then said to the voice that she was but a poor country girl, and entirely ignorant of the art of war, that she went soon after to her uncle's house where she stayed a week, that her uncle carried her to Robert de Baudricourt, that the voice had taught her to distinguish this gentleman, though she had never seen him before, that he twice refused to grant her desire, but at last he was prevailed on to have her conducted to France, that she then assumed man's apparel, and wore a sword which Robert de Baudricourt gave her a little before she departed, that she was accompanied by a knight and 4 other men, that she often heard the voice on her road to France. Being asked who advised her to put on man's apparel, she answered that the voice instructed her so to do, and that she accused no other person of it, that on her departure from Robert de Baudricourt, he said to her, "You may depart, let what will happen." She also added that it was absolutely necessary she should change her dress. Sometime after she said that she was sure the Duke of Orleans was much beloved by God, that there was not a man in France except the king, of whom she had so many revelations as of the Duke of Orleans. Being asked what letters she sent to the English and what was the purport of them, she answered that she addressed some letters to the English who were before Orleans, desiring them to part from thence, and that they would absolutely be obliged to raise the siege, that she has been told that some words had been altered in her letters, where she desired the French territories should be given up to Charles the lawful king, in the place of which have been inserted, as she was informed, that they should be given up to Jane the Maiden, that she did not call herself a warrior in these letters, as it was said, had been since added to them. She then related that she arrived without any difficulty in Chinon, where the king resided, that she arrived about noon, lodged at an inn, and after dinner waited on his majesty, whom she immediately distinguished from his attendants by the instructions of the voice, that she told him she was resolved to go fight against the English, being asked whether, when the voice pointed out the king to her, there was any shining light over the king. She would make no answer. Being asked whether she saw any angel over the king's head, she made no answer, but said that before his majesty employed her, she had many fine visions and revelations. Being asked what revelations, she answered, "I will not tell you as yet, but you may go to the king and he will inform you." She added that the voice told her that soon after her arrival, his majesty would accept the offer of her services, that those of her own party were confident the voice came from God, that they saw and heard the voice, that she knew it very well, that the king and several of his council had heard and seen the voice coming towards her, and among the rest Charles Duke of Bourbon, that the only thing she ever asked of the voice was the salvation of her soul, that it desired her to stay at St. Denis in France, where she would have remained, but that the lords would not let her, as she was wounded, and that otherwise she would not have left it, that she had been wounded in the trenches of Paris, and cured in 5 days, that she commanded at a considerable attack near Paris. Being asked if it was a holiday when that skirmish happened, she answered she believed it was. Being asked if it was proper to make an assault on a festival, she made no answer. The court adjourned to consider matters, and being met again, the Bishop of Beauvais exhorted and desired the prisoner to swear absolutely and without reserve to tell the truth of everything the court would ask her, on which he desired his lordship's leave to speak, and it being granted, said, "It is possible you may ask me questions which I certainly will not answer, especially relative to revelations. Perhaps you would insist on my informing you of what I already swore I would not mention. That would be perjury, and you ought not to desire me to perjure myself. Take care, my Lord Bishop, what you are about. You pretend you have jurisdiction over me. You will have a great deal to answer for if you do not prove an upright judge to me." She added that she thought it enough to have swore twice. Being asked a second time if she would not swear simply and absolutely. She answered that they might do without it, as she had already swore twice, that all the clergy of Rouen should not oblige her to tell everything, that she could not tell all in 8 days, that she would communicate every circumstance of her arrival in France, but not everything else. Being desired a third time to swear without reserve, and informed that her refusal would render her suspected to the court, she made the same answer as before, and added that she was come from God, that she had nothing to do in that court, and desired they might send her back to God, whose messenger she was. Being again exhorted and advised to swear as before required, under pain of being found guilty of the crimes of which she was accused, she answered, I have swore enough. Proceed. Being once more fully and strongly admonished to tell the whole truth relative to her case, letting her know the danger she put herself in by a refusal, she said she was ready to tell everything concerning her case, but not everything she knew, and then she swore. Being asked by John Beaupere, when before had she eat or drunk? She answered, that afternoon. Being then asked, when had she heard the voice? She answered, yesterday and today. Being asked what she was doing the day before when she heard the voice, she answered that she was asleep and that it awaked her. Being asked whether it yet remained in her chamber, she answered, not that she knew. Being asked if she thanked the voice and whether she went on her knees, she answered that she thanked it as she sat up in her bed, her hands joined, and begged it might direct her what she had to do, and that the voice desired her to answer stoutly. Being asked what the voice said to her when she was awake, she answered that it desired her to ask advice from our Savior. The prisoner then said again to the bishop, you say you are my judge. Take great care of what you do, for I certainly am come from God, and you put yourself in great danger. Being asked if the voice had ever varied in its instructions or commands, she answered that she never found it so. Being asked if it was an angel directly from God, without the intervention of any saint, she answered, it comes from God. I will not tell you all I know on that subject. I am more uneasy, lest I should say anything at which it might be displeased, that I am about answering you, and therefore relative to this question I desire delay. Being asked whether she thought that God would be offended at truths being told, she answered she thought he would not, but that what the voice revealed to her, she was to tell Charles VII, King of France, and not to the Bishop of Beauvais. She then added that the night before the voice said several things to her for the service of His Majesty, which she wished he was informed of, upon which the court desired to know whether she would not prevail on the voice to go deliver a message from her to Charles with these tidings. She answered she did not know whether it would obey her, unless such was the desire of God, and that our Savior consented to it, and if it was the will of God, he might very well reveal it himself to the king. After many interrogatories and the examination of several witnesses, she was condemned to be burned and consumed as a heretic, and was accordingly brought to the old marketplace of Rouen, and there, after a long exhortation, the sentence pronounced against her was put in execution, which was a great loss to the King of France, who was then unable to assist her. But when he recovered Rouen, he caused her trial to be brought before the judges who declared her innocent of the crimes, for which she so unjustly suffered. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information
or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Bowden. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. Philosophy of the Ladies continued. There scarcely ever, perhaps, was any system, doctrine, or opinion broached with more assurance, or that, for the time of its vogue, met with a greater and more universal approbation than that which urged the idea of a metempsychosis, or transmigration of the soul, the spring or source of action, into various organized bodies in which it had opportunities of exerting itself in different manners and of producing different effects. Pythagoras, who was perhaps the wisest as well as the most humane of all the heathen philosophers, was, if not the first, at least the most considerable amongst all those who gave any sanction to a principle which, however productive of the most desirable effects, has nevertheless appeared extremely absurd, and consequently, in ages more enlightened in philosophical, though perhaps less so in the more advantageous branches of real knowledge, has been rejected as entirely dissonant to experimental conviction, and therefore without trial, judge, or jury, deserving to be cast aside by those who think they can know nothing unless they are masters of everything, and would almost renounce an intercourse with the Lord of nature, unless they thought themselves able to dive into every motive of his actions. Notwithstanding, however, this universal rejection of a system once was universally received, some, the more calm and rational devotees of philosophy, have with great justice imagined that an opinion advanced with so much positiveness and accepted with so much zeal, inculcated by a man who could not impose on himself, and followed by a set of people who scarcely could be imposed upon, must have more in it than at first sight it appears to convey. Some of these, therefore, have endeavored to solve it by supposing a hidden meaning, and others by imagining a concealed intention to be veiled under a principle which, in its literal sense, was so repugnant both to the innate conviction of the learned and the hourly observation of the vulgar. The first class of these rationalists imagined the impulse of a benevolent mind to have been the only motive that urged the great philosopher to advance a doctrine which would terrify mankind from the destruction of animals, either in general or in particular, by the supposition of a possibility that, in taking away the life of any animal, however indifferent or even hurtful it might be to them for other reasons, the animated part, perhaps, of some dear relation or renowned ancestor, might not only be disturbed, but even be exiled from the spot of its immediate residence, and, not improbably, transplanted into some state more painful and opposite to its natural bias and inclination, and still more contrary to our own ideas of happiness and satisfaction. Another said again, calling to their assistance the mysterious investigations of the Kabbalah, have endeavored to prove that Pythagoras, having studied very closely the Egyptian mythology, which perpetually dealt in mystery and hieroglyphics, some concealed meaning was still conveyed in every part of his philosophy, and that, like the parables and fables of the Eastern teachers, everything he preached was merely allegorical, only to be understood by those whom he chose peculiarly to enlighten, that is to say, by the disciples of his own school, whilst to the vulgar and external shrew of somewhat was set forth, which, from his ipse dixe alone, they were bound implicitly to obey. Now, it is by no means impossible that both of these suppositions may in some measure be right, that is to say, that the amiable sage we have mentioned might, from a perfect knowledge of the power of superstition on the mind of uninstructed men, make use of a maxim so well adapted for the purpose to put a check to that unlimited destruction of animal life, which luxury and sportive cruelty had introduced into the world, and also that he might at the same time, under the veil of a like fable, convey to those who were his more immediate pupils the idea of that incorruptibility of the human soul, which, from a want of those advantages that revelation has bestowed on us, he might imagine necessary to find some employment and distinction for, and by ordaining such distinction in one period of its existence, to be pointed out and determined by the inclination shown by it in the preceding one, he might suppose, and no doubt his supposition met with confirmation from experience, that his disciples would be likely to model their actions according as they were influenced by the hope of reward or dread of punishment. Thus far, therefore, may the suggestions which have been advanced in the Pythagorean philosophy be well grounded. Yet there seems to be one most palpable observation, which has slipped all the commentators on and solvers of this doctrine I have hitherto met with, and that is, from whence the first idea of such an opinion derived its original idea. No remembrance, no conception of a pre-existent state continued in the mind of man to give it credit, and the assurance of the perfect corruptibility of all animals after death concurred in some measure to contradict it. Whereon, then, should these great men found the basis of a doctrine which, however aided forwards and adorned by fable to confirm its power, must have needed at least the appearance of probability, something more than mere ipse dixit, to establish its first belief in the minds of the vulgar, which, little capable of philosophical reasonings or theoretical investigations, must have their ideas fixed by some connection and analogy between what their senses are capable of discerning and what their minds are to be taught to believe. This being premised, from whence could be derived the doctrine of the metempsychosis, or transmigration of the soul, but from a similar transmigration of the more visible soul, that is to say, of animal life, distinguishable from the slightest observation of nature's works, and hourly performed under our very eyes? Of these changes there are many varieties, of which it is impossible that the ancient philosophers, who were perhaps closer and more accurate observers than the moderns, could have been ignorant of in their fullest extent. And as even the very husband and laborer must also be well informed of the several of them, it is not in the least improbable that an advantageous use might be made of these so well known circumstances for the illustrating and enforcing opinions, which it was necessary to inculcate the most forcibly in those minds which were the least capable of speculative or hypothetical theology. Here, however, let us drop this conjecture, which I have rather introduced with the view of corroborating the principle which I first set out with in defense of the study of philosophy, that the observations we cannot avoid making in the course of it may be employed with great propriety towards humanizing the heart and producing the most amiable effects in the general economy of life and government. Was I to expatiate farther on the very subject before us, it might not perhaps be difficult to evince that these changes, even of the very lowest class of animals, that is to say, of the insect tribe, might be rendered not unserviceable even in the present more enlightened period, when Christianity and revelation have drawn us out of the labyrinths of doubt and suggestion into the plainer and unwinding paths of more assured truth. Yet still, I say, these changes might form to us, by analogy, the idea of a future and more exalted state, and convince us that whilst we see the very minutest animals undergoing amazing alterations and metamorphosis, rising from the groveling state of a grub or waterworm to range the wide expanse of air before they submit to the universal law of annihilation, it must be impossible that the Lord of them all, for whose use, amusement, or instruction they have all been created, should only pass through a series of years, for the most part miserable ones, even with those who possess the happiest lot on earth, in little more than mere animal existence, and then sink down into the grave in common with them all, without enjoying some more exalted privilege, and, in proportion to the rank he here possessed, becoming less encumbered, and fit to travel through and fully relish those other works of the Creator, of which even now, before we have shaken off this mortal coil, the very idea dazzles our imagination and confounds our faculties, and of which we see just enough of to admire his power, but know not sufficiently to comprehend his wisdom. From these reflections, however, let us proceed to relate to our fair readers what these changes are, of which we have here been speaking, and of which these reflectional uses may be made. They are of many different kinds, and proceed, as all nature's works do, in a regular gradation, forming an ascent, the steps of which are scarcely visible, and yet the height, when we have reached it, most obvious and amazing. Those kinds of animals which are viviparous or produce their young alive, and apparently in a complete state, undergo the slightest alterations of any. Yet some even they have. Growth itself, the distension of parts and increase of bulk, may be looked on as the lowest steps of this ladder, and these all animals have in common, man not excepted, who, lordly as he is, when in his more perfect growth, is not only the most helpless and imperfect at his birth, but longer continues in that situation than any other member of the animal world. Excepting this incrementive change, however, he undergoes no other alteration in this life, but the addition of some excremental parts, such as teeth, hair, and etc. Next to him, in stability of condition, we must place the quadrupeds, who, beside these additions, seem to be annually changed by the loss and renovation of their external covering, which almost all of them suffer, but what we call casting their coats. This change, however, is gradual and almost invisible, the same substances and bearing the very same marks and colors, succeeding to their predecessors, so as to leave the animal in appearance the very same he was at first. One exception, however, there is to this, in those which undergo this alteration twice within the course of the year, as do the bears, foxes, hares, and etc., in Greenland and other cold countries, whose furs in the winter season entirely drop those colors, which would render them more conspicuous to their respective enemies, by standing contrasted to the whiteness of the snow, with which the whole ground is covered, and assume a pure white, which again quits them as the warmth of the summer, by restoring the rest of nature to its original appearance, renders such a refuge unnecessary to them. One class, however, of the viviparous animals undergo a more immediate and visible alteration, and that is the serpent kind, who, having no hair or fur to lose more gradually, cast their whole covering at once in certain periods, and are so dexterous in doing this, although devoid of the assistance of feet or claws, that the whole skins of them will frequently be found entire, without even so much as the cornea or outward case of the eyes, which is affixed to the rest of the exvium, being at all broken. From this renovation, which was well known to the ancients, and which is even attended by an additional brilliancy of coloring, a fresh glow of beauty, and a renewal of that strength and vigor which is constantly abated some little time before the change is brought about, It was that the ancient writers considered the snake as an emblem of health, as may be seen in its being made the symbol of Aesculapius, the god of physic, and a representation of time and eternity, ever destroyed and ever renewing, as we find from many of their coins, in which this animal, holding his tail in his mouth, is constantly attended with some legend or device expressive of duration. Next to these are the oviparous animals, or those who make their first appearance in a state of entire inaction and devoid of any sign of life, but that of some kind of vital warmth, but yet afterwards, either by the natural heat of the tender parent, by the warmth of the surrounding atmosphere, or by the more intense rays of the sun, are, as it were, ripened by degrees, and being secured, through the period of infantile inactivity, in a cell wherein food, raiment, and lodging are dispensed within themselves, they at length burst forth, some in their fully complete state, as the lizards, spiders, crabs, lobsters, and etc., and in general all the species of fish, and others, amongst which are all the bird class, requiring the same degree of perfecting that the viparous ones do, by the addiction of their excrementitious parts, such as feathers and etc., and of these creatures almost every species that we are acquainted with stands in need, besides of those additional alterations we have mentioned in the viviparous classes. The birds of all sorts molt their feathers at certain periods, and even change the color of them in the winter seasons of the cold countries, as we have described the quadrupeds to do by their furs. The lizard kind drop their skins like the snakes, which they the nearest resemble in substance and even in figure, excepting the addition of 4 very short feet, and some of them, particularly the water newt, so frequently as once in every fortnight or 3 weeks, and all the spider, crab, and lobster kind, whose outward coverings are crustaceous, and therefore incapable of distension, and so connected as not to be gradually dropped like hair or feathers, cast their shells entire at certain times of the year, when nature kindly provides them with such supplementary juices as, by sort of an exudation from their pores, form a new shell beneath. Now, however, let us proceed to those whose metamorphoses are more complete and distinct, and which, being first lodged by the parent in one element, or appearing fully possessed of animal life under one figure, do afterwards assume another and very different form, and find their food, their business, and their pleasure in another and very different element. Of these, some live their first period in the earth, others in the water. The inhabitants of this last named element content themselves with making earth their resident in their completer state, whilst those who first creep on the earth, when become more perfect, usually find the air in the region where their more improved form is enabled to exert its abilities. As we do not propose to enter here into a particular natural history, but only to treat of a general property, we need only mention a single example of each kind. The frog is the most universally known instance of the first sort, the egg of which, being laid and nourished in the water, produces a small but lively animal, which we call a tadpole. Its body is almost globular, and seems furnished with no other limbs but a thin filmy tail, which serves to steer and move its body very briskly in the water, to which its residence is entirely confined during its continuance in this form. Yet, after a certain space of time, small legs and feet begin to discernible under the loosened skin of this little creature, which gradually bursting their way through it, first one, then a second, and so to the number of 4, and lastly dropping the finny tail, which had hitherto been so very useful and necessary to it, it now, as if it disdained the element it had first been bred in, leaps on shore, and springing over large tracts of land, becomes changed from a fish to a perfect terrestrial quadruped, and ranges at large over that very ground on which during its former state would have been death for it to have been cast. Of the other part of metamorphosis of these state from earth to the air, we shall mention at present only the beetle class, and particularly the cockchafer or Geoffrey cock as an insect universally known. The female of this animal lays her eggs in the earth, where, by means of an instrument which nature has purposely provided her with, she is able to deposit them at some depth below the surface. Each of these, after a due time, is hatched into a soft white jointed grub, with 6 short clawed feet and armed about the head, which is of a dark brown color, with a shelly coat, and 2 or 3 pair of very strong fangs or forceps, by which means it is most amply furnished with the nourishment, the roots not only of the tender herbage, but even those fibers which the stronger roots of trees push forth to form a surer hold in the ground, to both which these ferocious animals frequently do very great mischief. After continuing, however, in this situation, with no difference but increase of bulk, for 2 whole years, a shelly covering forms over its soft body. A pair of fine filmy wings grow from the top of its back, to preserve which from danger, when unnecessary for use, a pair of crustaceous coverings are provided, and now forcing his way through the surface of the ground, he comes forth a lively inhabitant of the air, and soaring at will wherever he pleases, seems, by a buzzing song, to proclaim his satisfaction at being able now with equal greediness to devour the leaves and fruits, as he had before done the roots and fibers of whatever plant or tree he chooses to fix upon. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The TRIFLER. Number 4. Madam, I am one of your readers, and bear you that sort of goodwill which we naturally feel for persons who contribute to our amusement. I have done what very few friends do. I have spoke well of you behind your back, and have not scrupled to declare in all companies that Mrs. Penelope Spindle's attack upon your reputation is extremely unjust. She denies that you are lineally descended from the ancient family of the TRIFLERs, and confidently asserts that you have taken a province which you cannot fill. But unfortunately for her, the arguments she brings in support of this opinion are those which may be most successfully urged against it. Are love and courtship, she says, proper subjects for a TRIFLER? Most certainly. For in this polite age, love and courtship are mere trifles. Marriage is a trifle. Virtue is an egregious trifle. Wisdom, morality, religion, all are trifles, and there is nothing serious but cards. I maintain that hitherto the subjects of your paper have been consistent with your title. You have knowledge enough of life to perceive that cards is the sole business of it, and though there are many other serious affairs such as balls, operas, concerts, masquerades, and the like, which claim the attention of persons of rank and fortune, yet all these must yield to cards. As a trifler, therefore, you have wisely avoided entering upon so great and important a matter. You have confined yourself to such topics as most of your readers will readily allow to be trifles, and when you talk of wit, learning, economy, when you recommend your reservedness and a contempt for fashionable amusements, there is not a fine lady in town who does not acknowledge the propriety of your title, and declare that you are an intolerable trifler. Mrs. Spindle says it is common for periodical authors to forget their titles, that the Tatler often talks with the most solemn austerity of wisdom, and that the Guardian deviates into many topics with which as a guardian he has no concern. I wish, for the sake of your reputation as a writer, that you would follow their example and sometimes forget your title. If you hope to have your paper read with general approbation, do not dwell so much upon exploded trifles, unworthy the attention of persons of polite education. Raise your thoughts to things solid and rational. Shew us the strength of your reasoning in a dissertation on whist, and the subtlety of your wit, by leading us through all the mazes of quadrille. If you have any genius for poetry, write a panegyric on Loo, and if you dare venture on so sublime a subject, let your muse record the daring flights of Bragg. I shall judge by the use you make of these hints, whether you merit the farther correspondence of Madam, your humble servant, Maria.
End of section 26. Read by Jenny Factor in Marblehead, Massachusetts. Section 27 of the Ladies' Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ladies' Museum by Charlotte Lennox. The Trifler. To the author of the Ladies' Museum. Madam, the gaiety with which you set out in your first paper, and the agreeable manner in which you acknowledge your fondness for admiration, persuaded several of your readers that the character under which you appeared was not assumed, but a real one. However, I am much mistaken if the Trifler is not written by the same moral pen that has given us so beautiful a picture of female virtue in the history of Henrietta. In full confidence, therefore, of your being no coquette, I dare solicit you to let loose all your satire against coquetry. Consider it not as folly, but as vice, and do not treat it with raillery, but with sharp rebuke. Oh, that I had a pen like yours, and that I could think with equal force, and express those thoughts with equal elegance. That inordinate desire of being admired, which prevails only among the least deserving of our sex, should be displayed in its true colors, and lose the soft name of coquetry under which it is disguised for that of libertinism, which is its real characteristic. Wonder not at my vehemence, madam. My peace and happiness have been sacrificed to that detestable vanity which seeks its gratification in the misery of others. I have been deprived of the affection of a husband whom I love with the most passionate tenderness. The soft union we formerly lived in is dissolved. Discord now rages in a family which was once all harmony and love. And this ruin is the work of a coquette, who, to indulge her passion for admiration, and to add a new adorer to her train, has made me miserable forever, me who never injured her, me who was once her friend.
but I will take another opportunity to give you my unhappy story. In the meantime, I entreat you to print this letter, and you will really oblige, madam, your constant reader, Perdita. End of section 27. Read by Jenny Factor in Marblehead, Massachusetts.